Talk Shoes. Recorded live.
Black Power, Baby 48, My Whole Chop, Smoking the Feet on the Ground Radio. This your brother Born. Slaughterhouse Saturday. Coming to get it in nice. Open up. Praise Nat Turner. Glory to Garvey. Long live the spirit of Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Praise Harriet Tubman. Glory to Ida B. Wells. Long live the spirit of Sister Fannie Lou Hamer. With that being said, what it do out there tonight, family? You know what it is. We got a nice show heading there for you tonight. Yeah, a lot of noise in my background. Going to be a lot of noise in the background tonight. The 4th of July. You know what I'm saying? I live in the neighborhood where they out here with it loud, so hardly any noise in the background has nothing to do with me at all. But tonight, though, family, we got a nice show. We got a nice show tonight. We set it up we try to get the brothers, try to get these Armored Rock Squad members, the Team Osiris members, and namely Ngozi and Ankhkakek. Get them in, in order for us to discuss this evolution thing. We want to get some things explained to us. I'm gonna ask some questions, get some questions answered. Then we'll send it to the audience to do a little bit of more hard taxing questions. But we want to make sure that we got everything in the right spirit. That's African first, second, and third. So we want to hear how this thing is laid out, because me personally, I'm not really understanding of the whole evolutionary thing. It's not making sense to me. I'm not sure on it. You know what I mean? But with that being said, though, we just going to wait for the family to pull in real quick. Let me make the last minute go-to. So just give us a moment, family, and we'll be definitely rocking it off. All right. As I said, family, it's the 4th of July. Very interesting. Something that I've known for a little while, but I just never really paid it too much attention. Is that the 4th of July is also a holiday within side of the Nation Islam. Surprise. It is a. Let me see what I'm gonna do with this thing too. Probably gonna start off. Let me see what this is. Guess 7. Let me see. Is this Ngozi? I just want to know who it is real quick. If it's not, I'll close your line up until later on when it's time to ask questions. Open you back up. All right. Guess 7. Guess that's not Ngozi. So as I said, we just waiting for the family to step on in. We're heading into this discussion here. I don't think it's a timely discussion. I think it's a discussion, though, that has to be had because of the elements surrounding the ideology behind evolution. So I think that we definitely have to have this discussion because there is a prevailing ideology behind it that I deem as racism, white supremacy, and we'll see what the family members and the brothers who are coming in from the Team Osiris have to say about that. We'll see what their take is and their stance on this this subject here. So we'll just wait for them to come on in. We got to see what other news we got to throw out there to the family during this meantime between the time. Like I said, we've heard Ngozi stating a brother known as Minister Inky. We've heard him on a conference call type of debate, pretty much a conversation, but it was sort of a debate. I have to say that I was, it went either way. I was more impressed with I wasn't impressed with Inky too much. Not that I was impressed, but I was more unimpressed by how Ngozi was doing that in what was happening. I was more unimpressed. But at the end of the day, though, we'll have to see if he can come in and redeem that, and we can go from there. But as I was saying, though, one of the interesting things about today is that 4th of July is a national holiday in the Nation of Islam, predicated behind the coming of one known as to the Nation of Islam as Paul Muhammad, who on July 4th, 1930, was alleged to come to this North America and create what is now known as the Nation of Islam in Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, right now, being in the United States, one of the largest per capita Muslim cities, or Arab cities, in the country. Arab, I would say. It's definitely a top country. A top city for Islam within side of the country, ranking right alongside of Philadelphia, which who knows which one is one and which one is two. Very Islamicized places. But saying that though, it's interesting that it would be on the 4th of July, what is known as the Independence Day, and in the United States. This is known as Independence Day today. We really, as an African here in America, we have very little to be in celebratory form about on what is known as Independence Day. For we were not independent on that day, but very much dependent upon our livelihood by the Euro Tamahu, due to the pressure that he had placed upon us. So we were not in the modest of celebrating freedom or alleged freedom won from, the United Kingdom. We were not part of that deal. We were not allegedly let free until almost 100 years later in this country. So I've always wondered how our people come along and say that they're celebrating this thing. There's so much to it. But we just hold on and give me one moment, and we wait for our guests to come in on this timely question, man. know what's going on. Tell me, I hope y'all out there. You know, don't tell me y'all out there at the barbecue too so long that y'all can't, you know, break away from barbecue to get to the show and do what you got to do. And so I'll just lay out some of my format on why I don't agree with the evolution. Why it's not only disagreeable but unrealistic in my eye. And I don't want to give all that out until our esteemed guest from the Island Rock Squad show up. Waiting for some of my co-hosts to call, man. Anyway, we running a little bit late right now tonight. Don't worry, don't nothing. We will have the show on the road. So just give me a 2-minute pause right now, and we'll be right back in. Well, trying to get our station identification together, but my music not working. Can't get our theme music in for tonight. It's not dropping in. And I guess a little bit late running in, so I don't, I can't hold no man only for to what they gonna do. So we just wait for that to pop off real quick. Let me see here. Make sure everything's correct. Let me see what it says right here. It says this is my brother. This is brother Calls out there.
Yeah, Black Power, brother boy.
Black Power, brother Calls. What's going on out there tonight, Tommy?
Not much. Just getting on the lines, getting set up. Trying to sign into the chat room and everything. How you?
Oh, man, I'm doing all right, man. You know, in the middle of the city, it sounds like the war zone out here.
Yeah, no doubt. Boom, boom, pow.
Yeah, you know, it's the 4th of July. Earlier, I was it was very interesting that on the 4th of July is also like a national holiday for the Nation of Islam.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is actually Independence Day in the Nation of Islam. It's actually Independence Day. It's the same, you know, the Nation of Islam is celebrated on the same day as the United States.
That's wild.
Yeah, July 4th, 1930. Yeah, I put it in the Google, and I back home just to hit people's head real quick about something. But as I said, we waiting for our esteemed guests to have they self in. We don't want this to be part two of the when they're supposed to came through for Meta. We don't want to run there hiding from the crew, baby. You know what we do over here. You know what I'm saying? The question's going to be hard. It's tough. They're going to be average. They're going to be African first, second, and third. So we're just waiting for our esteemed guests to line on up and come on and pop the lines open for a second or two to get everything correct. Nah, that's what we're doing right now. We wait for our guests to come on in. But, we got several good questions about this thing. And what I'm going to do, though, family, this is how I'm going to do it, brother calls. I'm going to let everybody get to ask their questions, right? But for the first couple minutes, though, man, I'm going to have Ngozi just explain this thing. You know what I'm saying? Just get him just to chop it up and explain this shit to us. You know what I mean? Oh, Lord, man. Here we go with the Daily Stormer. Crackers come in, drop some bullshit. Order the I see Lex Vortex out there, but waiting for this shit waiting for these niggas to get in here, man. They running late to the motherfucker. It's 4th of July live. I said niggas might be eating them hamburgers and hot dogs right now. Yeah, man. We out there on them burgers and dogs right now, man. Ready up. So I don't know, I'm scared, man. I just want niggas to come in and explain some stuff to me, man. And then from there I can start to really ask some questions. But I'm not really even, my premise. I got a different way on this tonight on this thing, man. I got a different way. I ain't trying to catch you up. I just want to explain it. Just explain it all the way through so I can understand exactly what you're saying. And that's how it's going. We're on the hunt for truth, and we hunting for truth in the African paradigm. That's the whole thing. The whole part of it. What time? Just make sure that it is through the African paradigm. Now you cannot put it through the Euro mind state and give it to me. Think that I'm supposed to be okay with that. I'm not agreeable with Eurocentric codified information. Meaning that I don't like for it to be regurgitated to me in the same mannerism that you received it. I like African understanding. I like for you to get the information, synthesize it to your African mind, and then give it back to me with an African understanding on it. But, most times we don't get that happening. Most times we get people popping off out the mouth. They only recite exactly what the book say. If the book don't say it, it means nothing. We run around with that type of thing, and we not really agreeable with that. Let me see something real quick. That's my Black Power. That's Sister Camille out there.
Black Power, BB48, King.
BB48, what's going on, Queen?
In the state of mourning, Black Power.
That's all right. I was just touching on that a little bit. Just opening up, like I said, we want to touch this evolution thing tonight. See what, see exactly what's real, what's not. Want the Team Osiris boys to come on in and explain some things to the family. Then we'll open it up for all the family to go ahead and hit them with some questions and things of that nature. But I just got the particulars that I need explained thoroughly for me to go along with this. You know what I mean? Because I'm really not understanding of the process whereabout evolution comes about. Oh man. So that's what's going on. And with you, what's happening with you?
Just sharing information with the family that I interacted with for a little bit today, this evening, in all honesty, about why I was dressed in all black and what this means to me, and how I'm carrying forth from this day forth when it comes to July 4th, that it will be a day of mourning and remembrance and adoration for our ancestors that went through the Mayafa.
I say. Yes, indeed. And we was out with our red, black, and greens, how hard.
I got my red, black, and green goddess mother necklace on. That was the only other colors that are going to be permitted, because, again, I'm offended to just recently find out how there was no such thing as a revolutionary war having anything to do with taxation and representation, as you said. You just went on to it. And to realize that, we were told this lie that this whole thing was about keeping our people in bondage for almost another 100 years. So now that I have that information, I cannot, in good conscience, continue on with the filthy cracker beast lie.
I say. That was some excellent research. Who threw that in there? I just seen that. Which one of the brothers put that inside? Did someone put that inside our group?
Well, I know Brother Cause posted a video of the great African mind, Gerald Horn. And I'm speaking on his work. I put in our Google Plus joint the interview where he was dealing with his research on this, and the book, again, is entitled, I'm just going to give you part of it. You can find this just off of this, Counter-Revolution of 1776. And it just really brings to light, how we have a right to question anything that is put in front of us. From the cracker beast, regardless if they got letters behind their name or not. It's our duty. We've been lied to left and right in this goddamn classroom. And the sick shit about it is that, the lie to me is so insidious when you are going to this history, because you got the children of the people that you kept in slavery and chattel enslavement for almost another 100 years, but celebrating it's a holiday to celebrate the old cracker beast families that are still filthy rich off of our horrors of horrors. It's their day to celebrate because they still sitting on that goddamn money. But to teach me and our babies and us that this was a day where, they were tired of being oppressed by their cracker beast mama, England, and they were hitting them with taxes. To tell that kind of fucking lie when you know that it was a counter-revolution because y'all motherfuckers over here was afraid that your cracker beast mama and she was planning on arming our ancestors to overthrow this shit, not because the cracker beast bitch cared, but because her filthy, ruthless children was making more money than they was making. Because, see, the mother colonies were getting whooped the fuck up by our ancestors, okay? Mm-hmm. And so it's horrible to think that we've all been taught this lie, So we got a right to question everything.
Every goddamn thing. You ain't told no lie about that. We got a right to question everything. And see, you saying that, that bring a little bit more credibility to when I hear the story about the Freemasons, about the black Freemasons, right? Getting that charter from England. You know what I'm saying? And that would be, what I was hearing was that they was building a tie because the American Masons wouldn't have no parts of them. So they went over there to build ties and to get chartered, and part of the charter was it would be a camaraderie. You know what I'm saying? They was going to build a camaraderie, and through that camaraderie, I could see the overtake of the colonies here through that camaraderie, arming their brothers, Because once they brothers up under the masonry, that's a different type of brotherhood. They dealing with a certain type of oath and stuff. And even though they'll still see them as black, they'll still have a certain type of fraternal tie where they'll use that, you know what I'm saying, in order for them to come up.
And the thing is, it was timing. You know, the Cracker Beast here struck before the Cracker Beast mama could implement arming our men here in a sufficient number to bring it to them, you know, because they knew they couldn't control this colony. They call it merchants, and it ties back to the glorious revolution of 1688. You know, when you're looking at this history, and you know, Dr. Clark and I was so right. You know, the more you go into it, the more you will find connections and patterns. Okay, and it's that shit from 1688 which gives forth the Bill of Rights in England, which says merchants, but they were really slaveholders. You feel me? And we can bring in the Cracker Beast Jew too, because let's remember they started coming here. The first group, because there's three of them, right? Three groups, right? So the Sephardics started coming over here 1650 now, getting that money off of our enslavement. Right? But they still had to go through the Royal African Company. After the glorious revolution, and it's glorious to those savage Cracker Beasts on this side of the Atlantic, really, because those that went back to initiate that shit in England, you know, it for the first time took the power away from the monarch and allowed the merchants to come up in terms of power, and it also took away the exclusive hold of the Cracker Beast mama, England, via the Royal African Company of kidnapping us, okay, and allowed it to now occur in astronomical numbers. Allowed ships to come from here, you know, be built from here, come from here, and they went buck full on our continent, kidnapping it and stealing us at record numbers after that 1868 revolution, which spawned the Bill of Rights, which was used to formulate the Bill of Rights here. Disgusting.
And you know, and you saying that this should just get me pissed off more and more the more I hear these Negroes out here. They just popping this shit off. They just as happy as slaves on the goddamn slave camp. I mean,
but you know, King, it's not their fault, though. You know what I mean? Because they were educated by their oppressors, who are filthy fucking liars.
No, that's what I said. That is as happy as a slave on a slave camp. Because only, you know, it's the mind state of our people whooped up by this goddamn crackers who just and you know, you just to sit there and that's the reason why we can't trust shit that they say, because this is the curriculum that they give us. See, this is what we be talking about when we question a motherfucking science. It's the empirical data. It is the curriculum that they're giving to us that we have to question, because the curriculum is built upon racism, white supremacy. It's built in order to keep a certain group in power. Even if you don't want to, and I don't give a fuck, I'm going to say racism, white supremacy, but if you don't want to say that shit, you still can see that the fucking system is set up to keep only a certain top motherfucking group in order. So what the fuck are you supposed to call that? When there's only white people up there. So that's my problem with everything that I see ever come to a textbook. It has to be questioned. I don't give a fuck when you're saying 1 + 1 = 2. Who wrote that book? Hardcore Braced and Jehovah's? Let me see that shit. Let's check that again.
Okay, Ashe, because guess what? We know that 1 + 1 don't equal 2 when we're dealing with what? Creation, right? When we're dealing with life forms, right? When we're dealing with chemical equations, it really don't. You know, you and your queen came together, 1 + 1, and you procreated and made a third. Y'all ain't got 2 now in the house, right? It's 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we take water, right, and add cold temperatures, don't it give us a third property?
Mm-hmm.
Ice, right?
True indeed.
So, okay.
Well,
3 distinct properties.
And this is why you can't trust them. You can't trust them. They ain't thinking African. Their mind ain't African. Man, they could never be able to give us this information in a way that we can understand. They'll never give us this shit proper. Evolution is real science. They come from Africa. We got guest 11. Guest 11. You might well call in and take the place of the other squad until they get here. If you think evolution is real science and they come from Africa, please, I'm willing to let you explain this to me. That's what I was going to try to get Ngozi and them to do. It seems like they late calling in, but please call on in. I see you will stay in the chat room. Don't stay in the chat room talking about evolution is real science coming from Africa. The goddamn lie. Is you can prove it. Yeah, man. It don't fly. It don't stand the test of time. And I got plenty. I don't know, man. I don't know if Ngozi showing up or what, man. People, man, you know what time it is, Order of the Black Dragon. You know, man, over here on the Slaughterhouse Saturday, man, feet on the ground, cats get a little shooky shook. You know they get a little timid around the collars and things of that nature. You know, we ain't the regular scholars. We're a bunch of unconscious niggas over here. We a bunch of wild niggas over here. So
okay, straight from the project.
Straight from the project. We just a bunch of wild hood niggas over here. So we gonna ask wild hood niggas questions. We ain't gonna pretend to you like we all super smart. Nigga, I'm slow. Explain this to me, man. Slow. Well, you know, we'll give them a little bit of time to come on in, and if not, we'll let guest 11 come on in. If not, then we'll just open it up and just let people get busy. Just don't reject education. It is all ours. Guest 11, we ain't talking about education. We talking about evolution. Don't try to, this is what they do, too. They try to red herring us off and be like, yo, listen, though, how y'all don't accept education? When a person say we only accept evolution, they say we ain't accepting education. We ain't accepting science. We don't believe science. It ain't science that what the hell we looking for. No, look, evolution is not real. If you tell us how evolution is real, I would. You want me open? You want me to open up your line? No, there ain't no if evolution is not real, then how did things come about? I don't know how they came about. I ain't got all the information yet. But y'all the niggas who already know. So you tell me how this shit popped up. I just know what you saying don't add up. So I'm going to still keep looking. So now you going to come in, I'm going to open up your line. Let me see. The white man is giving us the truth in white face. I don't know. And the African perspective, we've always been here. The Africans say, from all the Africans, I'm going to tell you this, right? Whoever say, yo, what's the African perspective? And I'm saying from the Africans that I speak to who from the continent, they tell me that that inside their villages where they live at, and you know what I'm saying, they say that they always been here. They don't know no time when they haven't been here like they are. So I'm going with that. We've been here as long as we've been here, exactly like we are, and I base that upon the other species of animals that I see that have been here for 50 million years, 30 million years, 100 million years. We see animals that have lived that long in the same environment that they are living now, which shows and proves that if their environment then was acceptable for them to live with the same type of anatomy that they have now, then that environment was also capable of holding human life too. But it couldn't hold, because how can it hold their life now? They'd be dead off. So I got to say that we've been here as long as we've been here. I can't tell you when we got here. Can't tell you when. Not at all, man. I wouldn't try. You know, and so everything appeared at once, fully made. That's what your evolution, that's what the fossil records say. That's what the fossil records say. The fossil records say during the Cambrian period, everything popped up all at once, 534 million years ago. Almost every single body shape for animals that we see today, almost every single phylum popped up at one time, 534 million years ago. And I'm going to tell you, I listened to a biologist speak on how all these life forms came together. He said if you put the time span of the whole world on a 24-hour clock dial, he said you would get all the way up to the 21st hour before you see living species, like living animal species. He said, and during that 21st hour, within a 2-minute time span, almost every type of animal species that you could never imagine show up. So how is this evolution? If all these shit show up at one time, you don't see, there's no gradual, like even something that is such as the starfish. We don't see a gradual evolutionary stage of a primordial starfish, then the next starfish. We don't see any primordial type of species. We don't see primordial trilobites. We don't see any of these things in a primordial form, a form that they were before they evolved into what they are in the Cambrian period. So with that being said, I would say that shit is thrown right out the window, evolution thrown right out the window with that right there, because all the forms showed up all at once without any evidence or anything else other than that. And no paleontologist worth his salt would say anything other than that. They're not even looking for fossils. Actually, paleontologists aren't even looking for fossils of transitional species. They said we refuse to look for them. It don't exist. They said we look for them long enough. Shit don't exist, man. We don't look for that. And I'm saying that because after this show, I was planning on, I had got into the talks with a couple of professors over here at Yale, and I was thinking about bringing one in. So, soon as, I'm in talks with them. It might be a camel hoop, and I have to apologize to the family ahead of time if it got to be the camel hoop coming in here from Yale. But I would say this. The camel who might be the only person that these Negroes don't listen to. It's going to have to be a cracker that tell them that's bullshit. Shit just don't work. Because if anybody black say, they're going to say it comes through it's Afrocentric. This is me. They just don't agree because they black. They don't want to agree that they from us. People pull that shit on. So we might have to get the good white scholars to come in and tell these niggas what time it is. I had to get the cracker beef to come in. I had to get the cracker beef to come in and talk about this beast work. Because, niggas like, this beast work right here coming from monkeys and shit like this. This is the whole animal talk. We don't got time for that shit. But I planned on, I planned on really, getting it in tonight, man. I don't know what's happening. Guest 11, won't you come on in here, man? Come on in here and give us this work, man.
Guest 11 could be a plan.
Yeah.
I ain't got time for the bullshit.
Come get this work, man.
If you're not coming on, then don't, just keep it 100. We keep it moving. It's all good. It's all raw. Correction.
It's all right. It's all right. Even the questions of the Cambrian period, I would like for someone to deal with that. Nobody even want to deal with that. Y'all in the chat room. I see you in the chat room too, right?
Well, listen, they cracker beast, lying ass father. Darwin didn't want to deal with it. It was a problem for him.
Yep. Right.
Okay. He died with that problem.
Nah. See, that's a logical fallacy, too. That's a logical fallacy. This is one of these logical fallacies that people use. That, listen, you can't disagree with something unless you can tell me the other side of it is how it's done. No, I can disagree and say, you know what, I really don't know, per the goddamn information that I have, how this came about. But going along with your information is definitely unsound and unprovable. Just because I can't find a way, just because I don't know the exact way, don't mean that your way right. See, motherfuckers argue like that. Like, oh, my way got to be right because you don't know the right way. No, if I can sit back and say, look, I don't know right now which way is right, but I can look at your plan and say, nah, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work. I'm going to make a comparison. That's like a nigga making a plan. Look, man, we're going to rob the armored bank. We're going to rob the armored truck. I'm like, all right, we're going to rob the armored truck. When you want to do this? We want to wait till it get right there at the light in front of the police station. Then we going to roll up on it with guns a-blazing and rob the armored truck. And I'm like, nah, but I don't think that shit's going to work. I don't think that don't sound sound to me. Well, how should we do it? Now, I don't know right now, but that shit right there don't sound sound. But, man, don't tell me don't do it like this if you ain't telling me another way to do it. Nigga, that's not a fucking proper argument, man. Your way's still stupid, no matter what. You know what I mean? Even when we argue on them type, and they want to keep doing that type of privilege, your way, that shit just don't make sense. And I ain't even going to say stupid. I'm going to say it don't make sense, not logical, and due to biochemical reaction. And y'all always got to start at the chemical, and always got to tell me, y'all motherfuckers be talking about God and all that shit. I believe in the supreme energy, man. I came from my ancestors who came from their ancestors who came from their ancestors who came from their ancestors. We always existed. See, I don't go with it was a point in time that we didn't exist. I don't go with that because I haven't found that. I haven't found that yet. So when I find that, then I'm going to have to come to that stumbling block when we were not conscious. But as long as the Africans say that we was always conscious, and at some point in time that we might not even been conscious here, we might have been conscious somewhere else, according to the legends from the Dogons. So I'm not going to allow you to stick me in this paradigm of ape man from 200,000 years ago. Now where y'all at? Let's see what's going on here. Let me see what's happening. Let me see if this family right here, Black Power.
Yeah, Black African Power, yo.
Black African Power. Here we go. What's going on tonight, family?
I see y'all in there making up shit.
Oh, Lord, we here making up shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, sir.
You're making up shit.
Doggone legend is the whole motherfucking truth. Get that, man. Stop.
We making up shit. I ain't making up
shit, yo. See, man.
Hold on.
Come on, man.
Like I said, man, I ain't going to tell y'all where we came from because I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to go with I don't know. But tonight, we want to find out how this thing works. How this evolution thing works. We talking about two parts. There's two pieces that me personally, I'm looking to try to understand. The first piece is the origin of life in general. The first part of this evolution.
I couldn't help you with that because that ain't got nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah. Now that's the first part. The first part of the evolutionary theory. That's my first part that I don't understand.
But now, hold on, listen to me, boy. They ain't got nothing to do with evolution, dog.
Oh, Lord.
I ain't trying to be funny, yo, but that's what everybody say. That's because they don't understand what evolution is. Got nothing to do with the origin of life. I challenge you to find that. You'll find pseudos saying that, yo. That's just for the record, yo. And that's a mistake everybody makes. And they're going to make that at the conference.
It's the origin of species, right? I'm gonna make sure. Let me give me a nice quote.
Man, that might have been some shit Darwin wrote, but that ain't got nothing to do with the evolutionary theory.
All right.
Yep. Not at all.
Let me pull this up correct. Let me pull it up correct so I can make sure that I say correctly. Well, we want to get to
biology is not concerned with the origin of life. Biology is concerned with life after it get here, yo. I'm trying to tell you. Yep. Ain't got nothing to do with life coming from inanimate objects and all that shit niggas be talking. They just stupid.
Okay, so what are y'all dealing with? Y'all dealing with the theory of evolution, right?
Yeah, that ain't got nothing to do with the origin of life at all.
No, I want to understand the theory of the evolution. Yeah. Where did this theory of evolution come from that y'all dealing with?
Africa.
So the theory of evolution, right, comes from the motherland. That's what you learned. So
we would prove that at the conference without a shadow of a doubt.
Hold on 1 second, Sister Camille.
Okay,
hold on 1 second, Sister Camille. I got a question. Hold on. Right now, in the mannerism, because normally, right, when I'm looking up the theory of evolution, it normally ciphers me right through the Darwinian evolutionary theory. So I'm gonna ask this question right now for me and the audience.
I don't know about Darwin. Darwin is no such thing as Darwinian theory. I don't know what that is. That ain't
listen. No, I'm saying listen. It send me through Darwin's theory.
Right, but then who cares about Darwin's theory? Who cares about Darwin's theory?
Darwin's theory? Oh, there's no.
Get what I'm saying. No. Get.
No,
I need to hold it.
Finish my question. No, hold on. Oh, let me finish my question then, because you're going to send me to somewhere else. My question ain't got anything.
No, I'm not trying to take you nowhere else. You're probably taking me wrong. I'm trying to say that Darwin is not in peer review work, yo. That's just people, using Darwin theory now. But there's no peer review on Darwin theory. No such thing. Now, theory of evolution takes into account the ideas that Darwin came up with. That's something different.
Now, listen, hold on. Listen what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. Can you send me right now, and the rest of the people in the audience, to a link or something of that nature? We can get the theory of evolution that the Team Osiris is running by, so we can have a clear definition.
We're running by the modern day science theory of evolution that takes into account the information that Darwin was coming with. But that's
okay. So he's corrected. Okay.
No, it's not called a Darwin. No. Listen, Darwin never even seen a fossil. Meaning he never seen a hominid. They wasn't discovered till after his death. Darwin never knew about DNA.
He knew about the Cambrian period. He knew only about a certain type of fossil stuff that had popped up. He only knew about early different type of things. But this is what I'm saying. I just wanted for the people and for myself. I want to be able to go somewhere and be able to look at a direct inference of what this evolutionary theory is.
Hold on for a minute, Born.
Yeah.
He had ideas about the origin of the coral reef, yo, that end up being true. That's his greatest accomplishment.
Yeah, I'm saying, listen what I'm saying, though. I don't even care about the Darwin thing right this moment. But no, listen what I'm saying. I'm saying that you look. You stated to me that Darwin's theory, or the work that Darwin put out that people furthered into today's evolutionary theory that is of today. Where can I go and get a clear definition of the one that you guys from the Team Osiris will be utilizing for August 2nd? I want to get something that I can say, well, no, exactly what they're talking about. So then I won't be all over the place.
Okay, just go to Joe.
Huh? This shit breaking up. This shit breaking up.
All that shit. All right.
This shit up. Yo, your phone breaking up real bad.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
All right.
Now, you said to do what? Where will I find? Should I look at it through livescience.com? Where should I look? Should I go to the?
Go there, yo. Go to anywhere, yo. Darwin.
No, that's what I'm saying. Every time I go there, they always mention Darwin within side of it.
Let's just easy. Look, he figured that. I won't study. You got, man, I promise you, this conference, yo,
you got the worst phone connection ever right now, man. What's going on, man? Your shit is going crazy right now. Yeah, you in and out right now. It's actually going good right now, huh? Every couple of seconds, you dialing in and out, so we really can't really get clear what you're saying. Because like I said, I only got some questions, man. I got questions that I'm just trying to get clarified so I can look into this a little stronger and see where y'all coming from. Because as you said, if it's an African evolution, I want to get exactly the exact definition that you're using for evolutionary theory, and also the exact place that I can go to find the African like thing that coincides with what you're coming from the academic field or contemporary academia.
Yeah. You can do.
Hello.
Hold on, I'm gonna go outside.
All right, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, man, your joint messing up, going crazy, man. It ain't sounding good at all.
I can fix that.
It ain't sounding too good at all, man. We don't know what's going on, but hopefully we get this cleared up, son.
Well, I got you.
All right, there we go.
I can get you along. I'm going. I got.
What? Nah, man. This shit is.
You hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you a little bit better, but it's still. That's what that shit sound like. Yeah. That's just. Give it. I mean, man. Man. Yeah, that ain't too good right now, brother. You might have to call. You might have to hang up and call back in or something, man. I don't know what's going on with your line. It's definitely not. It's sounding real nasty right now. Your line's sounding real nasty. So you might have to hang up and call back in and see how it worked for me. We'll see how that thing work out. Unless that's just me. But Sister Camille, are you hearing this line the same mannerism that I'm hearing it?
Ashe.
All right. Hold on. Let me see if this Ngozi right here. Let me see. Black Power.
Peace. Black African Power. This is Brother Jassy Ngozi. What's happening, yo?
Peace. What's going on, Brother Ngozi?
Hey, better known as Savior Allah. I deal with the lessons too. What's good, yo? What's good?
We just relaxing that right now, man. We glad to have you in. Because maybe some of my questions will go off better with you than with because they were dealing with more some different chemical type of things and not archaeological at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So, we just, and one of the things, Brother Ngozi, this is one of the things that we want to get clear first, right?
Okay.
Is I like to get a definition that the Team Osiris is using for what is the theory of evolution. Because when I look it up online, there's a lot of different places that I can look it up. And all of them are not the same. A lot of them speak on Darwin, and I was speaking to Unc, and he was just saying, Darwin really is not the one who has put this thing together like that. That nowadays there's a lot of other scientists and shit who have pretty much made way in this field. So I just want to know, is there somewhere that I can go and just get a basic definition of what the theory of evolution is, so I would know exactly where you guys are coming from with this?
The theory of evolution, or evolution, the idea of evolution has been going on for thousands of years. You got a deity in Kemet that represents evolution, and that's Kepera. But outside of that, we have to understand that Darwin, who got a lot from, who was also a guy named Wallace, we have to understand if you follow him back in time, he didn't come up with this on his own. He understood change and transformation, or how different species can diversify through time, right? We have to also deal with the ancient Arabs that was in Baghdad who was dealing with evolution. And I'm not just talking about al-Jahiz, and I can't give a lot of stuff out there, but people talked about this accumulatively through time. So, and it doesn't stop with Darwin. It even goes further into modern science when people start studying more things that they can see. If you would ask me right now, where is there proof of transitional species? I can answer it. It's quite simple. You can see transitional species changing in ants, plants, and certain types of worms. You can see this. You know what I'm saying? This goes on at a macro level. And now, when I know for a fact that microevolution is a fact, but it goes on a macro level. So what I'm saying is that if you study it, you look up evolutionary theory, even though they might say something that's similar, different, the basic tenet of evolution is the same. Change. And then you deal with the process of it, which is natural selection. So what I'm saying is it's basically adaptation or adjustment. Even when you deal with Khnum, people talk about him fashioning people on a potter's wheel, symbolically or metaphorically speaking. But Khnum is molding every day. Khnum represents natural selection. Things are being formed and things are being adjusted all the goddamn time. And whatever things that are capable of surviving in the process of the adaptation of life, or what science is referred to as adaptive radiation, it adjusts to it. It is capable of doing it. It has nothing to do with being changing for the better or changing for the worse. That's the pseudoism or the pseudo. Let me just say this. This is your show, so I can't cut you off. Go ahead.
Nah, I just know. I wanted to, you know what I'm saying, right? I'm glad you laid that explanation down for us. And this is what the people hear it. The people hear exactly what you're saying. And the reason why I'm asking this question like this is because it's people have listened to they've listened to y'all listened to you debate about these certain subjects. They've listened to the shows and they've heard, you know, and people are looking. And so that's why I was just saying if there was a certain site or somewhere that you would say that, look, you know, I'm good with what this site right here says, or I'm good with where if you went to, you know, whatever site in the mannerism that they explain the evolutionary theory, I'm good with that. So then we can have people be able to go somewhere and at least be able to sit down with a good source from your team and have that with them when they're talking about or dealing with this theory of evolution. So people won't just be off asking questions or thinking that you're speaking of something and it's not really that.
Correct. Well, there's a lot of sites you can go to and look up the theory of evolution outside of just the basic definition. If you look it up, you'll learn about it. You can see it. But you can go to Live Science and look up the theory of evolution. It's a whole lot of, if you just type up a theory of evolution and you just look into it, most of them always say the same thing, even though, as I stated, they say similar things is different. But the main tenet of it is basically the same. And it doesn't mean, Brother Inky said some pseudo shit, it means to get better or to get worse. Evolutionary theory doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean it at all. It doesn't have nothing to do with something getting better or something getting worse. He said that mutations was a symbol of devolution. That's not true. That's pseudo. You look up mutations and you can see what's going on. You get what I'm saying, brother?
You know, I heard the debate with you and Inky. You know what I'm saying? I think that, you know, I don't want to get into some of the points that he made. I don't want to rehash some of the stuff that he laid out because, you know, some of the points I think that he was getting at. I think that he was, you know, he asked a couple of good questions. You know what I mean? But my thing, we got a couple other things going on where we just want to get a basic understanding of how this thing of an evolutionary theory. Just said that this has nothing to do with the beginning of life.
No. Evolutionary theory is a process that goes on through the stages of life. It has nothing to do with how, which is, again, I don't think he made good points. If a person got a scientific ear, he don't know shit. He knows how to mimic things from what he's studying in libraries about horizontal gene transference and vertical gene transference. That's not nothing. You can look that up. He doesn't know anything. I was getting hit with most of the questions, and they were all being answered. The most complex thing that he asks, and any scientist cannot answer it, is he asked a question. He said, how did inanimate substance become animate? That has nothing to do with evolution. That has nothing to do, not even the topic of abiogenesis has nothing to do with evolution. Evolution is a process that goes on through stages of life. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't worry about how did life come into being. That's something totally different. So that's what I'm trying to say. Until people understand what they're debating, this is why, if you listen to the debate that I had with him, I'm glad that he asked all those questions so the general public that has a scientific ear can hear that he doesn't know shit. Because he wasn't even talking about evolution at all. He tried to hit me with definitions, what do certain terms mean, and I had Brother Polite, which I played chess with him, read every fucking thing that he said that he didn't even know. He said evolution means to get better. And then when Polite read it, it wasn't that. He doesn't know nothing. His point was pointless. And so what I'm saying is that we have to be more specific when we ask questions. You can ask all the questions in the world, but where does it come in where does the topic come in when we're talking about evolution? I can ask you questions all day, but evolution is a natural process that goes on through stages of life. has nothing to do with how inanimate substances become animate. It doesn't have nothing to do with that. That's your cosmic twist. And then when you want to ask that question, scientists can't even really answer that question, but we can tell you about snubs. We can tell you about elements, and we know that chemistry makes way for biology. You get what I'm saying? And before chemistry, you got to deal with the atomic structures, and that's when astronomy comes in. You get what I'm saying? And as Neil deGrasse Tyson said, we're connected to the universe atomically. You are made of atoms, right? You're connected to the earth chemically because you're made of chemicals, and we're connected to one another biologically because you are organism. Bio means organism. Ology means study of. So we can't get into how amino acids become a chain of amino acids and become proteins and all that other shit because that's basic biology, as I stated. You cannot debate evolution and then try to debate it against and say you're not dealing with it, but then you say certain tenets that you learn in microevolution when it comes to basic biology, the study of organisms, the way organisms function. You get what I'm saying? That's pseudo. And when you look at the proteins or the amino acids, you have to get into the major components of those proteins or amino acids. And I brought up carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur. But the major components of what we refer to as amino acids is something totally different because three of those major functions of amino acids is hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, which is a gas. So now we got to understand what the hell is going on to cause these chemical reactions. So don't ask dumb questions. I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about people. Don't ask stupid-ass questions like what is a protein when the human body only makes up 20% of the proteins when you're dealing with proteins. And then you got to deal with 12 by 8 to see what. Go ahead, God.
No, I was saying Inky. We don't get Inky too much. You know, Inky a minister. We don't give minister too much. You know what I mean? Credit for what anything he come up with because he's still dealing with Bible madness. So you know, still dealing with Bible. We just look. We get a nigga a little slight eye. If you say something, a broke clock right twice out the day. So we give that to a nigga who got the Bible with him. Absolutely. I got a couple of questions, and then we got a couple of people on the line who want to just ask some questions. Because, like I said, man, tonight is not my night where I'm trying to debunk the evolutionary theory. I just got questions about certain processes and certain things during the time period. And now,
hey, God, go ahead. I wanted to say something to you, and I want you to, because I listen to you a lot, bro, and you got knowledge yourself, and you seem reasonable, and you have a scientific ear. And I just want to say this. When we say great apes, because I want people to understand me, because a lot of our people in the conscious community are upset with that word great ape or primate, right? Human beings do not come from monkeys, brother. Let's get that correct. We don't come from monkeys. We are a type of great ape. And the type of great ape that we are is Homo sapiens sapiens. We're not gorillas. We're not chimpanzees. We're not orangutans. Or we are not the bonobo chimps. We are Homo sapiens sapiens. Our genius starts around 2.5 million years ago. The earliest being Homo habilis, right, which is handyman. In between that, you had different variants, or predecessors of the human species, like Australopithecus afarensis. None of those species was gorillas, chimps, or orangutans. But I can prove to you why we are great apes and why we're classified as great apes. You get what I'm saying?
And you saying that, right? A little bit later, you're going to have to give us that information on how we are great apes. Because I see some things that we could say are similarities between our physical structures and that of the ape. I see some similarities in structure. I do see that I could, that I would not agree with.
We got different types of apes, God. We have different types of apes. We just a type of great ape. Human beings, what makes us unique is our cerebral cortex, which is gray matter.
I'm not going to dispute that right now. I'm just saying I'll wait until we got a couple minutes to get into it. And I just want, and I don't know if maybe you or Unc will be more equipped with this question. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Let me see if Unc called back in because he had to hang up and call back in because his line was real nasty.
Okay.
His line was real nasty. So let me see if I can get him back in here real quick. Because I have some questions. Let me see. Oh, there you go. Let me see if his line is clear. Like, wow, brother.
Yeah, I'm here, man. And Ngozi, man, go ahead. Hey, man, I'm enjoying that lesson you throwing down, Ngozi, man. I'm just trying. Hey, man, it's just going to take time for the people to get that shit going. It's going to take time. I'm clear now, right?
Yeah. You sound a whole lot clearer right now.
You know what, Born? And I promise you, yo, and everybody listening, I stood in the same position that y'all stood in. Everybody on your show, I was in the same mindset. And it just takes time, man. It takes time to do. See, when you think you got out of religion and you're doing all African shit, you don't run head on to it till you get to evolution. And that's when it tests if you religious or not, yo. I promise you. That is the only test to know whether you still religious or not.
All right.
If you can understand and comprehend evolution.
I'm gonna say that. But I'm gonna say this right there. Like when you say that,
I promise
you know that's a two-way street. See, religion and science is a two-way street. Science is like religion nowadays. Some people utilize science as like a religion. So we fail to see whether or not a person religious.
And you're right. That's what Inky and them do. But I'm talking about the science that was dropped by the Nile Valley Africans that later on ended up in Greece, that later on ended up in Rome, that later on ended up in amongst the Arabs, amongst the Christians, that later on ended up in the United goddamn States of America, nigga. I'm talking about that time where everything must be tested and proven and verified over and over again, and it must be falsifiable. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's
no
the shit
doubt.
that Valley gave everybody, yo. And that's the shit that niggas, you realize right there, if you think it's a God, if you think humans popped up fully human or not, that's when it tests if you truly
I'm not about to go into whether or not we popped up. Like I said, I'm going with. I don't know. Hold on, listen. I'm just saying. I'm going along with. I don't know right now. I'm gonna go along with. I don't know right now. See, because that's the best thing.
What is that? What is that?
Information. When you don't got all the information, you say I don't know right now, and you ask questions to find out. So
what is
the sister here,
the great queen.
Yeah, she's gonna go right in. I just wanted to ask this question.
That's the one that throw the right hand leads and the uppercuts to the body blows on the show right here.
Not this
queen, yo. Queen mother.
Just tell me, y'all ain't heard. I'm going nice. Let me go nice because I just want to get some of this nice stuff out the way. Some of this nice questions.
No, y'all just need to go straight forward. Y'all gonna lose every time because you can't be African.
Listen, I ain't coming to win. I ain't coming to win right now. I ain't coming to win. I'm coming to ask some questions.
You ain't gonna win. I ain't never seen nobody defeat
I'm about the origin.
Yeah.
Now listen, you good with the fossils, right? You good with the archaeology, right?
I'm good. Yeah.
Now
nice
I'm looking at the origin of the Cambrian creatures. I'm looking at
you don't mess up right there too. That's a falsity. Creation myth. It couldn't have been that diversified that fast based off the Cambrian extinction. Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on, listen.
Well, go ahead.
Hold up. Listen. I want you to explain to listen, right? I just wanted to understand, look, the origin of the Cambrian creatures and the Precambrian period where the embryos were found in Precambrian period, but there were no Precambrian like origins of the creatures that are found in the Cambrian period. There's no original species that turned into those species. So I just want to understand the explosion of the Cambrian period, if you could.
You basically what you're talking about is the period of mass extinction, right or wrong, correct?
Uh-huh.
And when the mass extinction occurs, everything doesn't die, in particular.
Correct.
Now, creationists have perpetuated this myth that it's impossible for the diversity to take place based off of things of what you just said. And I'm saying that's not true. Not even a little bit. That's a myth created by creationists. You talking about some white people shit, that's 100% fake. That's not the truth. So look up the Cambrian period for real, right? Go to some journals and study that. And even if you extend it from that particular period, you'll still see how species and cells start diversifying. Because all we're really talking about is evolution again. And evolution simply attempts to explain life after it gets here, whether it went extinct and popped up again, right? But it clearly tells you what happens to life after it's here. That's the only thing that evolution talks about. So let's talk about that for a moment.
And it came I want to add on the Cambridge explosion is very important. It's a very key component to evolution because evolution is driven by environmental pressures. So when we talk about evolution mixing with environmental pressures, you can clearly see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to climate change. Because there is certain things like protocells that they talk about in the Cambridge explosion when its impact happened. So some things survived and some things didn't. And they also find, and if you look at the more recent things, they find transitional fossils at that stage when they measure the different layers of the after effects of that Cambridge explosion. So if you get a chance, you can look that up, bro. It's a lot of things that's more up to date.
Why don't you tell the family where to go to see that? Because from what I've studied so far, that's not true what you just said, brother.
Oh, well, I mean, that's your opinion.
I need for you, y'all supposed to be educating us. So I need for you to not tell us go look somewhere. Give us exactly what your source so that we can now verify.
All you have to do, sister, because I don't, I'm not going to yell or none of that. But what I'm saying, because I know it's knocking people down and we want to be the first of everything, but that's dead. But what I'm saying, go to Scientific Explosion. I mean, go to, you go to Science Explosion of Cambridge. And there's a whole lot of links up there that's up to date. They can tell you
brother,
how to
pardon me, I don't want to be rude to you, brother, but we want to know what you use. That's what we're getting at here. What books, what links did you go into for you to have the basis of your theory that you're now espousing? That's it. That's mad simple.
I'm going to say it again. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to say it one more time. Go to Species Explosion, Science. All you have to do is go to Species Explosion Science up to date, and it'll show and prove how the Cambridge explosion supports evolution. That's all you got to do. That's what I went to, and that's what helped me understand Cambridge explosion, and it doesn't debunk evolution. That's what supported me. Now, that's if you choose to see it, because a lot of people, black people particularly, and ignorant Christian white people, they don't want to deal with it. They want to keep on the old stuff going because it kills that little sense of hope. So all you have to do, sister, is like I just stated. What you go to is Cambridge Explosion or Species Explosion Science. That's all you got to do. Science. It'll pop up.
And, brother, that's what you use. I'm going to type in now, Cambridge Explosion, right?
Yeah, go to Cambridge.
It's going to take me to some books, right?
Yeah. Go to Cambridge. It'll take you to articles, and it'll take you to certain links that's up to date that show and prove. Or what you can do, sister, if you type in right now, type up how Cambridge explosion supports evolution, and you should get certain links that pop up.
Right. A neo-Darwinist would say something like that, right? Somebody could throw that out there.
I'm being for real now. I'm an African, and I'm not
asking about you. I'm asking about the authors of these works that I'm going to look up right now. That's what I'm saying.
Queen, that's the thing about science. Science is always willing to up-to-date and change when new things are discovered. And this is what I want the world to understand. There is certain gaps in evolution. There is certain gaps in evolution that people that hasn't been discovered yet. That's a fact. But just because it hasn't been discovered does not mean that it debunks anything. That's the problem. Because there are plenty of transitional fossils that they find. It's a whole lot of transitional fossils or transitional species that they find. And I just recently brought up, you can see the transition at a micro level between certain plants, certain insects, and certain types of worms. You can see this, and it proves it. That's all I'm saying.
Family, I just want to say as a lay person, there are also links that you can look up that will give record and testimony how the Cambrian explosion fails to make the theory of evolution, if we're talking about what we all know to be, except for these brothers, coming from the Darwin bullshit, it will show and prove how there is no fossil connection. I just want to throw that out there because, see, my problem is I feel like I'm talking to a magician. The thing about a magician and lay people is that the magician never shares his secrets. That's why the trick works. You know what I'm saying? One second, Nunu. One second. So when somebody asks for a specific for your roadmap, and all you can tell them is to type in this shit, which gonna give you mad links, and not give them any real direction to what you took, that's troubling. That's like the magician.
Okay, but can I ask you a question? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you have a tailbone?
Excuse me?
Do you have a tailbone?
Do I have a coccyx?
Okay, okay, you have a coccyx. You can say that, but do you? But it's
well,
a tailbone, right?
I said it, coccyx.
Okay, well, you have a tailbone. And do you know where the coccyx or the tailbone comes from?
Tell me, brother.
I said that right there is a reminder. That right there is a reminder of that cervical. If you deal with it, that right there is a reminder that shows improved evolution. Just look at the base of your spine. Look at your tailbone. It shows improvement. Have you ever heard of vesical organs?
How does it show improve? Have you
ever heard of vesical organs? Have you ever heard of that?
How does it show? I need for you to, instead of you telling the family it show improvement, do just that. How does it show improvement?
Well,
explain that.
Well, it's a reminder. It's a reminder if you deal with the coccyx. It's a reminder when you deal with certain cords or certain extended tissues or layers that makes it up through microtubules. It clearly shows that in time you had a link to something. Or if you don't even want to deal with that, we can just deal with regular DNA. We can deal with your autosomal DNA or your human leukoantigens. And we can see the similarity between certain percentages. The further you go back in time in the human genome, the more closer you see you are affinity to different types of species. It's a whole lot of things that show and prove how you are what you are and how you became what you are. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things. If I had a drawing board to show and prove, I can give you explanation and data and numbers, and you can see clearly how things transcend and how they become what they become. That's just my motto, and I'm just speaking as a biologist.
All right. Listen, I got a question. I got something simple because I had this question right here on the primitive eye, on the development of eyes. Hello? I don't know. Hold on. Somebody got mad noise in their background. That was Georgia. That's you. You got a lot of noise in your background, man. It's real nasty. You have to clear that up. But my question, right, is on the functional primitive eye, and I'm asking the question on how, they say that the eye was developed over time, and I'm trying to get an understanding of how the eye developed over time. As I said, my number one problem is with the Cambrian period, and I like to understand the development of eyes, because if we're to say that this is an evolutionary process, that means that they were a more primitive eye, and they transitioned to become a more to deal with whatever environment they were in. They had to transition to become better in whatever environment they in. So I would have thought when I looked at eyes that the first functional eyes would be on the most primitive of creatures. So looking into the Cambrian period, you see a lot of creatures with eyes. And one of the things that I noticed during this period was that there were creatures with like eyes that were more like dragonfly. Some of the most articulated and most advanced type of eyes also appeared during this period. So, as someone who was to look into things as an evolutionary process, I had seen in the responses that there was no record of a primitive eye or a creature that had the primitive eye that evolved into a more advanced eye. What I've seen were the most advanced of eyes were there at that point in time. So is there an explanation on how are we having some of the most evolved pieces of anatomy already on the scene during one of the first stages of the evolutionary biological process?
Of course. It went through, time and pressure. And you're correct. When the Cambridge appeared, that's when the eye became more, when those millions of years after the Cambridge effect is when the complex eye formed. It's just like action from single to complexity. When you deal with photosensitive cells or nerve fibers, or what they refer to as photoreceptors, or what they refer to as stumpy nerves, which is responsible for you to receive certain signals through the iris part of the eye, which is the color. You have the macula and you have the retina. you can clearly see at the proto-state of these stages of evolution that it had to go through a long period of time for it to become more complex as it is today with most species.
True.
So to say that, just study, photosensitive cells, or you study, photoreceptors of nerve fibers, and you can see how each one of those stages had proto-stages. Just look into it. The eye, and I'm gonna admit, the eye was a complex thing, and they still go, backwards and forward about, how it formed and how it didn't. But recently, in Scientific Journal or American Journal, they have a more complete explanation of how the eyes form. And all I can say is the article said in layman's terms, time and pressure. Time and pressure can do a whole lot. And it has to have
Now you saying that that's what I was looking at. Like most of the articles that were they were saying peer reviewed and things of that nature were the explanation of the eye was that it was a proto eye and through light hitting a certain type of light hitting these certain cells, and the cells can gel together, and then the eye gets better and better, more advanced over time. And so that's what I've seen. That's what I'm saying. I've seen that, but then when I step away from that information and I look into the archaeological record, what I'm saying is I'm not seeing in the archaeological record that which is stated as how this thing was supposed to happen. But when I look, the archaeological record, they're supposed to state that this is how the eye advanced. And then I should be able to look back into the archaeological record and see those pre-forms. I should be able to see pre-forms, but I see, like I was saying earlier, I see a trilobite. A trilobite at one of the most advanced type of eyes that is known even today. So I haven't seen any pre-trilobite or pre. So I was saying, how did this species evolve this right here? Where are these other creatures at? That's all. And that's how I'm looking at it. I'm just not seeing it in the fossil record.
If you get a chance, go look up pre-trilobites and look up eye spots. Eye spots is what they found in certain types of what they refer to as wasn't even protocells, but certain types of quantities of it wasn't protocells, but before the protocells, after the protocells. You can look up eye spots on certain types of gene variants, and it clearly shows that there were always a sense of a stimulus or a receptor, certain types of receptors that always exist. Even at the core of what we refer to as melanocytes, they have a core of eye spots because it's a receiver or receptor. So if you look into that, they have a lot more up-to-date information as well. And as I stated, when it comes to the eye was a complex thing, and it's still complex because they go backwards and forward. You know what I'm saying? So that's factual.
Now, we spoke earlier, and the question was on transit, and you mentioned transitional fossils just a little while ago. And one of the things that I also noticed about the fossil record that was very interesting is that when I looked for transitional fossils of species of animals, they were very hard for me to find. I've seen some were said to have been debunked, that this is not really a transitional fossil. But the only transitional fossils that I've seen that they could say were solid were the alleged transitional fossils of ape into man, or pre-human, or however you want to categorize it. But the only, it seems like, transitional fossils that were in any type of abundance or that they could be seen were these were only the ape to man type of transitional fossils. So I'm just looking for records of other transitional fossils, or do you find that interesting?
No, they got a lot of before I go in, I think you muted. I think Unk's muted. He's muted accidentally.
I put him back on, but his line was making mad noise. Let me see. I'm gonna open him back up.
I mean, God damn, man. I didn't know you had put me back on, yo. God damn.
Yeah, I put you on, man. Your line was making mad noise in the back.
I didn't know that, man. Hey, Born. You, the sister, and Ngozi, me, we transitional fossils, yo. Challenge me on that, yo. Yeah, we're transitional fossils, yo.
I mean, there's plenty of transitional fossils.
We're transitional species, yo. We're transitional
transitional fossils between a whale and hippopotamus. It's a whole. It's just not human.
Hold on. Let's talk about the fact that us humans on this phone right now are transitional species.
No, I ain't going to listen. We're not going to go with that right there. Whoa, hold up. Let me get this through with Ngozi, then we can get to what you said. Let me get through this with this Ngozi so I can get to,
you claim
I can get to some of these species.
Ain't no transitional species. You're talking to one.
I wasn't listen. No, listen. The only reason that we transitional. Hold up, man. You trying to get me off of you trying to get me off of my thought, man. Hold on. Now, hold up. I want to hear what you got to say, though. I want to hear what you got to say. But I was asking Ngozi the question because really, I'm not here to. I'm telling you, I'm trying to just get some answers right now. I'm just trying to get some answers. I'm not trying to debunk you. None of that. Right now, I just want answers to some questions so then I can go do some research. Then maybe later on before August 2nd, then I might have, or I might be able to say, look, you know what, I'm very disagreeable with this, and I'm very disagreeable. You said this, and boom, boom, boom.
Brother, if you get a chance, I want you to look up transitional fossils. I ain't talking about the things that, people make up, but it's a lot of transitional fossils out there just not dealing with us and our early ancestors or the predecessors of humans, Australopithecus and Sahelanthropus. We don't need to deal with that.
That's what I'm saying, Ngozi. If you could, listen, right? Are you near a computer?
No, I'm not near a computer. I'm sitting in my car.
Because when you get a chance, if you could send me to some shit, because if I go Google transitional fossils, right? Mm-hmm. All type of things are going to pop up. Some things are going to lean in one way. Some things are going to be leaning another way. And the one thing that I want to do tonight is really, I want to just be able to get the science that, even if y'all can't give it all, but the science that the team Osiris is using. I want to be able to go say, all right, this is what the brother said, that these are legitimate transitional fossils. And I want to be able to go directly to that. So maybe later when you get in or something, I might be able to give you my email address because I want to go directly to, to the links and to the sites and to whatever paper.
Okay, I'm gonna give you my number right now, God, and I can give you my email, or I can give you my phone number right now publicly, or I can give you my email.
Well, how just text me your number. Just text me your number, and you can give me your email. I wouldn't want you to throw your number out there like that unless you want to.
I'm gonna give you different legit paleoanthropologists. And the new and a lot, just not new, but things that has been discovered since, and it's real. Because don't get it twisted, brother. There is, anthropologists out there that do false shit, like the dude recently that found the bogus ass T-Rex. I mean, not T-Rex, but what was that? The damn Triceratops, and tried to say that it was younger than what they said it was. There's a lot of things they do that's kind of bogus, but he was just trying to do that to say that man walked with dinosaurs, to prove it's the God theory, the 6,000-year Earth theory, which is bullshit. So what I'm saying is yes, sir.
I think the problem is that people are doing the internet shit, right? And you can find anything to counter what you want on the internet. But the truth is, if you go through scientific channels, scientists do not argue this. Only religious creationist people argue this. Only the conscious community has this conversation we have. It's not true. You're not listening to me, dude. I can say that with 100% certainty.
Because it's scientists
don't argue.
He sounded like a preacher.
Yes, they do. Because only people that I'm listening to, the only questions that I get are from science. The only people that I look at are scientists. I'm not looking at no preachers. I ain't looking for reverends. Looking at archaeologists.
You can out-talk me, Born, all you want. Eventually, you're going to have to let me talk, Born. Eventually, you're going to have to let me talk, Born.
You can't blankly just say that nobody questions this stuff.
That's not what I'm saying.
And they do question it, and that's the thing about science. It's nice and great when people question it because it gets the dendrites and synapses moving in your mind, in your brain, so we can get it in. It's interesting, man. I mean, it's a lot of stuff, though. I mean, and don't get it twisted, God. I am aware that there are bogus anthropologists out there who's not even completely legit. They just go through they don't even get the full degrees in the shit they do, and they put out false premises because you have anthropologists who are Christians. You have biologists who are Christians. You have all these different groups. You have biologists, chemists who are Christians, and they try to find the gaps in certain things to prove their God premises. These are the only people that's really arguing that shit. Religious people. And I'm not saying you're religious because, with you just don't believe a lot of shit that the crackers say. And that's fine because we know he's a liar. We know he's a liar.
Let me make my point again. Here's my point.
Go ahead.
Scientists have been observing, I'm talking about modern science, have been observing evolution for 150 years. It's a scientific consensus. Evolution is not only a theory, it's a fact. You know how hard it is to be a scientific fact? And I'm telling you, they might argue over the way it works.
Yes, that's
it. They might debate about the mechanism, horizontal gene transfer, such and such, natural selection maybe don't work that way. But the shit that we be debating, niggas, don't do it. I don't care what y'all say, and the reason y'all do that is based off of the fact that it destroys your little premise of the little African god in the goddamn sky somewhere. It destroys the little premise that human beings are the most superior species on the planet. That's not the truth. We're living organisms like everything else, and we go through transitions like everything else does. There is no separation between the biological organisms that is human, Homo sapiens sapien, Homo Neanderthal. All these are living species. The rat, the snake, the beaver. All these are organisms. The fruit fly. They're all organisms. And they all want the same thing. We're mammals.
And you have a lot of similarity. That's why it's important to understand the different variants of genes and how genes work because they test. You have certain quantities inside of you that's similar to the genes in mice. You feel me? They got the Rh factor. Most people are Rh factor, Rh positive. You know what I'm saying? I'm Rh positive and blood type B positive. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that, and that's similar to the rhesus macaque. And you have people that's sub-Saharan African, blue-black, that's Rh positive. It's really rare to find people that's Rh negative. So, but let me just say this, God. That Rh factor exists before the monkey and before the human. We're talking about an antigen. We're talking about a certain type of protein that exists within the blood. You get what I'm saying? It exists before the monkey and the human. And what I'm saying is that we have to be careful. Which is like the old myth when people say blood type was the oldest. It's not. Because if you study blood type A gave birth to A, B, N, O. O is really the most newest. This is why science is important. But you think when people say O is the original because O means original, that's that pseudo shit. It doesn't mean that. Blood type is based off antigens, like an A antigen doesn't have a B antigen. A B, you know what I'm saying? We have to understand how blood works. This is the importance of all this stuff, man.
I just want to know, why do people think that human beings aren't affected by their natural environment, but every other living organism is? I can show it. I can show and prove right now how humans not superior. I can show and prove right now how humans not superior.
You made a statement that I do not agree with. I do not agree that we are all equal or no shit like that. I think we are separate and unequal on this planet.
Why? That's not even an African thought. That's a European thought, though, Born. You just said you said that we're separate. What part of Africa, what part of Native American culture say that?
Hold on. Listen. If there was no separation, there wouldn't be no phylum, class, species, and all of that. We got separation amongst ourselves.
You just said no. Yes. Go on. And Ngozi can explain it. Hold on.
Separation. Don't deny our separation. Don't deny that.
Brother Born. Let me just say this.
Hold on, Born.
Go ahead.
Let me make this quick point. And Ngozi, you can explain it the best, yo. The farther back in time, the closer you get to everything around you, yo.
If you go back to your 125th million ancestor, your 125th million granddaddy was a fish. I'm just being honest.
Right. But what? Fish. A fish.
Was a fish.
And niggas is talking about an ape and a monkey. What about
how many years ago was that? Hold on.
No, I didn't say 100 years ago. I said your 125 million
years ago. Give me some time. What I'm saying is, brother,
if you go back long, because the Earth is 3.8 billion years old, right? And what I'm saying is, if you deal with DNA, let's deal with the human genome. The further you go back in those nucleotides that makes up DNA, you know about guanine, cytosine, thymine, and adenine, right? The further you go back in time and you go past those nucleotides, you can see the variants of your DNA and how connected they are to other organisms affinitely. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to deny our connection.
So what I'm saying, listen, God, listen. So when you go to the root, down all the way down to the core of your DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid, when you go all the way down to the core, you will see that. If you go further down, you will see that. If you go back to your 125th millionth ancestor, he had more similarity to certain fish, or he was a fish. You know what I'm saying? Just a fact. Vertebrate fish.
The fish. I ain't going to agree with that, but I'm going to agree that we all connected.
I say because having commonality does not mean you can't be different.
Wait a minute.
You know?
Wait a second. I get a right to disagree with that, man, because if I'm not, listen, if y'all telling me this right now, hold on, listen, man. Hold on, let me finish. Because, see, y'all cannot understand why I got a right to disagree. I'm saying I'm disagreeing with that.
Right.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, man. Let me finish what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that I agree that we are connected to everything.
Oh, my God.
Right now, I don't agree. Hold up, man. I agree that we are connected to everything. I do not agree right now with that thought that we were fishes 126 grandfathers ago.
I didn't say 125 million ago.
No, 126 grandfathers ago.
Crazy, yo.
Right. But this is what I'm saying. Hold on, let me just give you some more. Let me give you a mythology right quick. Brother Bourne, your ancestors, the Dogon in Mali, talks about the fish ancestor, the Nomos.
I know that they talk about. This is what I'm saying is that, look, man, y'all got to understand that.
Man.
What that is.
You're the cross-ride, Bourne. Somebody help him.
I've seen the evidence for that. I'm not saying that might not be true.
The evidence born is understanding DNA. And listen, Born, when you go on your DNA and you go to the core, autosomal DNA. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry, I cut you off. This your show. My fault. Go ahead, brother.
Because I want y'all to see why I'm saying that. Because we're talking about species to species evolution. Then once we start to speak on species to species evolution, then I start to be lost when I start to look at the scales and I start to say what happens to these scales if we transform from fish into snake, and then from that snake branched off into a different type of animal? Did the snake actually transform into a bird? How did these things happen?
Now you're cracking jokes.
But looking into species or transformation when we speak that. That's what I'm saying. I have yet to see evidence of species to species evolution. I'm not.
Well, that's why I told you, Brother Bourne. That's why I told you, Brother Bourne. If you study microevolution right now, and I want you, if you get a chance, you're on a computer, look up where is proof of macroevolution, right? And I'm not in front of a computer. And when you get on there, it should be able to explain the different insects, certain types of worms, and plant life that you can bear witness to, or that scientists have bear witness to and they observe, and they see that change. Also, when you deal with microbiology, you can clearly see a lot of changes in microbiology at the smaller level. So if things can change through different pressures at the smaller level, if something goes on at a larger level, it should be able to change. It's interchangeable. What I'm saying is that genome starts inside and phenome is outside. So if you have changes going on at the smaller level, at the micro level, why is it that if we go through a larger amount of pressure at a larger scale, there can't be no transition or no change? You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but science based on observation, and since it ain't been observed yet, I'm not going to agree with it because I haven't observed it.
But listen, God, they have their witness to the transition between, but I'm saying transition between different types of species, between certain insects, certain types of worms, and plant life. You can bear witness to that. And then we have to always time.
Go ahead. Excuse me. Go ahead, Ngozi. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I cut you off. This is your show. I'm just saying all we have to deal with is time. This stuff don't happen overnight. You know, it's not like, why doesn't monkeys become humans today? You know, or why doesn't fish become?
I ain't stupid like that. Yeah, I'm not bugging into that right now. I'm not going to go into that. But only species, only human species that we see, any type of species-to-species type of thing that seemed like it might have been some type of species change, is the hybridized Neanderthal and Denisovans that are on the planet. That's the only creatures that we can actually see.
But we got to be careful. Let me just say this, Born, because you got a scientific ear, and that sister got a scientific ear, too. I like her. She in the background she's looking for the holes, and I'm just going to say this because she's going to go in a minute. I'm going to say this right quick. We have to figure out if Neanderthal evolved to the modern-day Caucasian. First of all, Neanderthals had rickets, and they didn't stand nothing but 5'3" to 5'5". They were short with long arms. They FOXP2 gene was a little bit more. It wasn't like ours. It wasn't as complex as ours. Different ways for them to communicate, and they had high-pitched voices. So how do you explain a Caucasian or a white man who's down there 6 foot 6'5"?
I don't believe that he evolved directly out of Neanderthal. I do not think that the Caucasian evolved directly out of the Neanderthal because he has so little Neanderthal gene and more African genome in him than Neanderthal. I think it's more of a hybridization because those are two different species. And from what we understand now, species to species is something that really does not interbreed species to species. And the only reason that I say Neanderthal is a separate species is because his mitochondrial DNA is non-human.
But the thing is with Neanderthal genes was only, most humans are similar at 99.9%. Neanderthal was only off by 0.12%. That leaves him with 99.6.5% similar to our genome variants. He wasn't like a chimp or a chimpanzee that's off by a whole 2%. We're talking about 0.12%. This is why we know this for a fact. The first hybrids that were
I don't have no problem with that. I don't have no problem with the numbers right there. I don't have no problem with the numbers. I just understand that even those very small variants, see, that's like the difference between us and everybody that we see on the planet right now. It's only very small. The variants within us are very small. But when you look at them like that, though, but when you see the person, you can see the difference look great. The difference between me, I'm a 6'5", slim-built black man. And then you can look at a 500-pound cracker. You know what I'm saying? And we look totally fucking different, right? You know what I'm saying? But when you look into the genetics, you'll see how close genetically we are. You'll see that Neanderthal in him, but you'll see that we genetically, like, damn, well, look, almost the same thing. But when you look at that little bit that's different, but inside the genome, just that little bit that's different within the genome makes us two totally separate.
Only at the demi level and clan level of DNA, not at the larger level. Because, for example, it only shows up in his HLAs, his human leukoantigen. And the reason why he's able to catch type 2 diabetes, and they're born with diabetes more than everybody, and they chain smokers and osteoporosis and certain types of spinal bifida. This shows the commonality, or cystic fibrosis, which is a lung condition that a lot of Europeans have. So what I'm saying is that this shows the trait that they got or that they inherited due to them having that Neanderthal gene. And it's small, but that small is large at the demi level. You know, so when it comes to demi levels or clans of DNA, you can clearly see that it affected them. But something that the Europeans have, because both of us have something that helps us survive in nature. The Europeans have a higher level of creatine in their skin to deal with cold climate. You don't. You have a higher level of melanocytes on your melanin, which makes you darker, or melanocytes in your skin, to deal with ultraviolet burning rays or UVB rays. That thin texture ultraviolet aging rays that they come from, that's not beneficial to you. It'd be harder for you to synthesize vitamin D because the sun rays that they get on the northern latitude is not as bold as yours. So we both have variants that's beneficial for us to survive, and they develop those mutations for their benefits. In nature, if you don't use it, you lose it. There's no need for you to be cold, super dark skin with a lot of melanocytes in your skin living in an Arctic area, especially during the time of the Mendel Glacier period 24,000 years ago near the damn Cro-Magnon cave. That was worse than Alaska to some of the people that survived.
Yeah, now true. And see, and even when you say that, that's why, like, even when you say that, it goes right about the last ice age period. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Right now, we coming with. There's problems in between the time that they're saying that the white man even genetically turned white, which would play a part, which would affect what was going on during that ice age period, because it is said that ice age period is what caused them environmentally to have that white skin. But now he didn't become white. White skin. He didn't become white until about 10,000 to 6,000 years ago.
European Caucasian. The earliest Caucasian, and that's based off the mutation called SLC2485 or 4582, which is the defect to the 111 amino acid, how the melanin content came out through the dermises. You got three dermises, epidermis, dermis, and hypodermis. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. He don't become, the earliest Caucasians 24,000 to 30,000 years ago, the lightest that they were was Alicia Keys' color, living in Arctic areas. Just like the Inuits that live in Alaska. They have bronze olive skin. They're not pale skin. You get what I'm saying? Now, originally when they were in Central Asia and the Middle East, they were a lot darker. But spending time in certain glacier areas, they can become pale. People developed these later mutations recently. So even when they was in the Middle Glacier period, now I know for a fact in the wintertime I get lighter, and in the summertime I get darker. It happens with most people. So imagine somebody standing in a glacier period 24,000 years ago in an area where the lack of certain type of quantities of food, they didn't have as much fish as the Inuits do, because somebody can ask the question, well, how are the Eskimos or the Inuits still brown skinned, and they live in a cold area? First of all, the Middle Glacier period was a lot worse, and the Eskimos have a lot more vitamin D that they get in fish and certain type of seal meat that they eat to allow them to preserve certain quantities of their melanin content. You get what I'm saying? But the earliest Europeans were not pale skinned. They were the same complexion as Alicia Keys or Barack Obama.
I'll keep jumping in and out. But listen, this is what I'm gonna do, Ngozi. This is what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I had a couple of questions. I'm just listening. Like I said, I wanted to have some. I needed to have some direction on exactly where Team Osiris was coming from in order for me to look into that, in order for me to ask the proper question. Because after listening to a couple of shows that I needed to know exactly where you guys was coming from. So I didn't want to, you know, even though I don't agree with a lot of the theory, a lot of my questions are not going to be, you know, none of my questions are not on, well, look, man, you ain't right now. That's not where it's at. But right now I'm going to open it up to some of the family out there and let them ask a couple questions. I see, like I said, he dropped it on and on, back and forth. So what we're going to do is I'm gonna let my sister Camille come in real quick, and let Sister Camille go ahead and I know she got a couple questions. And after that, we'll go ahead and run it down the line. Brother Rahim, I see you out there. Black Power, Brother Cause out there. Beautiful ODA, what it do out there, family? You know it's y'all time, so y'all can come on in and ask a couple questions.
My damn shoe.
Like
my shoe. I'm getting ready. Now, listen, goes. I'm leaving out. I'm going to my car. I'm going. I just walked up. I walked upstairs. Now I'm getting ready to be back out. I'm listening.
All right, Brother Rahim, move.
But, you know, all I want to say to God is that we are not monkeys. I don't want people to get that. You know, and to be honest with you, man, Europeans, I like monkeys. I like chimpanzees. I like orangutans. I like gorillas. But I'm here to tell you, the European, mentally, based off the ADRRA gene, our ADRRA gene 2, which is very responsible for the high levels of depression and why they're so overly emotional and extremists, they had it at a higher rate at 70%. Africans have it at 10%, but that's Africans that's prone to war. So what I'm saying is that the European, mentally, he's more destructive than the chimpanzee. Chimpanzees are not killing innocent people and creating diseases and none of that shit. All they want to do is survive and live. So it's kind of an insult to even say that they come from those beautiful creatures. I'm not going to give them that. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
I heard that before. I would say the General Slaughterhouse said that one day. He said, I ain't even going to put the ape on that white man. Ape a natural creature. We ain't going to put the ape on that white man. We don't know what he is right now. That's my perspective. I don't know what
I think he's a sick human being. He's a sick, destructive human being. And he doesn't mean, he doesn't mean the planet any good. He's a problem. He's the bastard child. I think brother, I think I hear him.
Before I'm going to let Sister Camille. Sister Camille, you out there? Sister Camille, you out there? I see she out there. She out there. I think the line might be on mute, Sister Camille. Let me see if this Julie down here. Now that's her up there. Brother Cause, is that you out there? I see my co-host. I see him. I don't know what's going on, whether they on the line or not. Let me refresh my dream. Maybe I'm bugging out. But this is the question. Right? Yo, check this out, right? It's only one creature on the planet that I know like this. See, this is why the white man comes with so many problems with me and anything he says. Because he's the only creature that I know on the planet who wants to have a tail. He's known to have a tail. You know what I'm saying? One. They are known to have horns grow out of their head.
Well,
Three. They are known also at times to walk on all fours. Number 4, they're known to eat raw meat, drink raw blood with no problem to their functional body. And number 5, all the things that make me know that this camel who's got to be something different, he will have sex with animals of each and every species. And I don't know like that. So that's
I'm gonna answer that. Now I want you to look this up. Okay, hold on 1 second. There is cases, right, of black Africans that's born with a vesicle tail. I'm just being honest with you. Which is an extension of the children.
I can see that, man. I got to see it to believe it, man.
Okay. Now go online and type up African born with vesicle tail, or African boy born with tail. It should be online. I wish I had the picture of it because I was sending it out to Cameron and brothers in the squad before. And also, there's also there's plenty of people that's dark skinned people. I know a motherfucker in the hood, a black female who fucking pit bull. She got paid for it. You know,
that's crazy.
Nowadays, I see some shit like that. I see them get paid. That's something different than just outright wanting to this is just you just looking into monkey laws.
Well, we got to understand something about that cracker.
People just look at the fucking animals.
We got to understand something about the cracker. His wiring is destructive. Like I said, if you study the ADRA gene, which is responsible for his high levels of emotion and extremity, he's naturally destructive, and he has a natural mental issue. He's the type of person that has a disability that when he feels that he's doing right, even when it's wrong or sick to me and you, he doesn't view life the way you view life because of his harshness and the fucked up sick level of environment that he comes from, lack of resources. You know, he has to fight all his motherfucking. I mean, even the Commission said in certain texts that the Amu been fighting since the time of Horus. You feel me? These are destructive people.
Yeah, that comes from the first time I heard about that. Dr. J. Carruthers put that in his work. I'm sorry, Brother Bourne, I had stepped away for a minute. You know, but I need to hit the brother to explain to me where did that gene that the cracker beast come from? Why does he have such a high ratio of that? What is that gene? That gene is, which one? The mutation for his pale skin, or the gene that makes him more destructive? You said ADR1. It's called ADRA gene. I can send him the link. I'm on my phone. So I can try to send it. I want to know how did that gene come about in him? How did he get that? Because he's prone to war. Like they say, 10% of the Africans, the only Africans that got it is Africans that's prone to war. They found it in that people in South Africa that's been prone to war. So what I'm saying is that. But they don't say how the gene came about. That's what I'm asking. Well, the gene, I mean, it's just like any other type of defect. It's a defect. It's a gene that they develop based off they're overly driven, overly emotional, destructive. I mean, they're not just destructive, but being overly emotional. You can create chemical imbalances based off your lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? People develop all types of shit. You know, you develop certain types of rigid genes, which is responsible for the way you function. And based off his development, where he comes from, a lack of resources, fighting for every goddamn thing, the plenty of food, all that's responsible for why he functions the way he's functioning. He's a warmonger. He's prone to war. You know, he's prone to war. So this is why he acts the way he acts. Well, one would think after at least 1,000 years, right, of feeding off of Africa and living good, that you would see a decrease in that gene in them. But I want to ask this question. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, they can combine with each other, right, and form limited forms, right? Is it carbon that is what brought forth the multiplicity in life forms when combined with hydrogen and oxygen? And nitrogen and phosphorus and sulfur, yeah, it's a metal. Correct. Okay. So carbon is the key element or atom that we all life forms have in common?
All life, and not just that, but the three gases: nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen as well.
Yeah, but it's not. But isn't it true that it's carbon? When the carbon brought forth endless arrangements, right?
Yeah. Most living organisms, all living organisms are made of carbon compounds.
Okay,
so,
that's what I'm asking.
But it has to have different variants to cause those bonds and different.
Right, true that. But I'm just dealing with the basics here now. So carbon is that key atom that brought forth the multiplicities of life forms that we can witness to this day right now.
Right, but when we have the 6 major components to life, Queen. And that, I don't want to call you Queen. Some women don't like the term Queen. Are you a Queen?
I love Queen. I'm African.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call you God, a great mother. It's 6 key components to life, which cause that chemical reaction. It's called SNUBs. And CHOMPS: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and so forth. Carbon is number 1, as you stated. Carbon is very important. But we have to also deal with the other key components, too, as well, which cause those amino acids to form. Amino acids, when they form into a chain, it forms into proteins. You know what I'm saying? And then those proteins go through its different stages. So, yes, carbon is a major factor, and all organisms are made of carbon. White people, dogs, cats, everything.
Okay.
All organisms is made of carbon.
Okay. Now, melanin, that is made up of what?
Melanin, you have to deal with triosine. I'm going to call triosine or melanocytes. And those melanocytes,
or melanocytes as you're calling them, I understand derived from carbon, but I'm asking, what is the key atoms involved in in melanin, excuse me?
All melanin, whether it's pheo, neuro, or uro, with uromelanin is dark pigment. Pheomelanin is red pigment. Neuromelanin is what you get in your brain. All of it's made of carbon.
Okay.
All of it.
Hello?
It's just that.
Okay. So I want to know, too, so is this scientifically true now that carbon atoms linked up together to form melanin, what we call melanin?
Melanin is a hormone. Those carbon atoms had structures of certain things going on before even the dark pigment form. Now we got to get into the time.
I'm just talking about melanin right now. Carbon atoms linked together to form melanin.
Hold on 1 second. Brother, your line is open. Just hold on. They asking questions. They question and answering. Your line open. All right.
Damn, I'm glad you fucking acknowledged that shit. I wouldn't keep saying hello. Dang. What the fuck is going on?
But listen, you got too much background noise and you keep dropping the line, man.
I ain't got no background noise. I ain't got no
more. No, listen, man, you hung up it. It's not my fault you hanging up and coming back in. So every time you hang up and come back in, I got to look down there to see and open your line up because I can't just have it popping open. So that's the problem, all right? So you open. Yeah. Go ahead, Sister Camille and Brother Ngozi. Then after Sister Camille, we'll have Brother Course come on there. And then we'll go to Sister Makia, and then we'll start hitting the lines and let everybody ask a couple questions. But go ahead, Sister Camille. It's on you.
And I want to know, is melanin was one of the first chemicals that could capture light and reproduce itself. Is that true or not?
Melanin is a receptor of light. It allows us to be able to deal with the extreme dense light. It allows us to deal with ultraviolet rays and absorb it much more easier than a person with pheomelanin or red pigment. They're more prone to catching melanoma. You know what I'm saying? Which gives them skin cancer. What black people go through when we get harsh due to the ozone layer having holes in it, we catch hyperpigmentation. Kwame Ture, the Ghanaian president, I think he was Ghanaian, the Ghanaian brother, he died of melanoma. And people ask the question, well, he was black, how did he catch it? But he went through a lot of stages of hyperpigmentation before catching it. Bob Marley, he was like my color, and he was black. A black man's father was European, but black people have it at a lower rate, but we go through phases of warning before we catch it. So, yes, your melanin is designed to absorb, the larger portions of radiation in person with pheomelanin. They're more prone to catching cancer quicker. But pheomelanin is made of carbon, too.
Well, but I'm not, nobody's saying that, but we have to acknowledge, even though you can be made of the same components, there can be a difference.
I mean, where the difference here.
I'm not asking what I'm just acknowledging. I just want, there can't be a difference. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop right there, Brother Bourne.
Hey, Queen, I just want to say this before you go, Queen. Gregor Mendel proved that in Mendelian law. The vote, he say the darker the plant is, or the stronger the plant is, the more darker they'll be in quantity. And this is how scientists came to understand alleles. And alleles are pairs of genes based off Gregor's Mendelian law. So that's definitely, it stands out. But again, the European got certain quantities about him that stands out in a proper environment. Like the high level of creatine in his skin, living in the Arctic area, is more beneficial for him than me and you, because we don't have higher levels of creatine in our skin like that. So it is what it is.
All right, Brother Cause. Brother Cause, you out there? I see you out there. You might be just listening. Brother Ron Rule. Now I'm going to go to
Hey, Bourne, can I make this quick point, yo? In answer to something you said 20-something minutes ago, brother. You talked about hybrids, right? You talked about, like, Europeans being a hybrid. But my question to you is, when, in your information, when was humans not ever a hybrid? Do you know? In Africa. When were we not hybrids in Africa?
That's an unintelligible answer question right there, Brother. That's very disingenuous.
No, man, I'm not even talking to him. I'm talking to Bourne, man.
You're talking to me.
Talking to Bourne, man. And then I'll ask you the same thing, man, Cabral.
I'll tell you before you get to Bourne.
That's an excellent question. Hold on. I'm going to ask you the question. Don't run around the bush. Show me where, right, Homo sapiens sapiens in Africa weren't hybrids. I'm listening.
The Homo sapiens sapien is the anatomical African as we know today. So first off, your classification. When Europeans refer to Homo sapiens sapien, they're referring to the African.
Man, there you go. I'm asking a simple question.
Encyclopedia Ngozi can clear that if I'm lying. Ngozi will tell you. You don't know what you're talking about, Unc?
Yes, I do. Yes, I see. See, you trying to play me, right? You trying to play me, and I asked a very excellent question. One more time.
Homo sapiens sapien,
not a hybrid. I'm asking you that one more time. You're supposed to be the professional on this motherfucker. You always talking about I ain't qualified, so qualify that goddamn question. Go ahead.
First off, you have to understand I just got in first off, but you have to understand the context. See, I understood the hybridization thing because feet on the ground, we didn't talk about this. What the hybridization thing is, we know we came out of Africa. We have a long track record. Now, when we talking about Europeans, we're talking about how did the European anatomical Homo sapien come into being.
I'm talking about Europeans.
We don't got no record. We don't got no record for us not being
hybridization because to have a hybrid, you have to have two different species, Brother Bourne.
You gotta have. Hold on. You gotta have what?
Hybrid. A liger is a hybrid. A liger would be a hybrid. What's a hybrid? A lion and a tiger.
Everybody listening?
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Because y'all been talking for a while. Can you get a liger in nature? No. You can only get it under a microscope. It's an abomination in nature. Nature won't produce a hybrid. It will only produce a single species.
Okay, so back to the question again. When was the African?
That proves that the European is not a hybrid because you have white people that can reproduce. I mean, he's a hybrid, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say that it's true that he's not a separate species because you have Africans who have large families.
Ngozi, you allow them to move the goalposts. I asked an excellent question.
Go ahead, go ahead.
That wasn't the question. The question was, when in Africa was anatomically correct African unfucking mixed? No hybrid. When?
Find me the Homo sapiens sapien that's Homo sapiens sapien me or co-magnum.
The workplace. So y'all niggas call it the workplace. Listen to me now. Let Ngozi talk for a minute because he can clear this shit up a lot better than I can. Ngozi, tell them the different timelines and stone age. The African Unc want the glory, but you're not qualified. Unc, you want the glory, but you're not qualified. Unc, you want the glory, but you're not qualified. Unc, you not qualified in this area. Let Ngozi get out, man.
Hey, yo, you know what you do? You keep doing this, yo. And I'm no longer even going to get mad at you because I see you flunked all your classes. So I'll ask this question one more time. For you
I failed them. That's slander. You ain't going to slander me. You're not qualified in this area. And Ngozi is.
There you go. You're over-talking me. Now,
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, because Ngozi didn't ask this question, right? And since I'm an unqualified guy, I shouldn't be able to stump you with unqualified fucking question then. I'm going to ask it one more time. Does anyone on this show, besides Ngozi, know when the last time, right, anatomically correct human, Homo sapien sapien, right, was not a hybrid or unmixed? Does anybody know?
What does anatomical mean? Watch this. What does anatomical mean? Watch this.
We are anatomically correct.
What is the word anatomical mean? Don't go to a dictionary. What does it mean?
Come on. There you go. You're not going to ask me a question.
What does anatomical mean? I can tell you off the whim.
Skeletons, the same cranial size, all that.
The physical description, right? That's what it is. The physical description, the anatomical description, meaning there's a criteria. I'm going to answer your question. There's a criteria. When you say the anatomical, almost say
just say you don't know.
What is the features? No, I'm finna tell you. You're trying to cut me off. It's not a one answer motherfucking answer, nigga.
I'm answering the question.
Define anatomical first. Anatomical is what? The physical characteristic that distinguish that classification, right?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Brother Maker. But you asked the question, right? You asked the question.
And just say you don't know.
Listen, right? You asked the question. My brother deferred to answer the question. Because there's nothing to get this time to answer the question. It's just we're gonna sit back and let him go ahead. Go ahead, cruise on.
He said the word. He said Mirkarab. He said Mirkarab. Listen, word for word, Mirkarab. Name an anatomical Homo sapiens sapien that wasn't a hybrid in Africa. Ain't that what he said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Anatomical is a classification, meaning what is the anatomical features of a bear? A bear has claws, has a jaw, has a protruding nose. Anatomical, in terms of a classification. So in terms of a Homo sapien, why the sapien twice? Because there's already an archaic Homo sapien. Do niggas know this? So when he says find a hybrid, you're not going to find a hybrid. Because it is what it is. To say it's a hybrid, that's to say that there's three species in Africa.
Are Europeans a hybrid?
What?
Are Europeans a hybrid? Are Europeans a hybrid?
See, now you're thinking about the question he asked. Now you're stepping back.
What did you ask for the definition of a hybrid? That's what I thought I heard.
Brother, you can't take that. Let me explain what I said. I can explain word for word what I said, right?
Oh, wait.
When you look at Europeans, when Europeans try to make themselves when we look at how did the progression of Europeans become Homo sapiens sapiens? What Europeans say is that there were Neanderthals in their region prior, and that Homo sapiens sapiens, meaning Africans, came over there, and we believe, this is a theory, that they are hybridized. That means that the Neanderthal and the Homo sapien are two different species, right?
Yes. Now for the drum roll in this motherfucker. Now for the drum roll in this motherfucker. Hold
on, because y'all niggas go with evolution. So how did Homo erectus turn into something else in Europe and become a Neanderthal? And how do you how do you hybridize into your own race or your own kind?
Minkara, I asked the question, Minkara, and since y'all couldn't get it from the one end, right?
So I had to come back
the other. Listen, so I had to come back the other end, and so you just admitted the very fact that Homo Neanderthal, right, and Homo sapien sapien mix, that would make Europeans a hybrid. Did you not just admit that?
No, that would make the modern European now a hybrid. Because listen, when they said that the Neanderthal is in Europe, he got an extensive period of time over there.
You can't say no. Come on, man.
They get this right because Ngozi can back up what I'm saying. The last common ancestor for the Neanderthal is a Homo erectus. Am I right, Ngozi?
No, it's Homo heidelbergensis, not Homo erectus.
Right. Homo heidelbergensis. Okay, another phylogeny classification. Am I right?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, that the Neanderthal was on the...
Hold on, don't help him. Don't help him right, man. He's in deep water and he's drowning.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
Everybody just got to pay attention for a minute. If everybody just cool out for a minute. I know sometimes I can be smart mouth. I just want to give you a point. Come on, boy. We Let me give you this point I'm making, yo. It's important. I'm trying to show you something, yo. You can't just discount me like that, yo. The original question. Man, fuck it. You can have it, boy. You can have it, dog.
I'm just trying to. I want you to ask the question that you asked again.
The question is, when is the last time in Africa, since everybody, the reason I asked the question is everybody always talking about the European now is mixed with Neanderthal, which makes them a hybrid. Okay, I'm in agreement with you. So then I hit y'all with, so please tell me when the last time that Homo sapiens sapiens wasn't mixed in a hybrid in Africa, and niggas went all the way around the world and came back again. So I had to re-ask the question about Neanderthal and Homo sapien mix, which y'all claim the European comes out to experience. And I agree with you on that, which would make him a hybrid mix. Okay, so now let's go back to Africa again. And no one gives me that answer. So let me give you the answer to the question. That anatomically correct Homo sapiens sapien was also a hybrid in Africa before they left out and mixed with Homo neanderthalis. That what y'all think, y'all wrong. That we've always been mixed with hybrids. We are hybrids. You don't know what you're talking about with that.
What is the other species? What is the other species?
I will allow Brother Ngozi to talk about that. I just wanted to make my point since I'm unqualified.
No, you ain't made no point yet. You ain't made no point because
I
you
did.
Wait. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I respect Ngozi. Let Brother Ngozi come on.
Yeah, let Ngozi go. Let Ngozi go, because I can explain it, nigga.
You made it
explain nothing.
Shut up, man.
I can explain that.
Nothing.
I can definitely explain that.
No, listen, hold up. You made a statement saying that, well, the Homo sapiens sapien is a hybrid. You're saying that. But that statement, wait. That statement has to be qualified with more than one species within inside of that Homo sapiens sapien.
Okay, and now what I'm saying is, and it goes to explain it. Y'all didn't answer the question. Let him go to explain it, since he's the qualified. Let the qualified, according to Menkara, qualify that shit. Throw y'all ass in checkmate real fast, because I've lost that ability. Go ahead, Ngozi.
Thank you, Unc.
I don't know. There you go. Hold on. I might have to check the line. There goes. He might have dropped.
Let's get into Okay, listen. Let's get into the oldest holo group on the planet for one moment.
What we're trying to say is, let's define the word hybrid. Let's define what hybrid is. A hybrid car is gasoline and electric. You have a fusion of two species or two concepts that run in sync with one another, right? We all agree. Is that? Can anybody give us a better definition? Let's get some definitions. Huh? What does hybrid mean? Hello?
Hold on, Mr. Rob. I'll pull it up. I was just shaking the line and seeing if Ngozi was going to, if he dropped it now to check like that. Ngozi's line dropped right now.
I can handle this, yo. Remember this. Come on, I just don't need to get cut off when I say this, dude.
That's agreed. I agree. Before we do that, let's get definitions in order. Let's define hybrid, and then let's define hybridization.
I like the example you gave, Menkara. I like the example you gave, Neanderthal mixing with Homo sapiens sapien. I like that. I'll take that one.
Now, my thing ain't to divide or nothing. This is important because you finna have a convention, right? My motherfucker's gonna be asking questions or concepts. You got to be all pertinent, so you can prepare. I know what y'all doing.
Yeah.
I'm there to put the light because y'all can't have this debate with Hebrews. They niggas ain't smart enough, so let us build. We building, right? The question I'm saying is, when you look at, because we are familiar with the information. In order for this thing to work, there have to be transitions between this. Homo erectus became Homo habilis, became Homo erectus, and Homo erectus became. You see what I'm saying? So that when it comes to Africa, we complete 200,000 years. We modern humans, but the rest of the world ain't. And in fact, the oldest motherfuckers are Homo erectus. They go way back in Java. See, that fucks up Europeans because Europeans thought because they were close to Africa, and suppressed their out of Africa theory very cleverly. Well, we don't find no early hominids coming. We find them way in Java, way in Asia, right? Now, to better support themselves in their creation, they did what Ngozi was saying. I was off. My bad. Heidelbergensis. He evolved into Neanderthal, right? Well, how did they say the Neanderthals died out? This is what the Europeans saying, and they were replaced by modern Europeans, modern Homo sapiens who were Europeans, meaning they were white, and they were so. How did they jump? How did they make that evolution jump that fast? What they say is they met some Africans, and they hybridized. When they say hybridization, they're omitting that these are two different entities. And my thing is, that can't be evolutionary, because why would you have to hybridize back? Why would you have to make back into original source if y'all all come from the same source?
You know what the rule is?
You got the program.
The rule is, if you have a common ancestor that goes back to no more than 2 million years, then you can mix. That's why it's possible for Homo sapiens sapiens and Homo sapiens Neanderthals to mix, because they go back 2 million years with a common ancestor. So in Africa, the oldest DNA they found so far, right, I think it's A, right? Y'all know what that is. Remember that lady was doing she was trying to chase her ancestry, and she allowed her cousin to take a DNA test, and they found this DNA that went back 300,000 years. And they were saying, well, how the fuck can DNA go back earlier than the fossil record of Homo sapiens sapiens? What they found out was that oldest DNA was really an archaic type of human. And it wasn't Homo sapiens sapiens, and it was mixed. And so you find these people that's in the forest, right, the Hausa tribe, the pygmy, bush pygmy, they're also mixed with this archaic type of human. So they found out it never was a straight line. That what you're thinking is the Homo sapiens sapiens is still a blend or a hybridization of another archaic human. That's the point I was trying to make. So when we talk about Europeans being mixed with Homo Neanderthal, the same shit happened before niggas left the continent of Africa. And so the picture of becoming human is far more complex than we first thought. And I think we need to take all of that into account. So early Homo sapiens sapiens didn't have the same mindset that we have. Well, Neanderthal is a crazy man, I ain't gonna fuck with him. They didn't have that conviction against Neanderthal. And obviously people in Africa didn't have that same conviction against archaic type of humans that they ran across and they mixed with, based off the fact that when you go back 2 million years, they have a common ancestor that they can mix. And I think we need to know that rule. That's a very, very important rule. What's the rule? If you have a common ancestor that goes back no more than 2 million years, you have the ability to mix. And they did that. So check out the Hausa tribe, right? Check out the Bush Pygmies. They all have this archaic, not Homo sapiens sapiens DNA in them, archaic DNA. That's the point I wanted to make. That's why I asked that question, yo.
You're saying that rule right there, is that rule applied? That's a scientific rule or scientific law, and is that applied to all mammals, or what type of mammals does that apply to?
Well, right now what we're talking about is we're talking about the hominids right now.
All right, so that rule applies to hominids. That rule applies to hominids.
Yeah, I'm with the hominids. Yeah, look it up.
All right, no, because I'm only asking that because when you say that it's a scientific law, normally they must apply to all creatures inside of that phylum.
I didn't say it's scientific law. I said the rule is for mixing of hominids.
Of hominids. Okay, it's a rule for hominids. All right.
Yeah. Now, brother.
Am I wrong?
No. Listen what I'm saying, though. Do you know there's 4 different, there's hominin, hominoid. They just changed it again. All that means is upright walk.
Right.
All it means is, it doesn't mean, it can have a diverged big toe. It can have limb index ratio, meaning what's the limb index ratio? Meaning apes tend to have longer arms and shorter legs. So it's a different context with that. But did y'all already talk about biology? Did y'all get into the biology, the DNA aspect first? Did y'all talk about that?
No, let's just stay on what we was talking about for a minute.
Okay.
We'll do that. I'm sorry.
Ngozi off the line.
Yeah.
Ngozi off the line. You know, we'll wait for the Ngozi to come on, but you know, we just touched it a little bit.
I'll throw this out here. Every species has a genetic code that's gonna give it from every fingernail to how many hairs on your head. That's encoded in it, right?
Your heartbeat, everything. Yep. But I'm saying
because it's so diverse. Because it's so diverse, no one could really speculate that it changes. Listen what I'm saying.
You switching now. Can we stay where we was at for a minute? I just want to know that I have a different view to my point with the question I had asked, right? I clearly wanted to look in the audience to know as we crack jokes about Homo Neanderthal and Homo sapien mixing, and they found it in Israel and Galilee in a goddamn cave. They actually found a goddamn half and half Neanderthal and the human. They seen that. And I'm trying to let you know that within our DNA, before we left Africa, we also had hybridization. We've also mixed with archaic Homo. I'm telling y'all this. This is y'all can look that shit.
Because somebody's gonna be
you got to show me that, man. You got to show me
okay,
that.
Hold on. All right, listen.
Everybody is going to talk and ask the question except for me. Now.
All right, hold on. Just look at the Hausa tribe, right?
No question. I'm just going to ask the question.
Hold on for a minute, man. Hold on 1 second. And look in the forest, right? Look at the bush pygmies that's in the forest, right? They have this hybridization going on. They're hybrids. Okay, we can move on. Go ahead.
To me, this is what I'm getting that you're saying. You're saying that there isn't a human being that's on the planet, and let's just deal with just the African. You're saying that the African doesn't. To me, this is what I get that what you're saying. You're saying that the African doesn't have an original origin. You're saying that the African has to be mixed with some type of animal. And you're saying that every other human being, every other human species doesn't have an original origin, that they're all part some whatever the fuck, some part animal, and that's just not true. If that was the case, I would have to ask you, family, to walk me through a timeline of the origin of the species. And I would have to ask you to show me the original species of the original African. And if you can show me the original African, then I want you to show me what everything else that has been split or hybridized or anything that has been used or spawned off from the African from its original point until now. Because in order for evolution to exist, things have to change. So what was the African in his original form? And then how has that changed the African now? So where's the new evolved 2015 African? That's all I'm saying. I ain't going to argue with you.
I'm just saying I don't even understand your question, yo. I ain't going to lie, yo.
Listen,
you say shit I didn't even say. I never said we mixed with all kind of other shit. I'm saying there's 27 different species of humans that exist on the planet. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. You want to hear the question. I'm going to make the question quick. The question is, what is the initial species that was to be the African? What is the original African species? And then from that point, he would like to have a timeline of the different hybridization periods after that to come to the African that we are today.
Because I've just heard you give a timeline broken down for everything related to an ape and a Neanderthal, but you haven't given any credit to the original origin of the African, of where we all are, where we all came from.
There is no. There is no
cracker into this shit. But go ahead, family. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
There is no. What do you mean the original Homo sapien? And I'm saying what makes Homo sapien is a combination of a lot of different things.
No, I'm not asking for the original Homo sapien. What I'm telling you is that the Homo sapien and the African are completely two different entities. Those are two different species, and we are not of them. They are not of us. We were here before them. Now, that's bullshit, huh? Come on, man.
No. Whoa. You saying the African, first of all, the African is a classification, African. Homo Neanderthal is African. All that is African because it starts out in the continent of Africa. That's first of all. And then you say Homo sapien. I'm not getting that question.
Let's not play Scrabble. Let's throw the names away. Let's just deal with underneath the microscope. An African human and a motherfucking ape, hominoid, whatever you want to call it, the goddamn ape, Neanderthal, whatever. You're saying that those are all hybrids, and you gave a timeline breaking them down on how they each classify each other, but you did not give that same timeline for the human being. Because we are two different species. We are not the same, but it seems like you're trying to tie the two together like we're some type of Anunnaki, like we're half human,
and
half
I'm saying
animal.
you're not. You're an ape. You're a primate, brother. You just don't. Just say I don't accept it. Just say I don't accept the taxon system. Just say I don't. Say I don't fucking agree with the taxon. I don't agree with that. Say I taxon me. I don't agree with that. Just say that. That's all you
I do. We can agree to disagree. Like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and do like everybody else and argue back and forth.
Just say I don't agree with that. But then you got to get mad at the Arabs, right? Because you got Al-Jahid. He had a system, right, of categorizing things, and then you got to deal with Ptolemy. I mean, not Ptolemy. You got to deal with Plato and the boys.
I'm not worried about them. They ain't got nothing to do with the conversation. We only dealing with evolution. We only dealing with humans and monkeys. That's it. We're not dealing with Ptolemy and nobody else right now. And the crack out, we're not dealing with them right now.
No, what we're talking about is a classification system that you don't agree with. And classify us, right, as what? As great apes. And there's a reason why we put this category.
We're classified as mammals before we're classified as apes, but to each his own, whichever way you want to put it. But I don't agree with the cracker's classification of me in anything because the cracker's never right, never tells the truth. But that has nothing to do with the conversation. I'm just asking you for one thing, and as soon as I can't get that answer, if I can't get it from you, maybe Ngozi can answer anybody else. You gave a great timeline and breakdown for the ape. All I'm asking is for that same breakdown, the same timeline, and the same reference for the human being.
I'm not getting what you're saying, dude. I just told you what makes you a human. A human being, there's 27 different types of human beings that exist on the planet. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You act like they just something all different. And it's not.
And look, and go, check this out, man. I'm going to tell you this, right?
Oh, go ahead. I'm trying to let you know there's 27 different types of humans, man. That Neanderthal is human, man. Come on.
No, it's not, listen, it's not, that is not a human.
It is,
it's not
man.
a human. That is a species. That is, listen, this is why I'm going to tell you it's not a human. Look, the mitochondrial DNA. Listen, the mtDNA, and I said this before, the mtDNA of the Neanderthals does not go back to no hominid ancestry. Everyone is saying hominid.
Hey, Born, so can you give me a peer-reviewed article to say they're not human? And I'll shut up.
Look, man. I
don't want to hear your opinion on it because neither one of us is scientists. The only one that's got a damn rating is Ben already.
I gave you the white man name already, Javante Pablo. And listen, hold on. And this is how you already know that the Neanderthal is a separate species. And I'm gonna say this is why you know, because they tell you that there are Caucasians who have Neanderthal DNA. Your brother Ngozi already said he got 1.87 of DNA. He got part of the Neanderthal genome in him, which is a separate genome. So you can't tell me that something. Listen. It is.
He's a homo. Neanderthal is a homo.
No, listen. The mitochondrial DNA is not homo. It's not. I ain't going to argue with you. You're the one wrong.
Born. I'm not disagreeing. Born. Now you just proved my point. Not because he has a more archaic human DNA in him, bruh.
No, but
that's so different than the Hausa tribe. Look it up.
Listen, but that's just something that you have to. You think that is more archaic. You think that because there is no.
What are you saying to this? So wait.
Let me finish with my point. Because you think that the mitochondrial DNA of the Neanderthal is a more archaic human, but there is no peer-reviewed article that will state that. Now, I dare you to show me a peer-reviewed article that states that the mitochondrial DNA of the Neanderthal is hominid. There's none. Not one. I know that without anything I know, because I know that works right here.
So you're not gonna deal with the 300-year-old DNA, yo. You're gonna deal with that. You don't want to deal with that, yo. That's in the African, that's in the Hausa tribe, that's in the Bush Pygmy tribe. You ain't gonna deal with that. You gonna act like that's just not there.
I'm only going to deal with this Neanderthal right now because this Neanderthal thing is the thing that I got raps on this. Because you're going to have to give this up and say that this Neanderthal is a separate species. No, I don't have to get any raps on that, man. Yeah, man, if you rap on that, you're going to have to, how you not going to agree that Neanderthal is a separate species?
That's not the point. Boom, that's irrelevant, Bourne. You're making it irrelevant. How does that help your case against evolution?
No,
that's my point. How is saying that Neanderthal DNA on
because this is the part of evolution. And like I said, there's two parts of evolution that I don't agree with. I said this at the beginning of the show. There are two parts in evolution that I'm disagreeable with and can't find no real answers. The first part of the evolution thing that I'm disagreeable with is the beginning. Is this Cambrian period, pre-Cambrian period in the fossil record there, which is very sketchy that I'm not agreeable with. The second part of the evolution thing that I'm disagreeable with is this transition from some ape-type creature into what we have today as the African. I'm disagreeable with it because of the archaeological record that is disagreeable with it. Now, besides the archaeological record, we also see things that look like genetic modification. I'm just find out what this is.
Man. You just gotta stop it, yo. Stop it. I need to know why you disagree. Not because me and you are friends. So we just can't say we disagree. Where is your plausible evidence to say you don't agree? And we're not talking about a crazy blog on the internet. That shit don't make no sense to you, man.
I gave you evidence why I disagree archaeologically, man.
You didn't, man, because it's not there. You gave me some Cambrian shit that creationists use. So now your man come on the phone and say white people ain't capable of telling the truth, but yet y'all use all the white people shit.
Listen, man.
So this
you got it. Listen.
Yeah, but you're using white people shit and denying it. That's the fucking problem.
I'm not denying that.
White sources because
anytime I say something.
Anytime I say something.
When have you ever heard me say that white people can never tell the truth? That's not my deal. I don't say that. I don't say white people are incapable of telling the truth. Y'all say that, not me. I've never said that. And I've never said that.
You ain't never said that you got to question everything the crackers say?
Little shit to stay away from the point. Fuck the small shit. Let's just deal with the questions. And let's just deal with
whoever's in the background, stay quiet and let them talk.
Let's just deal with facts and information.
Hold on. Look,
we're not going to deal with speculation and opinion. Let's just deal with facts and information. I don't give a fuck if it came from a cracker. I don't give a fuck if it came from Africa. Wait a minute. If you're going to use a cracker sword, you got to be able to use to also put out every resource that cracker used to get to his final conclusion or his final answer to prove the cracker right or wrong if you're going to use a cracker source. Other than that, let's just deal with facts. Because sitting here arguing over the dumb shit and the small shit, we ain't getting no answers. I ain't got time for this shit, yo. I'm here to learn. If I'm wrong, I want to correct myself. If the opposite side is wrong, then the opposite side is the one.
Hold on, you're going to ask a cohesive question, yo. I never understood information.
Hold on, let me cite some stuff. Because in order for us to be able to say that, look, man, maybe there's some different things. Let me cite some stuff. You know what I mean? Right here is from Dr. Winslow. You want to cite this from Dr. Winslow. You know what I mean? And he collected from the Eastern United States. And a skull fragment characterized by Dr. J. Wyman, a leading craniologist and human, was dispatched by Winslow to the museums of the Natural History Society of Boston. The fossil was labeled as follows: from a shaft in Table Mountain, 180 feet below the surface in gold drip among rolled stones and near mastodon debris. Overlaying strata of basaltic compactness and hardness, found July 1857. Given to Reverend C.F. Winslow by Honorable Paul K. Hobbs, August 15, 1857. Another fragment from the same stone that similarly labeled was sent to the Museum of Philadelphia and Academy of Natural Sciences.
Now, we're going to look at we got to go down, right? Let me go down a little bit because we need to find exactly how old is this level. The gravels containing the skull fragment lay 180 feet below the surface and beneath the lava cap of Table Mountain, which is 9 million years old. The oldest gravels below the lava are 55 million years old. The skull fragment could thus be from 9 million to 55 million years old. We got that right there. Bob, we throw that in there. Now, I'm not going to just talk about some bullshit. We throw that in here for number one. We want to throw that one.
Yeah, I have to throw Born. You got to slow down. Born.
No,
this is not the kind of subject where you just start throwing facts out. Can we just deal with that first?
Because you said I want to say something. And look, I gave you his name. I gave you
hold on for a minute.
I gave you his date.
Black Power.
Born, listen. That's from when? 18 what?
57.
Now, so what is the up-to-date information on that?
They're not even updating this information. They're not even updating it. You know why? You know why they're not even updating it? Because the year that they found it, that they refused to even look at it. That's not the truth, Born. Mr. Raw can tell you this, yo. If you deal with archaeology, listen to what I'm telling you. Things can fall into certain time zones. That don't mean it was there. It can fall under that. I know that.
So let me come on, Born. Please don't cut me up. If I'm going long, yo, I'll just shut up and let you finish. I just want to deal with that for a minute. Can we deal with that for a minute, please?
Okay.
Can we deal with the 9 million? How many years you said it was?
9 million to 50 million.
9 million to 50 million years. Now, let me show you what archaeologists do. This is my specialty area. Just because we find one thing, one skull, in the 9 million year old strata, right? What we do now, as we look around the world in the 9 million year old strata, we find no humans. When I'm saying humans, I'm talking about anatomically humans that look like us. We don't find the tools that the humans made. So it's an illogical thing to think that one skull in the 9 million, the 50 million year old area is the only place in the whole world where you find humans. Now, when you come to 200,000 years, you find humans all around. You find the tools that these anatomically correct humans make. You find everything that's associated with anatomically correct humans. That's the scientific process. Just finding
Brother
one
Born,
thing.
I like to just throw something out there to the family. We got to keep in context here that when he say we, I did. I'm sorry. Let me know when you finish.
I'm finished, man. All right. Can we just stick with that though? Because we can't be crazy here. You can't find one bone. Come on, man. All right. That's not scientific. That's all.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say, yo.
Okay. I just want to throw in a side note to the family. When he says we, in terms of finding things in that time period, there is no we. There is the cracker beast oppressors. They, since our Myafa, they have been the ones to tell us about science. They are the ones who brought their bullshit Genesis to life, where, in Genesis, Adam's supposed to have named all the animals and all plants and all this shit. Well, that's what they have done. Okay, while we've been asleep, they tried to bring that lie to life. They are the ones who have done this so-called work. Okay, so you may not find that because guess what? There may have been plenty that they haven't revealed yet. We know how they hold back information. So Brother Born is not out of pocket with that. And I just want to throw that out there because, again, you don't got that many fossils. What real fossils do you got in the pre-Cambrian age to back up the explosion that's supposed to have happened in the Cambrian age, according to the scientists? Okay, so you ain't got those fossils there either. But yet, we're supposed to believe in the plausibility of what the cracker has deduced on how things came about over time, natural selection. We're supposed to accept that.
Hold on. No, we're not. So let me get this straight. Based off the fact that the European brought us in slavery and did all that, we're supposed to discount all the information I just said.
No, we're supposed to acknowledge. We're supposed to acknowledge the fact that in terms of science, it is through their ideology. When you say we done archaeology all over the world, who the hell are you talking about? You're talking about the damn cracker beast. You're talking about the same people that have taught us, right? That's who teaches us, right? That's who. Right now, hold on, King. Don't front. When you went to a school, who curriculum was your own? What country do you live in? Who society are you under? Who indoctrination have we all received? Let's not pretend now. Okay? So when the cracker beast Darwin, for example, was coming up with his theories, right? Where was we at? Where was our people at?
What are we doing? What are we doing, sis?
Where was our people at? Was our people not in chattel enslavement? Have we not already experienced several 100 years and some change of not being allowed to read or write? Have we not come back? Have we not woken up with them now being the ones that are the teachers of the high sciences? And is it not their perspectives, whether you're pro or con, that you're arguing from a basis from?
So, okay, hold on, sis. Let me say, so you're really saying that modern humans didn't start out in Africa. That's what you're basically saying?
You ain't hear nothing I said. That's clear.
I heard you. No,
now you ain't hear
me. No. Listen what I'm saying.
For somebody that did hear me, can you translate for a brother?
Sis, let me work. Come on, sis. Let's have this conversation. I'm making a point. I heard exactly what you said. And the reason I'm saying is because the outer Africa theory, according to you, would be a European theory. So that would mean we have to discount that. So are we discounting that the African is the oldest human on the planet? That's what I'm asking now, based off the fact, like your man said, that the European is incapable of telling the truth. So we're going to agree, right, that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about on that. Y'all all in agreement on that?
I'm in agreement that we are at ground zero. And like Sheikh Diop said, we need to do our own work. Okay, we need to stop fronting like we're doing our own work when we're really reciting the press put out there. Whether some of this should be true or not, that's just the reality of it.
But I asked a specific question, sis, because your man came on and said that the white man is incapable of telling the truth. So if he's incapable of telling the truth, right, then anything that he writes, we can't read it. So then what the hell are we really talking about?
No. We're talking about, hold on. When he says that, he's speaking in generality. You know, you got a few sprinkle here and there. You know, the master teachers have let us know there's a few sprinkle here and there. But did Sheikh Anta Diop not stress in Civilization of Barbarism how these same scientists out of Cambridge and Oxford and all these great universities that works are canonized or theories are canonized? Did he not say that their racial ideology was all up in their work, and that the reason why he's writing this work is to inspire us to do our own? Are we not capable of doing what they have done since we have been in chattel enslavement and 300 years in a goddamn coma, not allowed to read or write? Completely, everything that we've known, that's why we had these master teachers, right? Haven't they paved the way to let us know this? And they started with our own history? Didn't they do that?
So then, sis, I can't defeat that, though.
See, my problem with you, Bistro, is that you don't keep it real. See, what I want from you, for example, which I could not get from the other brother, too. I could not get, hold on, King. I could not get from y'all the like, you don't say where your sources come from, right? What you can tell them, and this is every time, go just type this word in and go into and find it online. That's that bullshit right there. You know, that's really intellectually dishonest. It's not nice. It's not right, man.
I didn't say that, sis. Well, my point is, and how you know we from Bistro? Where you know that?
Because you said that's who you are. So that's what I'm recognizing now.
Okay, but listen to this point I want to make real fast. What the mistake that we're all making on this phone is to absolutely think that white people, right, actually invented what they're doing to today. They didn't invent that science, sis. I'm not even trying to be funny.
I'm not saying that. You didn't see.
And I'm telling
somebody, please explain what I said. Because he ain't hear me. Because what he's holding on to is preventing him from hearing me.
I'm not holding on to that. I heard exactly what you're saying. You're presupposing that science, that modern science, is a European invention. That's what you're basically saying.
No, hold on, listen. Hold on. This is what we're talking about. Let me get this right. Hold on. Let me get this right, and I'm going to move on. We're going to get this right. We are not saying that science and the origin of science is not African. We are not saying that. What we are saying is that modern interpretation of science is European and Eurocentric all of the time since we have known it. Now, if we have any disagreements on that, is there any? None. Okay.
Listen,
that's
born. But so what, born? If it's right, it's right, no matter who it comes from, no born. And that's the part I'm missing with y'all. That just because a white person made it, don't make it wrong. And I'm trying to figure out, tell me where it's wrong at. That's all. So for the next 20 minutes on this show, can y'all please explain to me how the fuck we got to be fully human? Now, I'm listening to y'all. And if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Hold on, listen, hold on. Listen, that's a red herring.
That's only fair, born.
Red herring.
That's only fair, born. That's not a red herring. It's not a red herring, born.
Because you asked because this is what I'm about to do, because I'm going back to your initial question. I'm only going to deal with your initial question. Your initial question was that you wanted me to give you some information. So I'm not going that where I can say that I disagree with the timeline. So I'm going to continue to give information that shows that I need to look at it differently, and I need to look at the interpretation of what they're saying, how we came about, and who we are. I need to reevaluate this. So I'm going to look at some more white sources, because that's what people like to have, is good white sources. So I got some good white sources.
That's not right, dude. You know that's some unscientific shit, yo.
Let me put this other one there.
It is, born. That's unscientific, man.
Can I put it in the Sabonis skeleton?
Oh man, the one scientist, the one Darwin shit, yo, ain't what makes sense, yo.
See, look, you trying to say one when I just gave
you on the one, yo. You on the one thing, yo, from 1839, dog, and then you claim the reason they looked at it again is because. Man, I looked at this shit again, and you know what they said? They gave the scientific explanation for why that fossil was there, but you didn't give that to your audience. You just gave the 1819 shit.
No, now they said that it could have happened like that, but the one thing that they're saying is about burial, but one thing that was not apparent there, that they cannot qualify, was not apparent there, was the mixture of gravel above the goddamn skeleton. Because in order for it to be a burial, there would be a mixture of gravel. And they can't but they could say, well, look, this is how it happened. See, they can explain it away. But they still did not find that. And now I'm going to give you another skeleton with this same.
Stop. We'll get that on the bone. We'll get that.
We now turn our attention to another player.
I just asked you what book you got that from, Boy. You can't ignore me like that.
Oh, this hidden history of the human race.
See, there you go. There you have it, nigga.
See, Brother Boy, you don't have to, though, because they don't never give you nothing.
Listen,
you can Google it.
You won with it. So now we're going to the hidden history book.
Yeah,
Straight white boy. Straight on outside, ain't even a motherfucker.
Exactly.
Can I interject right quick? Can I interject right quick? Black African power.
Hold on, yo.
Black African power. Come on, brother. We don't have the black ice, man. Come on.
I ain't saying nothing, Mr. Rock. I said it goes to
Wait 1 second. Because, see, this is one of these tools that y'all use. This is one of these tools that y'all use.
I don't
See, wait. Anything that does not go along in the line with what you say it is now this is pseudo. This is crazy. But I'm only giving. Wait. I'm only giving credible archaeology.
It's not credible.
Hold on, wait. And you can go look up these archaeologists and geologists' names and doctors who I'm talking about. I'm not just telling you, this is somebody's work who's just putting this shit together. These is all goddamn archaeologists and geologists find. This ain't no shit where...
Born, that's the same people that say the human race started in America, though, Born. You going to ignore that?
The human race started in America. See, this ain't about that the human race started in America.
It is,
this is
Born,
about whether or not we define... No, this is... No, wait. See, because what you're trying to do is do something that's Jesus-like. What y'all trying to do is stop us into a certain type of paradigm where we only been here for a certain amount of period of time.
I said, okay,
Caucasians can say that we've been here because the only thing that he knows is that he only been here for 6,000 to 10,000 years. So since he understands that he only been here for 6,000 to 10,000 years, he must keep everybody inside a timeline that I don't agree with. So now,
you
if I don't agree with the timeline, why can't I not use radical white sources like Dr. John Henrik Clark in them? Why can't I use radical white sources? Tell me that.
Let me get this point. Let me get this straight, Vaughn. So basically what you're saying is, the hell with science. Let me just get this book called some incredible history type of book and use that. So that's what you're basically saying.
I'm using all scientists, though. How I'm throwing away science when I'm using scientists, man? How I'm throwing away science when I'm using the scientists, man? I'm not using it. That's not science. People writing out their head. It's not people writing out their head. It's not science because it's not empirical.
Do you know what science is? Do you know what science is, brother?
It's not science because it's empirical.
No, I'm telling you why it's not science, Boone.
This is the only reason why it's not science is because it has not been codified by academia. Are you saying that's why it's not?
I'm saying
and I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna give you some academia ones. Some that the academia even qualified. Can I give you some of them?
Yes, but Vaughn, I'm saying the reason it's not science because my next question would be is, how many peer-reviewed articles do you have on that particular find, yo? How many people have tested that fossil, looked over it again, and gave their review on it? That's all I'm asking, man. Just because a guy that wrote a fucking book called The Incredible History of some shit.
No.
So give me.
But see, that's a slight. That's a slight to what I'm saying. That's a slight.
It's not good science, Vaughn, to have one item, dude.
You try to slight the person who put together the articles. No, that's a slight.
It's not an article.
You're trying to discredit. No. You're trying to discredit the research. You're trying to discredit the research by stating that. You're trying to discredit. That's the same thing that the crackers say about Dr. Ben. And I got the book, but that's the same shit that they say about Dr. Ben. They're trying to discredit him like that. They say, well, look, that writer right there, you can't believe that because he pulled together all the articles and all that archaeological finds that we don't agree with. He pulling together shit that we don't agree with. So we don't agree with him. So get that shit out of here. That's why they told Brother Mikarai he can't use shit at the job. We don't agree with that nigga. So keep that shit out of there. We don't give a fuck how many goddamn archaeologists, geologists, how many motherfucking finds he found. Fuck that. And y'all can't do that, man. We got to be open to. You got to at least listen to. You got to at least listen to what I'm saying though. You got to at least listen to the information and be able to say before you start saying, "Oh man, that's crazy."
Hey, Born. So really, what you're saying is that you got to find that goes 9 million years, 50 million years that predate human DNA, and that's all right with you, and that's good science.
No,
right, bro.
No.
I can't rock that, dude.
Hold on, look, right?
No, you don't have 50 million year old human DNA.
What? Like you said,
you need more than just one discipline to prove that, brother.
Who knows?
No, ain't no who knows. It's not who knows, bro. I'm just telling you. You can argue with me till you turn purple in the face. That's not good science. And y'all can argue one fossil find. I'm about to turn over to Mikarai. I'm about to turn over to Mikarai,
right? I'm about to turn over to Mikarai.
Ngozi trying to get it.
Next time we get on the line, I'm going to
just... Hey, dude, did you hear what I said, though, yo?
I'm going to use the white person next to the African. I'm going to use all Chinese paleontologists.
Did you hear what I said, Boom? Did you hear what I said, bro?
Modern, because see, since the old finds.
Did you hear what I said, Boom?
What did you say?
I said, Ngozi been trying to get the fuck in on the call, yo.
Oh, all right. Listen, check this out, right? And 3 years. Listen, right? Check this out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change yours, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring in nothing but paleontologists, right? Modern.
No, boy, that ain't what I need, Born. I don't need the one paleontologist, Born. What I need is a group of scientists testing the fossils, bro. I needed more than one discipline, Born, because at 50 million, there is no human DNA that can back you, bro. There is no tools that can back you. There is none of that, Born.
Oh, you gotta listen. So don't nobody say that I'm biased, right? So don't nobody say I'm biased. I ain't gonna use.
You're not listening to me, Born.
Listen what I'm saying. No, listen what I'm saying. I'm not going to use no crackers. I'm not going to use no Africans. I'm going to use all Chinese people. I'm fucking with the paleontology.
Yo.
I got gang of them. I got gang of them writing up some shit right now.
I ain't doing that.
But I'm going to turn it over to Brother Mikarab. Brother Mikarab.
I ain't gonna do it with you, Born. I'm gonna let you ride on that, yo.
Hey, Born, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with the Chinese archaeology and anthropology because a lot of their stuff is proven wrong. One of them tried to say that Homo erectus evolved in the humans separately from the humans in Africa, and then when Alice Roberts went back and tested the DNA with the Asian, with one of the main lead geneticists over there who was trying to say the same thing, they went into the human genome and realized that we were wrong. They threw it out the window. They saying he turned around and said that all humans come from Africa when they started measuring the haplogroups and they started seeing the main lineup where the paternal lineages was coming from and the maternal lineages was coming from. So that a lot of those Asian anthropologists or geneticists, a lot of it be false because what they like to promote is Asian supremacy, as if they were separate from everybody and they insult Africans.
That's not what they're doing, Ngozi. That's not what they're doing. The issue with the issue.
No, I'm not talking about Diop. I want to talk about Diop.
The issue with Chinese politics resolves because the Chinese see that European homogeny even falls in the realm of archaeology. And that's why I had a cracker tell me, a cracker professor, I'll give you the site, Professor Neil Warner. He actually wrote a letter of recommendation for me for grad school for niggas who think want to question my background. But anyway, he even said it. When it comes to those Chinese artifacts, there's a problem dating them. Because of where they were found, some of them were found in jungles, and it's really hard to carbon date these areas because, and it's bullshit, because the Chinese is obviously saying we come out of Africa. So it's one of the politics.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what I'm telling Born. The Chinese will tell you that they come from Africa. They tell you that they come from Africa. They don't come from a separate species.
Listen what I'm saying, right? I'm talking about some paleontology. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about no geneticists. So I'm gonna bring in a group of Chinese paleontologists who looking at the finds. They're looking at the fossils. They're looking at the artifacts, and they come up with some nice discrepancies. So I'm gonna deal with.
Hey, Born, I got something for you too. Born, I want to tell you. I mean, before you go in, because I missed a lot of stuff about what humans was. I want you to look up Nicholas Wade to understand what Homo sapiens sapien is, to show that a lot of African tribes had archaic human DNA. I want you to look up Nicholas Wade and look up genetic data and fossil evidence tell different tales of human origins. Look that up, yo. Look up Nicholas Wade. And when you look at that haplogroup A00, Homo sapiens sapien is not a simple thing. Like they found Omo Man 1 in the Nile Valley, in Ethiopia, in Omo Valley, in southern Ethiopia. And when they turned around and found another skull in Morocco going back 300,000 years, then they turned around and found the gene goes back 338,000 years. Now we have to understand what made up Neanderthal. Neanderthal was a crossbreed between Homo heidelbergensis and Homo ancestor that migrated out of Africa. Then you turn around and look at what makes up Homo sapiens sapien. Homo sapiens sapien is a diverse thing that created us. This is what I meant by hybrid. You got to talk about homogenesis, Homo sapien adults.
Don't go too quick. I'm going to tell you. I want to say this to you. Is that I listen to you speak, and I know that you have the information in a certain mannerism, but when you say it like that, people can't really catch what you're saying because you're going through it so fast that they really can't catch exactly what you're saying. And I wanted to go back to what you said about Neanderthal because I heard you say two different names that they were supposed to be the hybrids of, and so I just wanted to get that again so I can. Had it in my mind.
Neanderthal was a crossbreed between Homo heidelbergensis or Homo heidelbergensis and Homo ancestor that migrated outside of the continent. Well, Homo heidelbergensis and Homo ancestor was the first offshoot of Homo ergaster. Homo sapiens sapien is a complex thing which created us because it's not one direction or one pinpoint. The pinpoint that's most important for us, Homo sapiens sapien today, it starts with haplogroup or genetic atom, or if we don't want to use that haplogroup CTM168. And mitochondrial DNA L3. And it's these genetic traits or these paternal and mitochondrial or maternal DNA that's responsible for us today. Early humans that migrated out, they didn't survive. There's a lot of changes that went on. So what I'm saying is that when you study what created us, it's not a simple direction. So when Ankh said that Homo sapiens sapien is a hybrid, it is a hybrid because we were made of different types of subspecies of the homogeneous family that produced Homo sapiens sapien. You feel what I'm saying? Now, we have to ask the question, why were they able to breed? Well, the point percentages of the autosomal DNA wasn't that far off compared to if a human being tried to breed with a...
Yeah, right there, Ngozi. That's not the case for the Homo sapiens sapien in Africa.
Well, I'm trying. Let me just say this, bro. It actually is, because what I'm saying is that if you look up haplogroup A00, right? A00 goes back to
an ancestor in Africa.
Right, but
see, you mentioned the blend between the Neanderthal being the Heidelbergensis and the Heidelberg ancestor. The question I asked you is, what was the fate of Homo ancestor? Where did he die off at? What was the last location found to say that it was a species that could be cataloged?
He was found. He was in Europe. He was in Germany.
Okay, he's in Germany now. Homo heidelbergensis. This is for the layman who may not know. Where is the fate of Homo heidelbergensis in that, brother Ngozi?
What was the fate?
What is the fate? Meaning, what the fate of because they died off. So what was the fate?
He died off. A lot of them didn't make it. He died off. A lot of them were. What I'm saying is, brother, they were interbreeding, creating different specimens or different brands of subspecies of different humans within a homogeneous family. So it's not in one direction. You know, a lot of them mutate. Like, for example, Homo heidelbergensis was nothing what they call a Homo Goliath, which was tall. He was nothing but a darker skinned Neanderthal. He don't become Neanderthal until he make it to the Neanderthal valleys that they found him at. Remember, you notice you went to school. They labeled these fossils based off of the geographical location that they find them. They found the first Neanderthal piece of fossil, not a complete, in the Neanderthal valleys in Germany. Am I right or wrong?
I agree with this question I asked you. I want you to analyze this. Meaning, is there enough fossil record? And this is an opinion. This is Ngozi critical thinking. I want you to analyze what you've been taught in school and really answer some of this question. Is there enough fossil record on Homo heidelbergensis and Homo ancestor to say that this is a distinctly new species?
I think that it is enough evidence based off. If you ask me my opinion, and then go with me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it is. I think it is because when you see the commonality between Homo sapiens sapien and Homo neanderthal, and you look at the genome and the similarity of the closeness, or pieces of the fossils where he was able to retain certain DNA in certain soft tissue areas of the fossils, because they don't find complete fossils of Homo heidelbergensis, certain tops of the skull and different things. But from what they was able to measure, they can see the common gap between us, Neanderthal, and Homo denisovans. The gene pool is too close for it to be that far off, so it makes sense. And when it comes to Homo ancestor, and you be sometimes I gotta give you guys. Hold on, let me just say that. Hold on, I want to give you credit right quick about something.
Yeah,
when it comes to certain archaic fossils, some fossils are not complete.
That's what I'm saying. Stay in the fossil record. Yeah, because there's not enough DNA. There's not enough DNA evidence on Homo ancestor to even make that conclusion.
It's a lot of enough DNA on Homo heidelbergensis though. And you can clearly see that. It's a lot of Homo ancestor is a gap, so that's a gap. But when it comes to Homo heidelbergensis, it's a lot of information to show and prove the commonality. Think about it. Homo heidelbergensis stays in Africa, not the one that leaves out, and goes through Homo rhodogenesis. And then from Homo rhodogenesis, he becomes Homo sapien adotu. Then Homo sapien adotu later on becomes the Homo sapien sapien. There was a lot of stages that we went through to become what we became.
No, right there. That's what they went through because we don't go through that. Okay. Ankh mentioned something very important. I want you to translate for him, Brother Ngozi. Archaic Homo sapiens, the word archaic.
It means older,
elder. To a time period, right?
Elder. Right. It means older, elder. Correct.
It has nothing to do with being more primitive. It just means older, right?
It just means, it's an older.
Listen, now hear me out, Brother Ngozi. I want you to think. I want you to think now. Given the time period that they give for Homo sapiens sapien being 200,000 years, and then the next Homo sapiens sapien coming out of Africa being 50 years, the archaic is a creation to push back the time so they can fit in. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Hold on, brother. You're intelligent, but let me tell you what's going on. When you went to school for anthropology, archaic humans did not look like me and you completely, right? Your brow is much more smoother. Now, I'm not saying, let's throw out the primitive terms and all that. They had archaic features or more broader features or more thicker probabilistic features than me and you. So when it comes to us, you're not talking about the ones in Israel. You're not talking about the ones in Africa. No, the ones in Africa. What I'm saying is the ones in Africa, the archaic humans that was in Africa before the later version of Homo sapiens, said me and you.
They don't have a protruding sagittal crest. They don't have a protruding sagittal crest. They don't have a protruding scapula.
Okay, now you're talking. even though they are old, which they are, they still was not completely like me and you. Their brow wasn't more flatter than ours. They had a higher level of testosterone than me and you. A whole lot of things was different. Just like
stop right there. Stop right there. How are they able to say that these people, these species have more testosterone based on fossil record alone? See, I'm an archaeologist. We only look at all we have is fossil records. So how are they able to how are they able to speculate and go as far as to say that they even had a higher testosterone? Then that means they have a testosterone level for all archaic, all hominids,
not for
right?
all, not for all. What I'm saying is that according to some of the fossils that has been found, some of the fossils that have been found, you have retaining soft tissues that's able to be measured, right? And when you measure it, based off the boldness of the fossils and certain what we refer to as structures of the bones or the limb proportions, those limb proportions within the marrow of those fossils tells the story. That's why I always bring up this all the time. Human leukoantigens. You know what an antigen is, right? Or you know what human leukoantigens are, right? You learned that in anthropology, or you learned that you had to take a biology course. I'm sure you did.
Well, physical anthropology goes into this.
Right.
Anthropology goes there.
So what I'm saying is, bro, is that in some fossils, especially the archaic fossils, I'm not going back to Homo erectus. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the fossils that was a little bit older than us. They had a larger, they produced more testosterone, and they had thicker features. The features that we have is a lot softer. You know, it's a lot softer compared to our archaic ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, when you say primitive, I'm not denying that they wasn't humans. And we could breed with them because it happened. You know, when you look at this article, Genetic Data Fossil, and I brought up Nicholas Wade, you can see that they was able to reproduce.
What me and Ngozi was going over is that, for people who don't be knowing, when you find archaic Homo sapiens, you have to watch, because the archaic Homo sapiens outside of Africa, and Brother Ngozi, right, they all look like they still hold Neanderthal features. Them niggas got protruding foreheads. They're just getting a forehead, in fact, and that's indicative to frontal lobe development in the brain. But when it comes to archaic Africans, there are slight differences, and one can argue that they're derivative traits and not really a phylogeny to classify it in terms of being a whole other species. In fact, okay, if you use the analogy that the brother Ngozi just used, now the question I ask is, do you know how many fossil records or of soft tissue analysis would it take to get an honest ratio to fluctuate to say that this is the percentage ratio of testosterone in archaic Homo? A lot of them. And you don't have that many outside of Africa. Black power.
Hello?
Black power.
He dropped, and Ngozi dropped.
Now another point I want to bring up. Whenever they have to create certain, like he said that the Neanderthal was the Neanderthal is even a hybrid, if you use that analogy, because Homo habilis, we know about that hominid, but that's why I asked about the Homo ancestor. And listen to the term. Go look up it. Homo ancestor. That's very inquiring, because it gives the subname of Homo ancestor, and that's only one or two bones. That's why I asked him, is it enough fossil record to classify it as being a new species? I've heard Europeans argue the point and say no. They believe that, there at least has to be 5, 6 to 10 of that accurate, and a lot of times it'd be like one or two distinct, like, for example, all the pre-hominins that fall before Homo erectus, all of that 7 million years, all that shit can fit in only 2 shoeboxes. That's your fossil record, 2 shoeboxes. Giving you, I think, 8 phylogenies on 8 different hominins pre-existing before Homo erectus. It's sketchy.
Ashe. That's real.
When you look at Kenyan philanthropists, some of the early that they accredit to Europeans, they missing faces. All you see is the top of their skulls. I kind of question that. You know what I mean? So. I have no problem with, but I just want them to think about certain things, because they oftentimes we're not allowed to question nothing, So yeah, how are you getting enough body, fluid out of a fossil bone to get DNA, to get the DNA and be able to analyze testosterone. You can't do it.
Well, when you said the campers, soul count, and that's all they got. That's from Java, 1891, Dubois. We found that.
And even if we ride with the fossil record, okay, them jumping from Neanderthals to modern anatomical human beings is the fastest so-called evolutionary jump in the fossil record. What do you mean, Nicaragua? Let us look at how long it took. Let's use their lot. Let's use this evolutionary theory. If we do use it, the hardest one to explain in terms of that context is, like I just said, how Europeans evolved so quickly to do just one or two. They were able to evolve to modern Homo sapiens just by mixing in a few generations.
Which
they be splicing certain genes. Do you know how many specimens die for them able to get one successful liger in the laboratory to show you a mixing of a hybrid? Do you know why it took so long? Because they had to manipulate each gene to be able. They had to turn off genes that would naturally be turned on, not due to evolution, but because of natural selection. The relationship between alleles, which are genes, and the environment. And once human beings are placed, not only just human beings, all creatures, when they're placed, you're going to see physical characteristic changes once they switch environment. That's adapting.
Hey, Mikaran.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to get what your conclusion is, brother. I hear you saying a lot of things. What are you saying? That the evolution is not realistic and that's not humans didn't evolve. Is that basically what you're saying?
What I'm saying is,
give me your stance, because I haven't heard y'all stance. Let me hear your stance.
My stance is, since 1859, when Charles Darwin first wrote that book, and when he revised in 1872, it has not been updated and it has not been challenged. Me, as an anthropologist, it conflicts with me because, first off, I'm an African. And I don't fall under, that's why I have to escape from the history of religion and the history of so-called evolution. Why? Because, first off, you can't tell me how you came to be. But my fossil record, me and your fossil record, Brother go back. I mean, we're talking about 5 miles deep into the ground, unbroken chain of just stratigraphy, layer for layer, because we existed. For them, that's why they had to go back to Africa, because the first, okay, look at how they busted my nigga that created the put down man. How did he get busted? Not because they found out that the chin bone was fake, but there wasn't enough bones. You understand what I'm saying? Wasn't enough culture material. See, the more, if they were to say all life came out of Europe, all life came out of Asia, they say no bone. So the younger crackers going to start asking questions. Well, mommy, how? So the point I'm saying is, niggas did not come from monkeys. As diverse as Africa is, Africa produces some of the most extreme species, and it is what it is. It's a species. It's unique. You have to ask yourself, if we came from monkeys, why is the monkey still here? If we came from monkeys, why are we still here? And another question, if monkeys can change to human beings, then that means the monkey...
Why is the wolf still here? Why is the wolf still here, though? Yeah, why is the wolf still here? If what you're saying makes any sense, why is the wolf still here?
Why is the
wolf still here?
That's a good example. That's a great example, because when you look at the plight of the Neanderthal, it's a good documentary out. The European tells you the relationship the Neanderthals had with the dog. And you know what I found interesting? Both of them, when you look at our ancestors, when they demoted Serapis with the Greeks, they gave them the sign of a triple-headed dog. Why? Because both the dog and the cracker are grafted.
All right, so that's what you're basically saying. After all that, right, with Darwin, I'm saying don't make no sense, But drafting makes sense to you. All right, okay.
Yeah, because look what the Europeans said. The Europeans said that Neanderthals were created by hybridizing with Homo sapiens. Neanderthals were created by grafting them off of Homo sapiens.
Okay. So you're telling me that somebody drafted the Europeans. Is that we get after all that? That's scientific.
I'm gonna say it again because if I can't get if Sister Camille can't talk to you, goddamn bistro, nigga, turn your ears on. I'm gonna say it again. The Neanderthals, the Europeans said the modern European Homo sapiens evolved by meeting up with higher species or Homo sapiens sapiens out of Africa, and we believe that they met and hybridized. That means that they had sex.
They know what they
and
met
the
at.
offspring is how they came to be. Now, you claim no evolution. Is sex an indication? Could you just evolve by having sex with a higher species, Unc? If you stuck your dick, Unc, I hate to talk like this. I know there's queens on the line, but goddamn, if you stuck your dick into a highly intelligent species, would your baby come out half intelligent? Would it come out half genius, half human? Is that how evolution works? If you fuck a superior being, you can jump into it? No. So how are Neanderthals able to become humans by simply sleeping with humans?
Where did you get that from, though? Menkaroff, come on, man. Come on, dude. I hear exactly what you're saying, bro. Right? And I don't think you even understand what Neanderthal is, yo. And I'm thinking you're leaving a lot of information off the table, yo. I promise you this, yo. I promise you to make Neanderthal just a bunch of dumb rocks. I'm thinking that's a mistake, right? And the fact that you ignore science and then come with, okay.
Now, you know the anatomical differences between us and Neanderthals is? Just for my black power niggas in the building. If you're hand-to-hand combat, you know when you hear about old movies and it's an alien and what's the weak spot? All Neanderthals have a hollow occipital bone. The back of their heads, the bone where the plates of the back of their head connect, it's very hollow. Very hollow. So anatomically, we're not all the same. Because this is the question you gotta ask yourself. If a nigga died, how do white scientists examine bones with no flesh on them, and we all the same, and be able to tell you this is a nigga or this is an Asian, this is a white? We all obviously can't be the same. There must be some differences that can denote us through race.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I became an archaeologist. I wanted to know that shit, and I'm finding out about it. Now I'm bringing it to my people, and niggas want to argue with me, saying, oh, we all the same. No, we not, nigga. You know, the latest evolutionary jump for the European was the development of a frontal lobe to the brain. Did y'all know that?
What? What'd you say, Menkaroff? All I know is your shoebox theory is a bunch of bullshit.
I ain't shoeboxing shit. You know what the fuck to talk about, nigga. Listen to the fuck I'm saying. Look at the false record.
And
you look at the changes, the basic things that the Neanderthals and human being is a forehead.
You gonna beat me down? Are you serious? You gonna beat me down and then say they were drafted and they're gonna say there's only a shoebox full of damn fossils, man? Come on with that shit, man. That's where your backup go,
because every time I say something that don't fall in line, like brother Ngozi, brother Border just said this. All your comments are self-serving. You're not scientific because you're not open for new information. You can't be scientific.
You're messing up.
Science have social agendas. Every science has an agenda. Every scientist has an agenda, and it's kind of it's weird because when I'm on your motherfucking show and niggas been saying y'all been giving Honor Ross Squad a pass, and I got to bring it out. If I talk this long over you, you would have silenced me and you would have brought on some Hebrews. You know why? Because you can look like a scholar when you debate with Hebrews. You can look like a scholar when you only debate with ignorant religious people. But when you come in the building with motherfuckers who read a couple books, you want to get all defensive and shit because niggas know that ain't the truth.
Hey, Menkaroff, you just over talking me, yo, and I'm tired of you throwing them kind of blows. So I'm gonna let you know right now off the top, yo, your shit's a little bit raggedy, bro. All right. You need to update your motherfucking shit, and you raggedy. Since you want to throw them kind of shots, man. Hold on. I asked you a question. You don't even know about the hybridization of the African on African continent. You're denying that. You're coming up with pseudo shit of drafting. Now,
what does hybridization mean, What does hybridization mean,
Man, we didn't went through that already, dog.
I went through that. I defined it. You didn't define it. I like that definition. Don't take back off my info, nigga.
No, I did define it, Menkaroff. You didn't supposed to went to school. You supposed to be the man. Your shit's pseudo. And I'm thinking, like,
you sure is.
You go to school? Okay, all right, back that. Y'all can back that.
Now we digressing again.
Y'all go back that.
Let me digress away from the information.
When you can't, you just slander. That's what you do. When a nigga can't get the point across, you slander that nigga.
Hold on. We get a ashe to boxes of fossils. One box, which is a fucking lie, but we get an ashe to that. When I say that the African was a hybrid, I don't get an ashe to that. I get uncles crazy over the fuck you talking about. So now I'm really trying to figure out. Then I get to joke about I become a scholar amongst Hebrews, but when I'm talking to y'all niggas, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Look, listen, this is what I'm saying about this hybridization. I asked one simple question about the hybridization. I asked a question.
Y'all ignored that,
I asked a question about hybridization.
Matter of fact, y'all got off the conversation, Born. They're going to rewind the show, Born. They're going to rewind the show. You know what they're going to say? You know what? For that nigga not know what he's talking about, they totally ran from that. They're going to rewind that, Born. Y'all all got away from that. And shade and all that shit.
Ran from what?
From that point.
No, I'm trying to get you
right.
I'm trying to get you. No.
Just the eye shade. Y'all all ran, dude. And then I get the shot about what I'm a monster.
You wouldn't be able to say that.
And then Mr. give me the damn. Hold on, Vaughn. And then Mr. give me the motherfucking draft. And y'all, I say that.
Wait a minute.
Off my ass. How you gonna say the draft?
About the hybridization, because that's where I was going to.
Let's get back. Come on. I'm sorry. Now let's keep this. I'll be the nigga. Let's go with the discourse. Can you please go back into that hybridization fact? Because you was dropping some heat earlier.
Going back.
Listen.
And I'm not going back in that no more.
Hold on, no, listen, because I asked a question about that. No, because you're just trying to make a statement about us skipping by the hybridization. And wait. Let me finish. I plainly asked you, if hybridization going on, you need to qualify that by telling me the two species are more. No, listen, hold on.
I told you with the A00. I told you that, man.
You ain't let me finish, man. You ain't let me finish. Now, I said that you got to show me the two separate species that bred together to create us.
And I just told you that modern human, right, you got the Hausa, you got the bush pygmy that resided in forests. They have those markers of the A00, which is an archaic human.
Hold on, archaic don't mean a different species. Archaic just means
well, Neanderthal is not a different species, bro.
Neanderthal is. I don't know why you keep saying that, man. You keep saying Neanderthal not a different species.
Hold on. Let me make this point. Whether it's a different species or not, as long as the common ancestor goes back to 2 million years, it could make no difference. And I said that, and everybody just missed that shit. Let's ignore what Unc said on that. No one wouldn't fact check that.
Disagree with what you're saying that. I didn't have anything to disagree with that.
Okay, so then what's wrong with me trying to tell you that modern human mixed with another archaic type of human?
Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Is that you saying that, right? But today, in order to qualify your statement, you must show me that the African
A00. It's not an answer. Do you get that?
No, because see, that's just saying archaic just means original, the oldest we can find right now. That's what it means.
Okay, all right. That's the game we'll play going
now. Because this is science, but we always find in something because they didn't even know that existed. So a little while we might find something at 500,000 years. We don't know right now, so we're just going to say that means the oldest.
But that's not our genius, though. You get that, though, right? Born, you get that, though, right? That's not us. Hold on, you get that, right?
No, that got to be us. If you find a black man,
Ngozi said you're not old number 9.
Oh, he back on? He back on?
He's been back on.
No, I mean, he's back on, man. I was checking the line, man.
Man. All right. Okay. My backup, as y'all say.
I'm going to open him back up. Nobody trying to hold Ngozi out, man. You want Ngozi in here.
But hold on, the point. But y'all ignored that.
Ngozi was getting in on testosterone testing.
I'm not ignoring the point. I want you
That's the last point. That's the last point Brother Ngozi was on. I would like to get back to that because he knows what he's talking about, obviously. and he was talking about
I'm open this line.
Testosterone levels in archaic humans, and I'm asking him, go through the process of how they're.
Get back to shoebox. Can we re-qualify the shoebox that got our shade on this?
I don't know where Ngozi at, though, man. You saying Ngozi on the line? Like I said, man, Ngozi ain't on the line, man. I don't see him. Not no Illinois. What number he on? I've seen him. I told you he ain't up here, man. I don't know. He called the wrong number.
Okay, let me ask Uncle a question then. I don't want Uncle to get frustrated. I want, how far would you say the European goes back off your studies, Brother Uncle?
What you mean how far, man? The oldest European, is the African, man. The oldest people to reside in Africa when they migrated out of 60,000 years ago, Kara.
I agree with you. I apologize. Let me ask a question different.
Pale skin people.
White man as we know it today, how far has he been on this planet?
They say the mutation occurred about 20,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago, the pale skin.
Okay. I agree. Now, prior to that, let's stay in Europe. What was his last common ancestor off your studies, Unc?
What do you mean his last common ancestor? In Africa.
Okay. We know certain hominins left out of Africa.
Homo erectus.
Okay, the Homo erectus. Now, okay, so would you agree? Some Europeans say that the last common ancestor for the modern European, meaning the white man as we know today, is the Neanderthal. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't say that's their ancestor. I said they mixed.
So okay, you gotta have. Okay. I'm following you. So the last common ancestor, they have two. They have the lineage that's coming from the Neanderthal and one coming out of Africa. Can we agree with that?
Hello.
I say, it's not you and that, Ngozi.
Yeah, I'm right here. What's going on?
Go ahead,
you were going over explicitly the testosterone testing of archaic humans and how they're able to determine that these off the bones that they're a little more aggressive than other modern Homo sapiens.
Yeah. The methodology that they tested with this is called an assay. It tests any unstable DNA that's inside of any fossil, but they have to go through certain HLAs. I talk about that, or inside of the femur. They go inside of the femur, they drill it, and then whatever they find, those soft enzymes that's inside of that's still active, they can measure it to see what was and what wasn't. They can even give you a description of what the skin color was like. That's how they know what skin color the Neanderthal was, and they never had a picture of it. Now, what I wanted to say to you, Mikara, I'm going to slow it down because I get hyper and I love talking about this. I live for evolution. That's just me, and I don't care. But you're true when you say that some fossils are not complete, right? And that's partially true. I mean, they do have fossils that's not complete, but there are certain types of enzymes or some of these pieces of fossils that can be measured. And you look at the methodology called assay, and you can see how they measure or test fossils. You know what I'm saying? You can see what they're doing to measure, how old it was, what was the DNA variants, how close it was to us. You know what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm listening.
Yeah. So, so what they do is, they go through it, they measure the DNA, whatever remains, or the only minuscule amount is possibly just a single molecule that they can possibly see. That's how they're able to measure certain variants inside of fossils to tell you who is who and what is what. So, yes, you do have some fossils that, that's not complete. But when it comes to us, human beings is a hybrid. And me and you, we're not the archaic African Homo sapiens that exist. Their brows was thicker than yours. You just even said it. I just heard you. You gave the description, the scientific term. We don't look like them at all. You know what I'm saying? We're the same species. It is this dude that migrated out and bred with an archaic human like Neanderthal, but it's so low, it's not even, they still have more modern human genome in them than Neanderthal. You're talking about something that exists at 4 to 6%. I mean, due to the contaminant, and I think it's, people get upset with me when I say, well, I'm 1.7% Neanderthal. That didn't come from my African side. They came from the people that mixed with my African ancestors during the time of slavery, and some people that bred with them willingly. See, I don't believe in saying that I come from a nation of people who were just raped and beat. Some people do shit on their own willingly. You feel me? That's just me. So I want to be truthful about as much as I can, you know. So, yes, you do have archaic strands of the African. Africans are very old, and you have the more modern, and we're just as modern as these other groups of people. Human genome says that.
Thank you, Brother Ngozi. Now, Ngozi, according to European criteria, in your studies, what qualifies the Homo erectus from being a Homo sapien?
Well, he didn't look. The top of his head was different. He looked like you only from the neck down. He didn't look like you completely in the face. His face was more robust. He had more flatter face. His cerebral cortex, which is, you know, Homo sapien means thinking man. This dude, and he was he created tools, but his ways of thinking wasn't as complex as yours. You can look at the tools that he made, and you look at the fossils. I'm sure in anthropology you've seen the fossils of modern humans and Homo erectus. He wasn't creating tools with sharp ridges like yours. His shit was a little sloppy. You know what I'm saying? So his way of thinking wasn't as complex as your way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't like you. You know, he wasn't like you at all. Plus, his genome was a little bit further off than me and Neanderthal. You know, you're talking about something that ranges from 0.12% to this thing probably ranges from a large, which it did range at a larger number. Neanderthal now was a little bit more closer to Homo erectus than me and you were. You know what I'm saying? But
so we're talking brain capacity, basically.
They brain capacity. Right. Right. When you measure the brain or the cavity of their skulls, and you measure how the interior lobe of the fossils is, the brain wasn't like yours. Human beings first of all, they were stronger. They had more guts than brains. We transmit sugars and certain proteins in our brain. We need more fuel in our brain when it comes to energy than other types of primates or archaic humans. Hold on 1 second, brother. 1 second.
Okay. Now, I brought that up because what the Europeans do is they want to show you change. You have to show you evolutionary change. So they have to show you the brain size getting bigger from Homo erectus. Am I right? You know, if I'm wrong, please stop me.
Yeah, is that wrong though? Is that wrong? Are they wrong for that? Are scientists wrong for that?
No. Listen, I'm going to get to the point, Bistro. You got to hear me out now. Nunu was getting in. Listen what I'm saying now. One thing that they cannot explain, and I had two professors turn flush red. They can't explain bone density. What do you mean, Mikara? The bone density between Homo erectus is the same, only equivalent as chimpanzees. Okay, so what? What does that mean? Well, if you know what does that mean with bone density? That is the reason why a chimpanzee could be 5 foot tall, and if you put a chimpanzee in a room with Mike Tyson in his prime, that chimpanzee will break his arm socket out, his leg socket out, and detach his head from his limb. He's stronger. Why? Because he has denser bones. So how did these early hominins, because they're not in the homogeneous family, they're not even in the erectus family. So how did these hominins? A hominin is just an upright walking creature. That's it, upright walking. How do these upright walking creatures who have upright walking creatures, how do these upright walking creatures devolve their bone density to become light as human beings are now? My niggas don't know that. See, I've been in this shit for a while. Looking for but in terms of strength.
Come on, man.
If you're going to use size for strength, even though a human being is taller, even though a human being is, and he was mentioning the strength aspect, if we can show brain size, okay, and they say that they're losing their fur and getting more sunlight. For us, sunlight produces vitamin D, which produces more calcium. So if anything, our bones will get denser by losing skin. But it got less denser from that of a chimpanzee. Go look it up.
What's your point, though, Mikara?
I want you to think about it, Bistro. Just think for a minute.
I'm just trying to tell, what's your point?
Okay, evolution has to prove change that can be scientifically measured and articulated in data. That change can't be noted. It can't
so
be
what you're trying
explained.
to say is that the change in bone density can't be noted, but that discounts all the rest of the evidence. That's what you're basically saying.
Meaning if me and you was in the field, brother, let me give you a situation, right?
No.
All we have is our Troel now. You know what a Troel is?
Just make this point real quick, yo.
And so what you're
basically saying is based off
y'all just dig with, my nigga. We be digging with these Troels, and me and you in a 10x10 unit, right? We dig it. And usually, Nick Rock, come here. Look at this bone I felt. And if we want to determine if it's human or not, if the bone density came, we don't even know the DNA of it, but we're just off the bone density. That can't be human because of the density alone. So you would be able to denote, if anything, you'll be able to denote in the fossil record of showing evolutionary change, you'll be able to show gradual change in bone density. Why? Because we have nothing but fossil record. There's no tissue on these bones. This is just bones. And because we have bones that go back for millions of years till now, we will be able to better prove that than anything. That's the point I'm making. I'll be quiet.
So based off of the fact that you claim they can't explain bone density, that's why it would tend you to say it was cloning. Is that what you basically say? Drafting. That's what you basically saying.
Ain't nobody said nothing about cloning. I used the European term. I just put the twist. All I did was replace grafting with hybridization, and your ass cannot comprehend that.
You said, but I mean drafting by who though, bro? I can comprehend.
You're being very obtuse right now.
I'm saying drafting by who, Menkarov? What do you mean drafting? You said you draft something. You need somebody.
Elijah Muhammad was an anthropologist. I got my thoughts with him. When he said there's 4 human beings, and you put that lecture right, that talk he said right by what Sheikh Diop showed, and Sheikh Diop also showed the fossil record. There were 4 distinct motherfucking human beings, right? If you take that, he said Europeans were grafted. This before they knew about Neanderthals. All I did was replace grafting with a G, grafting with hybridization, because both of them mean combining 2 species that are not alike.
But who are you saying combine that though, Menkarov?
I'm gonna say this again, Brother Bistro. The Europeans say that modern white people came from Neanderthals, hybridizing with modern Homo sapiens, and the only modern Homo sapiens in this time period are Africans. Hybridization. If they are, do you hybridize with your woman? No, y'all humans.
I couldn't hear you.
Only hybridize with something that is not originally, or you're not compatible with. A hybrid car. I give you an example of a hybrid car.
Couldn't hear you, man. I just couldn't hear you.
You got me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, bro.
Okay. So what I said, why do Europeans say, if we are all one human family, why would cousins hybridize to produce a new species altogether? How does that happen?
What are you talking about, a new species?
You're not thinking about it. I'm going to use a different analogy. Let me see if this will work.
Wait,
Man, we procreate. Procreation can only take place with the same species, right? We are all from one human family, because you're saying we are one human family. Why do Europeans say that
you can mix with somebody if you go back to common ancestors, go back to 2 million years? I told you that.
That's what I'm saying. But listen, I asked you this earlier, the last common ancestor for the Neanderthal is Homo heidelbergensis and Homo ancestor, right? They both descendants are coming from Homo erectus, right? I'm using European term. This is a primitive hominid who has not yet had a full brain capacity, no forehead and fur, right? What I'm saying is, if we are all one human family.
You're just not going to answer the question, Menkarov.
I'm through, man.
Make it right. You know what, brother? We're capable of breeding with the Caucasian. I mean, he's a human. I'm not.
It's now. The Caucasian is the anatomical European as we know now. We don't know nothing about the Neanderthal for them to even say that.
But due to them, listen, brother. But due to them Africans who migrated out of Africa, spent time in the Middle East, and they started breeding in Israel. This is all the fake ass Hebrews who want to claim Middle Easterners. Them motherfuckers got a high level of that shit in them. Neanderthal. They started doing it in Israel around 50,000 years ago. Now what I'm saying is that due to them being so close, they were able to have children. The first ones, which were the males, they were sterile. They couldn't reproduce. But mitochondrial DNA does not work. This is why mitochondria is so important, especially the mitochondrial DNA X338, which is responsible for the unknown marker of what they refer to as Neanderthal. Not mitochondrial DNA single X, but X338. And what I'm saying is that when you deal with X338, due to the mitochondrial DNA being a powerhouse of the cell, this is how they're able to measure the part of the Neanderthal gene that was able to survive. The first hybrids were sterile. Then, when they gave birth to those first rough drafts, you're going to say it, I'm just using that as a poetic metaphor or whatever, those first hybrids, more modern humans came in because the males couldn't survive, so more modern humans came in and started breeding with those hybrid girls in certain geographical locations. And then those children gave birth to children, and more modern humans came in.
Okay,
so you see, let me just say this, Mr. Rob, before you go in, God. You see the gene of the Neanderthal being reduced from 50% to 25%, from 25% to 15%, 15% to 12.5%, and all the way down to 12.5% to what you see, the 6% to 5% now, because more and more modern humans kept breeding in between to form the people that we see today. But that had nothing to do with their skin color, because the pale skin is something that's completely recent. Even Neanderthal wasn't as pale as these pale skin. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about that. They wasn't completely as light or pale as the people that you see today. They really wasn't. This is some recent shit.
I was just trying to understand what Menkaran meant by the white man was drafted, yo, and you fucked my head up, and you just won't give me a good explanation for that, bro. You said it's not evolution, it's that they was drafted, yo, and you mixed it all in, and I never got a clear understanding of what you were saying, bro.
You were from New Orleans, and you familiar when Elijah Muhammad said that the white man was grafted. And to prove what he said, all the fuck I said was that why are Europeans using the word hybridization to contextualize the Neanderthal and the modern human being mating? Now, I have to ask Ngozi this question. Ngozi, according to the theory of evolution, you could just sleep with a species, and the first generation will be an evolved new creature. Is that what you're saying?
No. No, no one's saying that, bro. So I'm saying when it comes to, so you gotta understand the difference between. I'm sure you know. I'm hoping you do. The difference between a subspecies.
Chicken good. Take your time, brother.
No, God, I'm eating the apple, man.
Okay.
You have to understand the difference between a subspecies and a species, right? Not a whole complete different species. For example, the lion and the tiger. They're both part of the Pathia family or the feline family, right? But they're two different subspecies. And this is why the male liger is sterile. But the female liger, she can reproduce with another lion or tiger to keep those babies, to allow those babies to survive. The genes can be more modified if she breeds with a full-blooded male lion or a full-blooded male tiger. Male ligers don't survive at all. They can't reproduce. Okay, here's the thing. The point percentage of the DNA, this is why genome is important. If it's close enough for it to breed, it can happen. Go back 1.some million years, it can happen because the affinities of the DNA or the variance of the DNA are only all about point percentages and not whole numbers. You get what I'm saying? So due to it, they are different subspecies, and they have their difference at something called the demi level. Look up demi, D-E-M-E. Demi genes are the demi level of DNA. When you get into the core of the demi level, this is where you see the different variants that makes them what they are. They have something called clans in DNA or demis. And then you can see what the hell going on. So, yes, they are different subspecies. And due to them being different subspecies, this is why they classify them as hybrids, because they mixed up with something that was a little bit more archaic than us. Well, it was archaic than our species, but Neanderthal goes back 250,000 years. Modern humans go back 200,000 years back.
Nature don't make an exception for no species, right? So can you provide for me, if you know, if you don't know, it's fine. You know, it doesn't really matter, but... A hybrid what is the hybrid species? What would be okay? Because you mentioned the liger, and we have to know that the liger is not found in nature. They can only produce that in a laboratory.
Right.
Why? Because
people
even when they do turn off those genes and they fabricate that motherfucker in a lab. Now you brought up another good point too. The males don't survive. Why? We talked about biology earlier. We talk about dominant and recessive genes. If you want to use that analogy, because you mentioned mitochondrial DNA, we have different nuclear DNA. The nuclear DNA that produced the Neanderthal, we don't have in us. Now, what does that mean?
Go ahead.
The reason why, a liger is a false creation, meaning you can only make that in a lab. And Europeans have them in the labs. And the ones that don't survive are the females, and the ones that we can produce are the females. So what does that tell you, biology 101? That in terms of gender, the female is the dominant and the male is recessive.
Okay. When you
analyze that, you see our ancestors wasn't wrong, because what's fucking Europeans up is the oldest human being is that of a woman. So that's my
mitochondrial DNA is the first offshoot of eukaryotics, which is a society of bacteria with a nucleus, right? The mitochondrial DNA was the first offshoot of that, and that's not a woman or a male. Women are the powerhouse because women give it to their sons and their daughters. This the mitochondrial DNA is the powerhouse of the cell. That predates male and female. Let's go into the small level of basic biology when we understand how mitochondria works. Now, back to the hybridization, because mitochondria is a carrier. It's a carrier and it's a powerhouse of cells. This is how your cells are being fueled and energized. Now, when it comes to Neanderthal hybrids, the first offshoots of those specimens didn't survive. This is why they find them looking all deformed, like they found Kostiki Man in Russia. They found the one in Rome, Wasserskoll in Rome. You know, the back of his head was all fucked up looking. He was fucked up. And this is why some of these people have a lot of disorder variants, like, as I brought up, chain smoking, type 2 diabetes, cystic fibrosis, osteoporosis, all different types of things based off them having this specimen of this gene in them. Now, this is what happened. The first hybrids I brought up, this is why I keep bringing it up. It's just like the liger. You said the liger was created in a laboratory. It's not natural. First of all, a lion and a tiger exist in two different geographical locations. One is in Africa, one is in Asia. Ain't no tiger in Africa. You know what I'm saying? You have an Asiatic lion, but it's not even an Asiatic lion is a different subspecies than a lion in East Africa. And even the lion in the savannah is different. It's different subspecies, variants of lions. So what I'm saying is that these different ecozones have had these groups develop. Now, when it comes to Homo sapiens sapien and Neanderthal, we're not talking about a lab. We're talking about two different groups of people or subspecies of different humans who were walking around and doing a thing and developing a process or whatever environmental extremes that allowed them to develop the way they developed. We know the Neanderthal was outside of his zone or his natural habitat because the motherfucker had rickets. Rickets is the result of what? Poor vitamin D deficiency caused you to have what? Rickets. My daughter had rickets, and then we had to get my baby vitamin D shots. Vitamin D pills. Now her bones developed cool. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that it happens. So we know that Neanderthal wasn't originally from there because he had rickets. This is something that he developed based off having a low level of vitamin D. Now we got to get into how did they become what they become and how did they breed. Now, in this short version of this small group of people, because there's only 150 different ethnic groups outside of Africa. Africa had the most diverse ethnic groups at 250. And our single polymorphosis or single nucleotide polymorphosis that we refer to as SNPs, and Minister Inky tried to use that. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. There is no Y chromosome or surviving Y chromosome for the Neanderthal because Neanderthal did not pass on his Y chromosome because the first males were sterile. Y chromosomes can continue. But when you measure the single nucleotide polymorphosis, let me just say this.
The male's job is to innately preserve their. Me and you have our mother's mitochondrial DNA, right?
Yes, we do.
And our mothers they have their fathers as well. So you go forget a father. Our nuclear DNA from Neanderthals is not the same. Meaning, when they use that last common ancestor, the mitochondrial Eve, that's the European. That's the Neanderthal genome finding a last common African ancestor. But they never tell you about the nuclear, meaning the daddy side. All that tell you was that the Neanderthals raped an African women. That's all that tells you.
No. Listen, God, I want you to listen to me, brother, because you got a scientific ear. Listen, there is no Y chromosome for a anything. Because this was modern human. For his boys to pass, Y chromosome is what make us men. And in order for you to have a Y chromosome, you have to get it from your father. Due to those creatures being hybrids and being deformed, they had no Y chromosome that continue. There was no Y chromosome that continue. Europeans don't have a Y chromosome that go back.
Say that again?
It's unknown because it's archaic, but you're not going to find it. What you see is some African men who migrated out of Africa and had sex with those damn things. And it's hard to believe now because you wouldn't do no shit like that, but it happened. There is no Y chromosome to survive from the
I heard this context before. I heard it, but it was more or less portrayed that it was more indicative for Africans who had sexual. How this motherfucker put it? I was interested to a conversation. Basically, was saying that sexual fetishes, and he's an anthropologist, but he's on the culture. He used culture. He said culturally, men have had sexual fantasies, and he's trying to the context. And he said, listen what he said. He said that these Africans knew that it would be taboo for them to engage in this nature, so they had to go through extremes. That was what he said led to them traveling outside into Spain and getting caught in an ice age. And the testimony, he said, why do you think they portray images of black women after getting caught in an ice age? Now, this brings me to another principle, because that really proves about the teachers on my.
But the thing is, brother Minkaral, there is no Y chromosome surviving gene for Neanderthal to show that Neanderthal raped a black woman. It didn't happen. He had no Y chromosome to continue. You find more mitochondrial, and you find it within the human leukoantigens or in the autosomal DNA than you do in a paternal lineage. Again, males get their Y chromosome from their fathers. And when you look at the human genome, or you look at the European African, Asian, whatever, Y chromosome, it all goes back to genetic Adam or a dude in East Africa or a group of men in East Africa called haplogroup CTM168. And the single nucleotide polymorphism is the subclade mutations. This is where Enki got confused at because he don't understand single nucleotide polymorphism. If you go through haplogroup CT, the haplogroup D and E, and all those markers all the way down to the last one, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, because I got to get a little clarity. Okay, so you said the mitochondrial DNA that they're saying is that of the African male found him having his mother's mitochondrial DNA in his X chromosome. Is that what you're saying? And that
no, what I'm saying is that what they find in Neanderthals or the surviving genes of Neanderthals in certain groups of people is through a woman Neanderthal, a female Neanderthal. No male line of Neanderthal Y chromosome survived. Only the mitochondria did. And what I'm saying is that there was no such thing as a Neanderthal raping a black woman. What happened was, I don't know what was going on the planet then. There's a lot of different changes. These African people reproduced with Neanderthals, and I'm not saying that Neanderthal men didn't have sex with black women, but their Y chromosome didn't survive because they were sterile. That's what I'm saying. They were sterile. So when the Europeans, if you start listen, let me just say this, God. Let me just say this. Hold on, make about before you go in. Let's talk about the single nucleotide polymorphisms or the SNPs, and measure the STR short tandem repeats of what Y chromosomes the Europeans have. Europeans can have haplogroup R1b M269, haplogroup Q, haplogroup single I, haplogroup J2, haplogroup measure the number 338. 422, 348, 22.3. I'm talking about the single nucleotide polymorphisms. Listen, and some of them even got haplogroup E3b or EM329, which is haplogroup E1b1b, the SNP that we talk about. And some of them got that because they came out of East Africa, went through the Middle East, went through Lebanon, went through Albania, and then finally went into Crete. And this is called E1b1b1c. It's the same offshoot that a lot of the Mediterranean northern Egyptians had when they migrated out of Abyssinia, the place that we know as Ethiopia today, and out of the Sahara, the same Y chromosome that those Berber groups have. So when you measure these Y chromosomes, all those Y chromosomes, I talked about the E, the Q, the I, the R1b, and G, I forgot G, all these markers, if you go further back in time, link back to genetic Adam, haplogroup CTM168. No Neanderthal, modern humans. Modern humans.
So that, but at the end of the day, that clearly proves that Europeans extend from the African. And
From the African.
Saying that from day one, but yet I get ridiculed and joked.
Hold on. This ain't your time to try to ride off info. Don't do that, because the Balkans have that same genetic code. Every code, I'm not good with the exact letters, but I know each group he was naming are particular European groups. I'm familiar with that. So the Balkans have that same little lineage, like you just said, coming out of here. Explain the Balkans.
Amen, correct.
I'll give you the context. Where did Alexander the Greek come from?
Everybody named Mother.
Where did Alexander the Greek come from?
Who genetic Adam is and genetic Eve is, bruh.
Yeah.
We all know that all humans.
I even got a problem with that name, genetic Adam and genetic Eve.
All right, man. Okay. All right. See? All right. Well, now we're on talk.
Another point. Even if the nuclear DNA
Alexander was a Macedonian. A lot of Macedonians.
He came from the Balkan area, though. Where Macedonia at? Where's Macedonia at?
It's near that area.
I tell you.
Yo, listen, yo,
Okay, Ngozi was flowing like water. See, two intelligent people who know what they talk about, they can flow, they gonna talk like that. Any nigga who trying to ride is a nigga who don't know the discussion, trying to jump in on some shit he don't know.
I'm not gonna let you do that, brother. I'm not gonna let you play that game, yo. So you playing the game right now. And here's your game. You claim you went to a school. Don't nobody really know, but you claiming that. And then you claim.
Shut up, bro. Shut up. And Ngozi know I know a little bit because he about to you can't hide intelligence, nigga. You just not smart in this area. Damn.
I ain't gonna let you do that.
I ain't the only one to see it. Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna let you do it like that, yo.
You don't hold authority?
Nah. What you do?
If you on your show, you wouldn't let me do it. But you don't learn shit. So I'm gonna do it, nigga.
I wouldn't be arguing with you. All right? If you had half the goddamn intelligence, man,
you don't even be doing half the shit I be asking you.
You make up your own shit. You make up your own shit, bro. Is what you're doing.
Making up my own shit.
That's some disingenuous shit you doing.
I ain't on Nuwabian, man.
That's what you're doing. And you know it.
Listen, hold on.
Hold on. I want to know where you got that from.
I ain't no former Nuwabian. Okay.
Somewhere else.
Hold on.
Hold
on.
When you Nuwabian shit, them niggas talk about all this. Okay.
Now, hold on 1 second, man. Please.
Wow.
Hold on 1 second. Because earlier, because earlier in this show, because before Brother Mekaron came on, I believe there was a statement about abiogenesis and that not even being a part of Darwin's thought. Is that true?
No, I said the theory of evolution has nothing to do with the origins of life. That's what I said. That's what I said.
All right.
I know about Darwin shit and all that. I'm talking about the theory of evolution.
Which was predicated upon Darwin.
Brother, hold on. Brother. How many white atheists do you know? And how many white atheists support evolution?
I don't know, man, Corral.
You know.
I know I don't, bro.
I mean, the creationists is there. Because this is a white argument. And you know I'm citing the word. You plagiarize it because you... when you listen to white atheists, they are proud evolutionists like you are. And you draw a difference between being a black atheist, but you don't know the difference between a black evolutionist. And that's my problem.
Because this should show you just overtalk me constantly, yo, for the last. And when I start talking, say I'm not qualified to talk, is that the new game you playing, dude? Because you've done this for the last 3 shows, dog. And that I ain't appreciating, yo, because you think you know more than somebody. That one I ain't appreciating, yo. So if you don't want me to talk, let me shut the fuck up, yo, and let you pseudo this motherfucker, yo. Let you add shit in and give some data, then add some more of your own shit in, yo. Give it absolutely no source material, no references to back of what you're saying.
That's what I was asking for.
No, you wasn't asked for that. I gave you the 800. I gave you 800. I told you that.
No. That's not no source material. You just telling me. You're just telling me that ain't no source material.
I said look up DNA 800, bro.
So when I
said it like 10 times.
in matter of fact, I'm gonna have to start saying, I'm gonna start just naming the journal that the articles come out of, since that's a better way to state the source. Since I can't state the source from the collective, which I got it in, I'm gonna just say it was in this archaeological journal right here.
That's the point I was trying to break down, brother B. When you study white scientists, a lot of white scientists don't believe in God. They say they atheists. They support evolution. I find it fascinating that can draw a line by saying he a black atheist, but he's a proud. He don't draw no distinctions between the evolution and talk. He just give you a Kepler beetle and say, look at the beetle, nigga, look at the beetle.
I give you evolution. Excuse me,
that ain't science. Brother, how are you doing that? And then you're not going into, you're not blacking it up, you're not, because it's really a white argument.
Hey, Mr. I'm going to shut up for a minute and let you talk, and then I'm going to tell you why I use Kepler. Yo, just don't cut me off. Go ahead, Mr. Raw.
That's what I'm saying. It's a white argument. That's a 30-year white argument. Creationist versus evolution. Go look it up, y'all. That's a debate, and they be having top-notch scientists going at this shit. Niggas from Yale. Not no backyard boogie. Not no former
white argument. Do you hear what you're doing, though, Make It Raw? Make It Raw. Do you hear what you're doing, though, bro?
What I be doing?
Do you know what you're really doing?
What I'm doing?
What you're saying is black people are incapable to have a discussion on evolution because in your little mind, because you think you went to school.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Nothing to do with black people.
I'm saying sometimes we be having arguments that don't even pertain to us. We always was, nigga. Our shit is in the ground. Go prove something else on us. You gonna see a nigga with hair like me. That's it. You gonna find an African, an African, an African, an African.
So that's your so that's your thing because you can find this in the ground. That's our argument. Now you sound like SETI.
Because I don't know what I'm sounding like.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing, sounding like SETI.
Now you sound a little bit stupid now. Because you can find us in the ground. That don't mean we come from Africa. Do it, Ben Cabral.
Theory of evolution, brother.
Go ahead, Ben Cabral.
They anti those white people who was enchained by the church. This don't even apply to us. This is European history. Look at the 1600 scientific revolution. Look at the era in which evolution came out of. What 1800s? This is in England. What's going on in England? These motherfuckers. Did you know Charles Darwin and Francis Galton benefited extensively? Their fathers was ex-slave traders. So you can't tell me it's not a political twist in this social science, because Darwinism is a social science. It's guised under being very scientific, but when you look at it, they're trying to determine human evolution. That's why I asked Ngozi, of brain capacity. And you know who they use to negatively do that on? Negroes. They would take our skulls and underpack our skulls. I gave you a book in the Hangout called The Mismeasured Man. Oh, now I don't want to read that book. Every black person should read it. This is scientific racism. What's scientific racism? How you take racist ideas and make them appear to be scientific. Look, the Negro's very ignorant because compared to the Caucasian skull, he has a bigger brain. And this is why we enslaved and had to do. You see what I'm saying? This is the rational stuff. You can't say that has not fell into the realm of the science, and you cannot say that science is not bound by politics.
Hold on one second. I want the elder to speak real quick.
Now is a hold on 1 second when I'm supposed to go next when I go Men Corral? Really? That's how we doing it now?
That's all.
Really?
No, at the end of the day, dog, if you don't got the proper military right, the paperwork don't mean shit. Just the party can't get around there. You might can't pay him with all these laws. You had to go to fucking law school somewhere.
Come on, man. I can't even hear your phone, dude. You need to fix your phone, bro. Yeah, you talking shit on some crazy. Come on, man. Get your shit together before you talk shit about me, bro. Get your phone right, yo.
Yo.
I want you to calm down and count to 10, man. We are not here to antagonize you, brother. We just saying think, brother.
I'm not saying you antagonize me at all. I'm saying that just give me my time to speak like you doing yours. Fuck the antagonizing shit. This ain't personal, nigga. This is business. So you can talk all the shots you want, nigga. All right.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna ask you, where the fuck is your degree at? I want to see that though, man, because I'm tired of you throwing that shit at me. You threw it at me like 100 times. Now 101 times. So do me a favor and let me see that. Let me see that, and I'll shut the fuck up on that. Since you keep throwing it, since you keep waving your degree in the motherfucking air.
I want you to hold on right quick, because I have your number, right? I want to text you something right quick. Okay, I want you to hold on.
Yeah, send that to me. Send that to me. The same way Dr. Y'all had to show me her doctorate degree. Yo, let me see that, man, Kaval.
And while you're doing that, I want you to show me your AA license. I want you to show me that your NA license to the proof that you ain't on that shit no more. Since I got to prove my records, nigga.
Hey, bro, hold on. I never threw that at you. You threw that at me 100 times. Remember your conversation for the last 4 shows is, cannot qualify because I took anthropology and I passed with flying colors. You kept throwing that into the conversation. So I'm saying if a nigga keep throwing a punch at me, at some point I'm going to say you bluffing. Let me say it, man, Kaval. You did that, not me. I never asked you for none of that shit until you kept throwing that at me. That shit keep low these days. You can't talk to me because you had the power. Okay. You might just be right, but let me see it.
Ain't that how it go though? Ain't that how it go? You know, there were certain questions I couldn't.
No, that ain't how it go. No, that's how it go. But you gotta show me that's how it go. Don't just tell me that's how it go. Show me, and I will always defer to the person in that field. When they not going to though.
If you ain't let me finish what I'm saying, you ain't gonna hear it. You ain't gonna hear it all the way out. I'm saying that's not how it go. Because when I was asked questions and I was told I wasn't qualified, so and then I had to stop asking questions because qualification counts sometimes. So now,
what?
Brothers,
wait a minute, man. Hold on for a minute, man. Hold on, Born. You moving the goddamn goalpost, Born. I don't know who told you what you wasn't qualified on. Because I never said I was a motherfucking scientist. So I simply said I use scientific information and data and journals to back up my argument. Okay? Now, Minkaral's point is that he is a paleontologist. So since I'm unqualified to talk to a paleontologist,
get it right.
Okay, archaeologist, then show me that degree, and I'll shut up with that. That's my point. I can say that. After 100 blows about I can't talk to you because you had closed classes.
Yo, nigga, I want you to check your
throwing that shit in my damn face and not thinking
check your phone, nigga. Check your phone, nigga. What you see? Who am I shaking hands with? What I got on? You know what I look like. You know what I look like. You see the watermark, right? Okay, now I want Ngozi to show his motherfucking degree. No, I don't have no problem with Ngozi. I don't need to see his shit. I can tell by how he talk, he's smart. I want your fucking qualifications. I want a high school diploma from you, nigga.
Like, pal. Yo. I really don't care about what the brother Ngozi said before. It makes me no difference because I know we separate and unequal from the cracker beast. My problem is, we're spouting all of these different genes and shit. But my question is, from what sample? How many fossils? How many human samples of the populations was taken to get this? To state these things as their actual facts.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to know.
Hey, man, Kaval, so you let me get this straight.
What I got on?
I'm supposed to be the African man. Now up with the crack.
I ain't playing. I ain't no house nigga, man. Hey, when I walked on stage, the nigga seen me because he looked like a white man. He a Latino. He was smiling, nigga. He was smiling. He was like, yeah, give me a hug, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like finally, because they want to see a rebel get produced. When you look at the Vietnam War, there was college motherfuckers out there fighting, y'all. So the first motherfucker rebellion gonna come from the schools.
Oh.
And brother, I tell you, that's what I love about you, how you was repping so hard for the African-centered perspective, all up in your colors.
Nah. Hold on. Wait, let's get this established, right? Hey, man, Kaval.
Yes, sir.
Watch this. Okay, I see you on your road, red, black, and green. All right? I'm going to leave it right there on that, right? But you can't tell me what kind of questions I can ask you and what kind of questions I can't ask you. When I don't know,
I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, brother.
I will simply say, brother, I don't know. You don't know what I know or how much I know. All right? So if I don't know, I will say, you know what? I don't know. All right? But what you can't do is you can't create a whole theory by yourself.
Why
So
can't
now, this is what I'm going to do.
Why
Let me
can't
finish. Come on, make brother. Hey, sis, don't jump in it. Sis, don't jump. Let me finish my point. Because if you cut me off right there, then it sounds like I'm just a nigga saying a nigga can't do that. Now, the point is, you can't create a whole theory by yourself without at least allowing other people to see the data that you produced that made you form your conclusion. So, based off of everything you've been saying, where are your notes? Okay? Where is it documented? Like,
hey, the first thing that you do when you go to film school is you never give your archaeology oath to nobody. When you look at the first European linguists, I'm gonna give you an example, right? The American linguists of the Southwest in America, they're crackers, and they got his motherfucking notes 50 years after he died. You want my motherfucking notes, nigga? I'll give you my dissertation. That's what I'm working on. I'm questioning what I'm doing there. I'm questioning the archaeological record, how it applies to Africa in my dissertation. You can get a copy of that.
You're supposed to let me talk, Minkara. What I'm talking about is the testable data right now, Minkara. That other scientists in the field can test to see if your conclusion is scientifically sound. That's what I'm talking about, Minkara.
Talking about peer review work. It's my work, peer review. No, it's not. You know why it's not? Because the peers reviewing the work are Europeans.
So basically, what you
there's a campaign in 2015.
Hold on, I said just give me a chance to talk. Don't hold on. Let me finish, man. Like I let you finish.
All right.
Damn, let me finish, Minkara. So what you're basically saying is that Ali Muhammad, Minister Inky, can come into the conference and do the exact same thing, and no one can challenge him on that. So you know what, dude? I can't beat that process. I can't beat the process when all y'all come up with your own shit and nobody can check it based off of racism, white supremacy, and they're not going to let y'all do it. And with that, y'all no, that's exactly
that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is,
gave me the excuse.
would you hold a lecture? Hold on, y'all. Would you hold a lecture on the Big Bad Wolf theory or fairy tale? No, because it don't. How that shit ain't got nothing to do with us, or it's not even something we should be talking about. What I'm saying is, when you go to evolution, when you talk about science evolution. And it's a convention, right? Y'all can, believe it or not, because the event's still coming up. All y'all got to do, I don't know where it's at. Where your event going to be at, I'm throwing y'all niggas a bone. Where the event going to be at,
At the Black Theater, yo.
Okay, what city it's going to be in?
New York.
In Harlem.
Yeah.
I'm telling you this. And if they steal this shit, nigga, you're going to see what exactly I'm talking about. I'm telling you this. When you go down there, to make the panel more diverse, all you gotta do, walk to that city college and go pick a few, and ask them where the science department is. And say, hey man, we're gonna have and come on and talk about it and give us some perspective. And just listen to the discourse. That's the point I'm making. If you notice, y'all have a problem with this you've been talking about this shit for 2 years. I have a problem with that. But them niggas coming in, the same niggas who've been debating and talking about every other topic, them niggas creating a little racket. Let's break it up. It's new talent coming out every day, and them niggas don't even know. This nigga Sonetta right there in Harlem, and it's gentrified, and it's the college right up the street. Come on, man, what you think about this? That's what you do. Don't tell them niggas that shit because they gonna run with it and hide. And that's you're gonna see the Sonetta at the college and shit, and they gonna give shots out to make around feet on the ground. But I'm telling you this to get a different perspective, to get the ins and outs. Go to the college down there and ask them, come on down there, come talk. At the convention, you'll get a different. You'll have a diverse panel.
Yeah, I feel on that.
Man, no, but my point still is, yo. So then, at the end of the day, that anybody can come up with any type of conclusions based off the fact that everything is white controlled. That the hell of the fact that I can clearly prove why I ever used the word capital. Nah, niggas just count that shit, joke about it. The hell with the fact that I clearly showed Africans. Come on, man. Fuck it.
You can't
go ahead, yo.
You can't stress.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
like
yo.
Making it up off of nothing. Like people ain't looking at no information. They ain't giving no reasoning behind why they question.
Now they're gonna do the same thing, yo. They're gonna come up with their own thing. And since McFarland came up with his own thing, he'll admit that, right? And as a studying, practicing archaeologist, right?
That's called a dissertation. A dissertation or thesis paper. That's how you get into the shit, my nigga. You have to have to show that you're not regurgitating line for line. You have to have a thesis paper. I'm gonna question the archaeological record.
Right. So my point is, when you have particular because then I'm gonna start asking you, how did you come with your conclusion? What fossils are you using to conclude these things? You know the drill, man, Karan. I ain't that. I just look stupid. I can give you my context. With the context, the first arbitrators of this nonsense is the biblical archaeologists. I'm giving you some hints. You asked. The first arbitrators are because why? They oversee the historical context on all things, right? That's the first arbitrator. So now, all archaeology, meaning everything we find, anything that's archaeological, all the timeline has to be in this convenient, it has to be filtered into a 3,000-year period. That's some bullshit. Okay, but you talking about Bible shit now, man. We ain't talked about the Bible yet.
Because if it has to fit 3,000 years, because the world is only 6,000 years old according to the Bible.
It's a white person conversation, dude. And I'm trying to tell you that Arabs had the same conversation. And I'm telling you the Greeks had the same conversation. And I'm telling you the Nile Valley Africans had the same conversation. So basically, I'm appalled that you would come onto a show being a practicing archaeologist to make the mistake that the conversation started in the 1600s amongst your opinions. And
I ain't never seen you appalled.
This conversation did not occur.
I have never seen you appalled. I have never seen you appalled. What do you look like when you're appalled?
Absolutely. I'm appalled. I'm going to make a video with Mickavon saying, Mickavon, this is what I look like when I'm appalled. That you would actually think the discussion of evolution took place amongst Europeans first. You said that. I'm just not trying to give up all my gems on the show. That's not the truth, Mickavon. And you said the shit with conviction. Ain't nothing to do with us. Come on, bro. You supposed to know better than that. I'm going to let you win that. I'm going to let you win that.
Brother Mickavon, I know you win that.
Okay, I know. I already know your little heat. Okay, that Arab scholar you talking about?
No, not no one. Nope. I ain't
the Arab scholar talking about who was cataloging. They were doing that because they were cataloging species, races as well. Because remember, the first motherfucker who knew about the African is the Arab. So the Arab was the first one to write the most racist things based on characteristics. This all throughout Islam. It's all throughout the literature. Arab imperialism. Now, if you know African history, and you know Dr. Clark, you know goddamn well the Arab just got into that goddamn sandbox the past couple thousand years. Who the fuck is he to write a book telling you about the species that came into being? All you doing is cataloging. That's what I seen. This what it looked like. That's what cataloging is. That's it.
Bro, that's all anybody do is catalog, bro. Come on with that. You making it seem like niggas in Africa was doing more than that. They was looking at their environment too. See, we need to stop there, yo. Come on, man. Keep that shit real, yo. If you're a scientist, that's what you do. You catalog things, you look at it, and you observe it, man. And then you get up to do the same thing to see how the results work out, man. That's crazy, yo. The whole thing is crazy, yo.
I got a question about Africa and evolution. And I just would like for, if you could, just give us two African systems that correlated stories of us coming from out of the ape form, and also can you please direct me to where the evolutionary information is inside of the records coming up out of Kenya?
What? I'm saying, you go to the Hausa tribe, yo. They talk about them coming out of archaic types of humans, dude. Have you read that story yet? And then check the DNA of the Hausa tribe, man. They got archaic DNA. Their story clearly says, yo, that they have 4 different epics, yo.
You said biology when you said DNA. Now, that's different from a fossil record. Bones,
No.
Dried the bones, they only tell the tale of that's it, it's bones.
Bruh,
DNA is different. So when you say the Hamilton tribe, I have no problem with that site, and we don't have a problem with the site, but when you say the Hamilton tribe, you have to give reference to the archaeological bone that show that connection. That's all I'm saying, brother.
No. I'm saying that their actual story tells you where they came from. The same way y'all use the Dogon story. But yet get mad when niggas say we got a connection to fish. But yet you cool with Dogon saying that.
Do the Hamza story and the Dogon story correlate?
Huh?
Do the Hamza story and the Dogon story correlate with modern science?
Yeah, parts of it absolutely do. Right? And then you go to the Egyptians where they tell you who their royal ancestors are. I'm going to let y'all look that up.
No,
right?
You're supposed to be telling people. That's that bullshit right there.
Tell me where it's at, man. Let me know what I'm going to find, man. Tell me where it's at, man. I don't got time to keep playing games.
Man, why talk you off the motherfucking air, yo? I'm telling you that I could show and prove that African tribes, right, connect themselves back to the shit y'all hate the most.
Yeah, he got a debate coming up. He can't show their hand all the way.
No doubt. I understand.
Then, and watch this, though. Mr. Menkarov, right? It always talks about, yo, just throw that goddamn video out there. I throw that video out there for a very, 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 very good reason. Let me show you something about Mr. fucking Darwin that y'all give too much goddamn credit to. I mean, I happen to like Darwin work. So fucking what? Like a lot of people work. But at the end of the day, let me tell you what Mr. Darwin did to understand
we should
evolution.
get real now.
You just cut me up. Now watch this. Now, Mr. Darwin, the main thing this nigga did, go read the article. It's called Charles Darwin, Beetles, and Phylogenetics, right? It seems that Mr. Darwin had an affinity for studying goddamn beetles. And in studying beetles, this nigga started to understand something about evolution. Now, if you know anything about beetles, yo, they are the most diverse species on the planet, bar none. And so they use beetles as a test species, meaning this is what modern science uses, right, to understand evolution. It's the study of the beetle. Well, we know for sure in the courses, right, along the Nile River that Africans studied beetles. How do we know they studied beetles? Because when you come to the glyphs, the meta-nature, right, you clearly hear them talk about Kepler. And Kepler talks about evolution. Now, maybe Menkarov was being funny, cracking jokes and shit. Hold on.
Here we go.
Yeah. Hold on. Because that ain't going to work for me.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead,
What I'm saying is that the Nile Valley Africans studied the goddamn dung beetle and understood evolution. How do we know? Because they give you the definitions of fucking evolution right in Kepler. Things evolve, change, transform. So obviously they've seen a diversity amongst the dung beetles to even begin to understand that. So let me ask y'all this. Why is it that at 5,000 BCE, 15,000 BCE, that Africans amongst the Nile is studying the dung beetle? Why in 2015 the Europeans are studying the dung beetle? Why is the guy that they falsely credit with evolution, Darwin, is studying fucking dung beetles? Where did he get it from? He got it from studying other evolutionists like the Arabs. Where did the fucking Arabs get it from? The Arabs get it from the fucking Greeks, right? Because they was trying to put shit in categories, trying to understand life and how it works. Where'd they get it from? From studying African culture. Why y'all fucking with me with that shit, man? This ain't got shit to do with white atheists, dude, and all to do with African cosmology and African custom tradition and African science. Why? Because the word meta-nature literally means fucking evolution. Dude, when I finish with this motherfucking conference, yo, y'all can argue and do all y'all want, but I'm going to clearly prove you that the scientific method, that the study of beetles, the evolution is a goddamn African thing bought by other people.
Well, listen.
How do you not know the foundation of science is Africa? How y'all acting like that's not true?
No, man, nobody acting like that's not true. Hold on, but I got a question about the beetles, right? And he's saying that, right? Now, the study of the beetles was a study that was undertaken
mistaken, and what was noted was natural selection and bring change and variety. That's transformation. But when we speak about the theory of evolution, that is still encompassing species to species. And there's no evidence of a beetle changing from being anything other than a different type of beetle. It might look different. It might start. It might all different types of things. The color might change and all different types of things that go on with the beetle. But it will never become a beetle will never become a frog. It'll never become a cricket or no shit like that. The beetle going to stay a beetle. It's not going to become
man, come on, yo. Come on, dude. You know how many different species of beetles? Yo, are you serious, man?
Well, but they all how many beetles? That's what I'm saying. They all are still in their
you have different species. You have 350,000 beetle species, man.
That's what I'm saying, though. They do not go outside of that phylum, though. They do not transverse and go into another phylum. Beetles never change and go.
You have 27 different species of humans that you are denying, bro. But they're still humans. That's not going outside of that. What are you talking about?
What? I'm talking about the beetles.
You got 27 different species of humans.
I'm talking about the beetles right now. Let's stick with the beetles. When we're saying that, when we're looking at the work that Darwin did, and we're saying looking at these beetles show a type of evolution, that is evolution under just the term evolution. But when we're talking under the term of evolution theory, which does include transformation from one species to another species. So there is no evidence of that looking at those beetles. There's only evidence of what was said to be natural selection and transformation due to, environmental pressures and things of that nature. That's it. There's no species change. So where is the species change within inside of this evolution that is said to be talked about? I'm going to see that. That's what I'm looking for, the species change.
Yo, you should be looking for the fact that there's 350,000 different species of humans. Different species of beetles and 27 different species of humans. That's what you should be looking at, bro. Different species, bro. How you not understanding? No one ever said that a human came from a cat and a dog. Yo, that's crazy. No one ever said that, bro. I
didn't say they came from a cat or a dog. But at some point in time, they had to come from some type of furry, as how evolution states. At some point in time, we had to come from some type of fur-laden creature. We had to have come from that. As how what they put it out there. Unless we always see, because we had to look just like a ape.
Man,
at some point in time.
Yo, I'm right here.
Go ahead. You understand what I'm saying? We had to have that. So by the evolution theory, we had to have at some point in time look exactly like what an ape looked like at some point in time. So this
it just says it got a common ancestor, to go back 6 million, and then one goes back to 25 million. All right. The point I wanted to make about the beetles is, that 350,000 different species of beetles, It started out from, of course, you go back to a common one ancestor gave rise to all that, and that shows the diversity in life, and that's evolution, though, Born.
No, listen what I'm saying. That's true. No, that's true. I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with that.
So can we at least clear it out the way first?
No, listen. This is what I'm saying. That a beetle, for the last 50 million years, check this out. A grasshopper for the last 50 million years has still looked like a grasshopper. No matter how they, the different
what you talking about?
Changes and all of that, they still look like grasshoppers. Now we go with beetles. No matter what the beetle colors look like, no matter, they still carry the fundamental parts of a beetle. They never change species. This is what I'm saying. Species have not shown to have changed in over 140 million years. We've not seen.
Okay, but I'm talking about the beetle, The beetle got 50,000.
I'm talking about the evolutionary theory, though. I'm talking about the evolutionary theory, which does intimate that there is a species-to-species change that has gone on during some point in time while we were on the planet.
So wait a minute, Born. So are you trying to tell me that humans aren't mammals?
I didn't say that we weren't mammals. I'm saying that at some point in time. Hold on, listen. I'm saying that the science says that at some point in time we weren't mammals. We weren't mammals.
So wait a minute for a minute, Born. So you saying we're not vertebrates?
Yeah, at some point in time we weren't. At some point, according to the evolutionary theory. No, I'm saying
wait a minute. According to the Feet on the Ground show, what are you saying? What are y'all saying?
I'm going along with the theory, man. What are we saying? I'm saying the theory is this. The theory states that, man. Hold on. Are you telling me that the evolutionary theory is not encompassing of the single cell, transform it into multicellular organisms, and then from that branching off into a different type of species, different type of phylum, and then branching off and creating more and more. Is that not what it is? Right?
Hello? Yeah, I'm right here. What happened? I missed a lot, man. Go ahead, bro. You said what now, bro?
I'm saying that the evolutionary theory includes the thought that from a single cell organism, all of the things that we have on the planet now have arrived.
No, evolution, yeah, of course, that makes sense. I mean, that's why. Again, I got to use him as an example. Inky didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. This is the process of microevolution. We talked about the three domains, right? Archaic, eukaryotics, and when we deal with bacteria, when we deal with those three domains, what forms eukaryotics is a society of bacteria. Prokaryotics feeds off bacteria and structuralize themselves to become a society of bacteria that forms a eukaryotic, which has a nucleus, which prepares for the mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell. Now, if I go ahead.
No, I don't want to really go off because there was something else.
That's my point, though. So you saying that's not real? You saying humans don't extend from that? What?
Hold on. No, listen, man. Listen. Now, what I'm saying is that Hold on. I'm saying that I'm looking, right, and I've seen creatures stay stable for 40 million, 50 million years. And when you mention the beetle and Darwin's observation of the beetle does not observe species to species transformation.
You know what,
that's what I was saying.
But you know what, boy? What's intelligent is those species that was able to remain the same. You have to understand what type of environmental pressures that they go through, and this is why natural selection kicks in. Were they capable to camouflage or stick around long enough to sustain themselves and remain the same? You get what I'm saying? This is the thing with natural selection or evolution. Let me just say this, God. Let's say you got a tree branch, right? And let's say you got
them two different things. Natural selection and evolution, two different things.
Hold on. Let me just say something right quick. I want to break this down. Let's say you got a tree branch, right? And you got three types of the same insect. One is able to camouflage with the vegetation, and the other one's not. The other one might be blue. The other one might be green. Those ones that's blue, they can't camouflage with the green leaf because they stand out more, so they're not going to stand around long enough to go through the natural selection process. And what happens is in natural selection, you have what they refer to as natural adaptations that goes on at the core of those species that was able to stick around long enough to survive. And in between, they develop different variants. And this is why I had to break down the difference between a full species and a subspecies. Now, we know in science, sub means below. It's not even a complete change.
Hold on, brother, don't go too far. Because I'm going to
I want you to get your point. I want to get back to you, though, Born. Because, brother,
hold on. Since Ngozi is here, because I was just answering yes to a set of questions that you asked about us not being mammals at some point in time. And that brother Ngozi has just attested to the fact that at some point in time, evolutionary theory states that we were not mammals at a point in time. At a point in time, we did not have vertebrae at a point in time. So this is part of the evolutionary. All right, so this is part of the evolutionary.
So how do we end up getting the wrist bone, Born? Where'd that come from, Born?
No, look, hold on. No, listen. My question is this. I need to see to change its species through the fossil record.
That's why. But we don't even have to go through the transitional fossils because there are transitional fossils. I mean, now Menkaure went to school for anthropology, and Menkaure, be honest, God, he went to. Let me just say this. I thought he went to school for anthropology. You went to school for archaeology and anthropology, Menkaure.
Archaeology, yo.
Okay. There's actual real fossils that's transitional. But let's not just deal with the transitional fossils. You also have.
Let me speak for myself, man. Hold on, Menkaure. Let me say this, God. Qualifications, right? Hold on. I don't like using European status, but since you asked it, I have a BA in anthropology. I have a certificate in applied anthropology, and I have a certificate.
Now, Menkaure, let me ask you a question. Hold on, Menkaure, listen. I ask you a question because I want to ask you a question because it match up with the biology, bro. It works hand in hand.
What's your background, nigga? Since we asked for some clarification.
We ain't got to do all that, Menkaure. Listen, Menkaure, let me just ask you a question outside of the human specimen. Now, just be honest. You are aware of transitional fossil species, right? You dealt with anthropology. You acknowledge the transitional. I'm sorry.
I'm familiar with the term, yes.
And let me ask you a question. Understanding and measuring fossils, didn't you come across transitional fossils that was legit and real? Could you be truthful? Now, I ain't talking about when it comes to Harvard, because we don't want to go there because a lot of people don't want to deal with that.
Say it again.
Didn't you, as a student of anthropology, didn't you come across real transitional fossils? Didn't you? I mean, seriously. Now, I ain't talking about when it comes to the hominid. Did you come across real transitional fossils?
In terms of proof of evolution? In terms of proof of evolution in the fossil record, the only ones they would use that applied to us in anthro don't mean to study humans.
I ain't talking about us, God. I'm talking about I'm talking about the different species.
No.
So you never came across fossils?
All my labs in Ngozi was with human bones.
Oh, okay, you dealt with human bones. Okay, but this is what I'm saying. Okay, you just dealt with human bones. That's cool. But there is actual real transitional fossils that you can bear witness to. You really can. That's real and legit. And we don't even have to deal with fossils. We have transitional species that you can see go through changes at a micro level. I brought them up earlier. Worms, certain types of worms, and plants. Go ahead.
Are you talking about limb index in mineral, all that?
Yeah, you bear witness to that, right?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So with that being said, you bear witness that that's an actual situation that can occur, right?
In terms of proving up white rocking, yes.
Okay, cool. Now,
because the first thing we have to do is see if it's a hominin first. Can it stand up? Do it walk on all two? Do it walk on twos, or is it a quadruped? Do it walk on all fours?
Right.
So
right. So what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to tell the brother is that just comes to our domain. But outside our domain, there is plenty of transitional species fossils that's actually real, bro. And we don't have to deal with the fossils. I want you to understand that there's macroevolution that they show in certain plant life, insects, and certain types of worms, bro. And they bear witness to this. You get what I'm saying? They bear witness to this.
That's biology. Now that's you probably done labs on that. Now go. Did you talking about then worms? Go ahead. I never did no. There's
actual real proof or data that macroevolution occurs, testing certain types of worms, certain types of plants, and certain types of insects. It happens. Now, and microevolution changes occur at the smaller level, based off different types of variants or different types of pressures. Now, if it can happen at a small level, if species is going through something at a larger level through pressure, why can't they change if they can change at a smaller level? That doesn't make sense. If you got a large amount of genes and DNA changing at a small level, eventually, remember, genome starts inside, phenome starts outside. If you got a large variance of genes changing at a smaller level at a fast rate, and it's going at a larger rate, and it's a whole lot, eventually you will see the differentiation at the larger level phenotypically. You get what I'm saying? You will see it because the changes is occurring at a large scale at the minute level or at the micro level. And if it keep going on, those changes are called, those different variants will change the phenotypical, the original phenotype of whatever that species is that's going through the changes at the smaller level. That's just a fact. So if people can agree with microevolution, but you can't agree with macroevolution, and if you have certain genes that's going through changes at a larger rate, I'm talking about a large rate. Amino acids is changing, different variants is changing, all types of things is changing. Why can't the species become something different through time? And it's going on for thousands of millions of years.
I got a question there. And goes based on that. Okay. Does give insight to evolution? Is adaptation if a species adapts quick?
Evolution. When it comes to evolution, I'll cut your wheels. I just want to say this. When it comes to evolution, it's a whole lot of variance that goes on within evolution. A whole lot of things that goes on within evolution. Adaptation is a process that can be held within evolution because there's a lot of things that occurs in the process of evolution. That's what I'm saying. It's not just one way. See, the old paradigm of certain things used to be looked at as one way, just like we used to believe that all human beings came from one part of Africa. That's the old Garden of Eden myth. And they try to remodify it in science. Now, human beings is complex. We can't just say it just happened in one place in Africa. It happened through accumulation of time and different zones and different changes and different gene mutations and different variants that allowed us to become what we are.
Mixing back and forth.
Back and forth. People migrating west, going south. You know, they thought the Khoisan had the oldest genes through haplogroup A. Now they finding out that the Mbuti pygmies got more archaic, older genes than them. You get what I'm saying? They even went through a change. They went through a change, especially due to the insulin growth factor 1, which allowed them to get more smaller. There's a lot of things that go on, man. The pituitary is responsible for a lot of your functioning behaviors or how you reproduce or how your hormones go through changes.
But the point I want to bring is back. Let's bring the conversation back to Brother Bourne, right? And I was asking, based off of the feet on the ground, are we saying that humans just popped up out of nowhere? That humans aren't mammals? What are we saying, man, Karam? What are we saying, bro? Because that's my point. I hear a whole lot of ashays and shit. So let me say this. Where in the fuck does a mammal that becomes a human come from?
Brother, let me give you a clue right here, brother Unc. Do you know when they find these do you know when they find Homo erectus, the so-called Homo erectus in Africa, right? Or anywhere you want to find. Do you know that they find hyena bones in the stratigraphy as well? And the hyena is not changing. The hyena may have a different jaw. It may be adapting to the environment, but it's not changing. So I'm saying, let me speak for myself right here. But I'm saying this, just like DNA encoded every species to be what it is, every species that came into being has its own original.
But you just said something that was genius. You just said something that was genius. You just said something that was genius that proves evolution again. You said that they find hyena bones, and it's something that might be different is his jawbone, right? At that time, if he had a different jawbone, and it's not the hyena that we see today with the same particular jawbone, that was a different
Ngozi. It's still a hyena. It's still a hyena.
Yeah, and Homo erectus was still Listen. Homo erectus was still a human, bro. He was still a human. Yeah. He was still a human. But remember, he didn't look like you from the top of his skull. Top of his skull was more flatter, but he was still a human. From the neck down, that dude looked just like you and me. But the top of his skull was much more flatter. So if that hyena has a different jawbone than what he do today, it's the same thing with Homo erectus. Homo erectus was just as human as me and you, but he wasn't modern anatomically correct human that we know as today, or modified humans that we see today. But he was a human. He was part of the homogeneous family.
He was closer to an ape, though. And
no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't, bro. He was closer to you. You talking about the one that was closer. Come on, man, quit bullshit.
And goes. They compare brain.
No, the one that was closer to the ape. But listen, the one that was closer to the ape, Homo habilis was a little bit more closer to them than you and me. Ardipithecus was a little bit more closer to them than us. Homo erectus was nowhere near close to a damn chimpanzee. He was nowhere close to a chimpanzee than you and me.
This look like a monkey.
Bro, that's an archaic feature. I see modern Africans today that look like, and I'm just being honest, and you've seen it, with strong pronectic features.
Hold on. Do Pithecus have a jaw? Do we have a jaw for Pithecus? I'm off this good. Do Pithecus have a jaw? We got the top head. It got a big size of the crest, if I'm not mistaken, right? A deep size of the crest. They say that's indicative of chewing. They had big chewing muscles. Right? And they had a peak. They came to the top of their head because of muscle attachments, right? That's a monkey.
That's not a person.
I ain't seen no nigga with no jawbone like that chewing walnuts.
A chimpanzee is not a monkey. Let's get that correct. A orangutan is not a monkey.
It don't have a tail, and it is arboreal. It swings through the trees. It don't run on top of the trees. I apologize.
They're great apes, brother. And he has a rotating shoulder blade like you. He has a cerebral cortex like yours, but it's not as complex. The way his eyes see light is like yours. He sees things with the same color screen like yours. Look at his macula and his retina, and look at the iris part of the chimpanzee or orangutan eye. He don't have large livers like a monkey. He has smaller livers like you and me. He has an appendix that's the human, and straight appendix like humans. His appendix is not like a small monkey or other groups. It's so many variants that show the similarity of why human beings are part of the great ape family. We are not gorillas. We are not chimpanzees. We are not orangutans. We are a type of great ape because we have a common ancestor, all of us. And the further you go back in time, the more closer you'll find yourself to certain things, effeminately. You really will.
I just want to put this one thing in. I want to put one thing in. I want to just put this one thing in because earlier we were speaking on something.
You're going to do it, though, man. You're going to do it, dude. Y'all going to do it.
Oh, man, I just want to put this in.
You're going to do it, though, yo. Well, why are you missing the point? Why can't my mind is one track?
Why would I say something? Why would I say something I can't put that in there, huh? How come I can't put that in there, man?
Because you're moving the goalposts. The question was, are you saying that humans that are married?
The goalposts. I just want to go back.
I said that humans that are married.
I'm going to reiterate.
Yeah, what are you saying about mammals, bro?
Something was said about this, so I had to go check and see something real fast about abiogenesis and where this came from, because Brother Ngozi spoke on it earlier when he said that Inky was just throwing shit out there, just, you know what I'm saying, not really putting things together properly. And I just found this little piece interesting from Charles Darwin, who wrote, it is often said that all the conditions for the first production of a living organism are now present, which could ever have been present. But what if we could conceive in some warm little pond with all sorts of ammonia, phosphoric salt, light, heat, electricity, etc., present that a protein compound was chemically formed, ready to undergo still more complex changes. Now, this hypothesis that life could arise from this Charles Darwin's hypothesis that life could arise from inorganic matter in a warm little pond is the basis of abiogenesis theory, the emergence of life from a non-life assemblage of chemicals. The foundation of this theory was set in 4th century BC when Aristotle described how animals and plants came into being through process of putrefaction and fermentation in his book on the generation of animals. The belief that comes from non-life has also been a dogma of the Catholic Church since its inception in Augustine's The City of God.
Ooh, dagger.
Now, how is that a dagger, though?
That's not a dagger. Hold on. Listen.
Y'all have not studied the 16th century. Y'all ain't studied the 17th century.
Inky tried to repeat the same shit, and Inky was wrong again because what Inky said initially, and y'all didn't really listen to that debate, because I clearly stated that chemicals makes way. I said chemistry makes way for biology. Bio means organism, chemicals, which is the key components of those chemicals. But then we talked about it. We talked about carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus.
You missed what we was talking about, Ngozi, before you came on.
There are no qualifications required to argue the theory of evolution because it's a theory. It's not the same that apply like to Newton's law of gravity. That's a law of gravity that can be measured. Evolution can't be measured.
I want to get to what Inky said.
But hold on, man. That wasn't the question. We all on fucking subject, man. This shit is.
Don't get hard because your boy on the phone. Be quiet. Let him go. You talk.
I ain't no be quiet. Let him go. Nothing because y'all moving the goalposts because you know you're wrong. He gonna read a reference, right? The reference should have been proven that the theory of evolution includes abiogenesis. It does not.
What he said is you cannot get simple life from just mixing something together. You just not gonna get organic life by doing it. You can get you can get yeast. You can get yeast, but that yeast is not gonna turn into what you using the chrome. How are you proving evolution? Through chromosomes? Are you proving it through a gestation period? How are you proving it?
Well, we might as well say the Egyptians was wrong because the Greeks got that from the Phoenicians who got it from the Egyptians. The Egyptians clearly stated.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I can use y'all niggas' theory. Okay, I can use Unk's theory. And I can fuck him up. Okay, are you using the Kepler theory to prove?
No, I ain't talking about Kepler.
You know what I'm talking about, Ngozi. You know what I'm talking about. Are you using the Kepler to prove evolution through a gestation period?
I am talking about the fact that the theory of evolution is not talking about the origin of life. I don't give three.
What's the gestation period of the Kepler beetle? I'm not about a computer. I'm just asking you this question. And somebody can look it up. But what is the gestation period of the Kepler beetle? And how are you using the Kepler beetle for evolution?
Let me just say this, God.
Wow.
Go ahead.
I'm not understanding why the fuck Bourne read that. He read
that
to prove his point that the theory of evolution dealt with the origin of life because fucking Darwin said some shit about that. With Darwin dealt with a lot of different things. He dealt with the origin of coral reef. He dealt with evolution. He dealt with the origin of life. But I'm telling you, the theory of evolution has absolutely nothing to do with the origin of life. Biology has nothing to do with the origin of life.
No.
It has all to do with life after it gets here, man.
Exactly. That's what. Bourne. That's what we want you to read. See, because what I'm trying to say is, Inky don't know shit about what he's talking about. He tried to talk. First of all, he originally said biogenesis when he was sitting up there with Reggie, but Reggie corrected him, and then he said abiogenesis. He didn't even pronounce it right. Then he turned around, and from what I heard, I thought you said biogenesis. Everybody knows that A means no. People ain't listening to what I said. People ain't listening to shit that I said. The man does not know what he's talking about. When Polite read the theory of evolution, it said nothing about life coming from nothing, and that's another thing. Those chemicals that made way, those inanimate elements or inanimate substance that made way for animate substance was still a substance. It was still something. It's not saying life comes from nothing. Just because it's not life the way that we deal with it in the sense of circular motion or moving and communicating and functioning, those elements are the key components of life, which means there's still a stage of life or proto-life.
Everything got an epicenter, though. Everything got an epicenter. What's the center, though? What's the center, man?
Hold on, Robert. Let me finish. That's something different. That's not talking about evolution. Now, when you look at the theory of evolution, it's not even talking about what the brother just read. We have to look up the theory of evolution. Then you can throw a dagger in whatever you try, what y'all trying to do. Well, I don't know what y'all trying to do.
I just want to make sure when we look at the theory of evolution, we're dealing with coming from the premise of Darwin and that being built upon.
Oh man, but Darwin worked on. Why ain't y'all listening to the words that come out of my mouth?
No.
Coral reef. So the coral reef has something to do with evolution. Darwin was a scientist. He worked on a lot of different things, man.
That's right.
Serious,
That's right. Look up the theory of evolution. Somebody read the theory of evolution. If somebody on the phone with a computer, read the theory of evolution and it'll debunk everything that people are thinking and saying, man. Just read it. That's why Inky didn't want to read it. Polite read it. Inky looked stupid. Inky stood up there and lied and said blood type O was the original blood. Turned around and read it. Polite didn't play that part. The motherfucker was wrong. He hung up the phone and called back screaming like I fucked this broad or something, yo. Come on, man.
Ngozi, check this out, right? I'll pull up theory of evolution. See, this is why we into the Darwin thing. I'll pull up theory of evolution. The first shit that pulls up is Darwin's theory of evolution, right? Now, I just read where we know encompassed with inside of his mind was this ideological thought already while he was producing this theory of evolution. We see it. So me,
man, please, Born, read the theory of evolution. Because the thing is,
the problem is, man, y'all keep interchangeably using the term evolution.
No, listen.
What does it mean to beetle? Then go look at the theory. Who was cite your work. Cite your work. Who was the first motherfucker that y'all said?
Read the theory. Rob, let me just say this.
Cite your work.
Evolutionary thought.
Cite your work.
Hold on. I'm going to read it right now. Let me read this. Let me read this real quick. Hold. Let me read this. www.darwins/theory/of/evolution.
We're not talking about him. No. Don't type theory of evolution and see look up what does it mean in the theory of evolution. Type that.
That's why I said
This type of evolution, born. Type of evolution, born.
Won't you listen to what I'm saying?
And chemicals do make way for biology. You cannot be an organism without carbonizing nitrogen and phosphorus.
Y'all can't talk and listen at the same time. That's why I said give me let me finish. That's why I said give me a specific site that you want me to go.
Listen, Born.
Man, hold up, man. Don't tell me to listen if you're not going to listen.
Listen, Born. When you deal with the history of evolutionary thought, then Darwin comes into play, bruh.
Exactly.
But if you just deal with the theory of evolution,
this is what we studied at the first beginning of the show.
Born, can I read evolution for you, Born?
Oh, no, listen.
I'll read it.
Wait 1 minute, man, because listen, this is what happened earlier. Now, earlier, this is what I stated. Let me get the direct site and link that y'all utilize for theory of evolution, because when you pull up, when you just throw into Google theory of evolution, it will come up with several sites. And a lot of the first ones that are there are dealing with Darwin. This is what they start off with. Now maybe yours don't. Maybe your Google search don't start off like that, but mine do. So just hold up. I'm gonna read.
Don't do that.
Look, wait. I'm gonna read mine, right, and then you can read yours.
Read it, Born.
I'm gonna read it. Now, this says the theory all about science. Theory of evolution, the premise starts off. Theory of evolution is widely held notion that all of life is related and has descended from a common ancestor. The birds and the bananas, the fishes and the flowers, all related. Darwin's general theory presumes the development of life from non-life and stresses a purely naturalistic, undirected descent with modification. That is, complex creatures evolve from more simplistic ancestors naturally over time. In a nutshell, as random genetic mutations occur with an organism's genetic code, the beneficial mutations are preserved because they aid survival, a process known as natural selection. These beneficial mutations are passed on to the next generation. Over time, beneficial mutations accumulate, and the result is an entirely different organism, not just a variation of the original, but an entirely different creature.
And I don't see nothing wrong with none of that. None of that at all. None of it. None of it at all. I don't get what the problem is. When you look at an organism die, your body becomes carbon compounds. You lose ATP, which is called adenosine triphosphate. Heat energy goes back into the atmosphere as oxygen. Electrical energy goes back into the atmosphere as heat. The whole part of the body, the carbon atoms disperse back into the biosphere. So what I'm saying is that those non-living substance or non-living, which is still substance, those same things will cycle back into that field. So what I'm saying is that just looking at organisms decay, it shows and proves the process that.
And if you're agreeable with that, if you're agreeable with shit,
can I read mine?
If you're agreeable with it, hold on. If he agrees, Ngozi agreeable with it. Are you not agreeable with that definition?
I'm not agreeable with the part when Darwin throws in the life part, because that's not part of the theory of evolution, y'all.
That nigga said he didn't have a problem with Darwin's work.
It makes sense to me. Go ahead.
But for the record, just because Darwin said it doesn't make it so. What they did was they
upgraded
the information.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, give us the upgrade.
God damn. What the fuck, man?
Give us the upgrade,
bro. The point I'm trying to tell you is by the time they come up with the theory of evolution, that part about life coming from inorganic life, that's not in the theory of evolution. Can I read it to you, please? Right? And I'll give you the source. It's evolution. Right? Talking about the theory of evolution, right? Is change in the heritable traits of biological population over successive generations. Evolutionary processes give rise to a diversity at every level of biological organizations, including the levels of species, individual organisms, and molecules. After the formation of Earth, right, about 4.5 billion years ago, life originated, right? What's this? Let me see. Hold on. Let me get this straight. Wait a minute. Hold on. Fucking computer.
Life fucking form.
In the definition.
Hold on.
Single cell organism theory. Big Bang.
No, it makes sense though. But go ahead.
It don't make
I
sense.
think it's amazing.
Okay.
It makes sense to me.
Why he getting that reference and goes, you know this to be, they can explain the decomposing of it, but they can't explain the creation aspect without
Creation is vibration. Creation
going to DNA, brother Ngozi. Going to DNA and transcription. And who's the receiver and the sender? Going to that.
Hold on a second. It's only 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes. We're going to give it up in 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes on the live feed. Thank y'all for coming out tonight to Feet on the Ground Radio. You know what I mean? You know how we do it. Tuesday will be news, and more news. We'll be getting it in at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be coming back in Think Tank Thursday next week. That'll be 9:30 p.m. Eastern. You know what it is next week. Slaughterhouse Saturday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 on the west side. The best side, y'all line up in between. We definitely thank everybody for coming out. You know what I mean? Hope to do it again. It's been a very positive build right here. Hope y'all got a lot out of it. You know what I mean? And so if Ngozi want to go into that question in the last remaining about 90 seconds, he can.
Cracking.
Well, Brother Boy, I wanted to really ask, what does any of this have to do with our Bibi Fahodier? Okay.
Everything.
I want to know why.
Everything. Can I answer that question?
Yeah, please tell me how arguing over the theory of evolution